Welcome to Sleep Audiobooks. If you would like our Better Sleep Quick Guide filled with proven techniques to improve sleep, sign up to our mailing list at sleepaudiobooks.com and we'll send the PDF as a thank you. Subscribing and leaving a comment helps this channel more than you know, so please feel free to offer suggestions for future audiobooks or to just say hi. Thank you for listening. We hope you have an excellent night's sleep. This is Sleep Audiobooks.
The Iliad of Homer, rendered into English blank verse by Edward, Earl of Derby. Recording by Michael Armenta. Book 10. Argument. The Night Adventure of Diomed and Ulysses. Upon the refusal of Achilles to return to the army, the distress of Agamemnon is described in the most lively manner. He takes no rest that night, but passes through the camp, awaking the leaders, and contriving all possible methods for the public safety. Menelaus, Nestor, Ulysses, and Diomed are employed in raising the rest of the captains. They call a council of war, and determine to send scouts into the enemy's camp to learn their posture and discover their intentions. Diomed undertakes the hazardous enterprise, and makes choice of Ulysses for his companion. In their passage they surprise Dolon, whom Hector had sent on a like design to the camp of the Grecians. From him they are informed of the situation of the Trojans and auxiliary forces, and particularly of Rhesus, and the Thracians, who were lately arrived. They pass on with success, kill Rhesus with several of his officers, and seize the famous horses of that prince, with which they return in triumph to the camp. The same night continues. The scene lies in the two camps. In night-long slumbers lay the other chiefs of all the Greeks, by gentle sleep subdued, but not on Agamemnon, Atreus' son, by various cares oppressed. Sweet slumber fell, as when from Jove, the fair-haired Juno's lord, flashes the lightning, bringing in its train tempestuous storm of mingled rain and hail, or snow, by winter sprinkled o'er the fields, or opening wide the ravenous jaws of war. So Agamemnon from his inmost heart poured forth in groans his multitudinous grief, his spirit within him sinking. On the plain he looked, and there, alarm'd, the watchfires saw, which, far advanced before the walls of Troy, blazed numberless. And thence of pipes and flutes he heard the sound, and busy hum of men. Upon the ships he looked, and men of Greece, and by the roots his hair in handfuls tore. To Jove on high deep groaned his mighty heart. Thus as he mused, the wisest course appear'd, with Nestor, son of Neleus, to confer if they some scheme in council might devise to ward destruction from the Grecian host. He rose, and o'er his body drew his vest, and underneath his well-turn'd feet he bound his sandals fair. Then o'er his shoulders threw, down reaching to his feet, a lion's skin, tawny and vast, then grasped his ponderous spear. On Menelaus weighed an equal dread, nor on his eyes that night had slumber sat, lest ill befall the Greeks, who, in his cause, crossing the watery waste, had come to Troy, and bold defiance to the Trojans given. Round his broad chest a panther's skin he threw, then on his head his brazen helmet placed, and in his brawny hand a lance he bore. To meet his brother went he forth, of Greece the mighty monarch, as a god revered. Him by the ship he found, in act to arm, and welcome was his presence to the king. Then valiant Menelaus first began. "Why thus in arms, good brother? Seek'st thou, one, the Trojan camp to spy? I greatly fear that none will undertake the task, alone, to spy the movements of the hostile camp in the dark night. Stout-hearted he must be." To whom the monarch Agamemnon thus: "Great need, my noble brother, have we both of sagest counsels, if we hope the Greeks and Grecian ships from ruin to preserve, since turned against us is the mind of Jove. To Hector's offerings most his soul inclines, for never have I seen or heard men tell how in one day one man has wrought such loss as Hector, dear to Jove, yet not the son of god or goddesses, on the Greeks have wrought. Such deeds hath he achieved, such havoc made, as we shall long in bitter memory keep. Haste thou amid the ships, and hither bring Idomeneus and Ajax. I the while will Nestor rouse, and urge that he with us the outposts visit, and instruct the guard. To him they best will listen, for his son commands the watch. With him Meriones, the follower of King Idomeneus. To them by preference hath this charge been given." He said, and Menelaus answered thus: "What wouldst thou have me do then? Here remain with them, and wait thy coming, or to them thy message give, and follow in thy steps?" Him answered Agamemnon, king of men: "Remain thou here, lest haply we might fail to meet, for in the camp are many paths. But thou, where'er thou goest, each several man address, and ask to rise, to each his name and patronymic giving. Pay to each all due respect, nor bear thee haughtily. We, like the rest, must share the load of toil, which Jove assigns to all of mortal birth." His brother thus with counsels wise dismissed, the king to aged Nestor took his way. Him by his tent and dark-ribbed ship he found on a soft couch. Beside him lay his arms, his shield, 2 lances, and a glittering helm. There lay the rich-wrought belt the old man wore, when to the battle, arm'd, he led his troops, for not to age's weakness would he yield. Raising his head, and on his elbow propp'd, he questioned thus Atrides: "Who art thou, that wanderest through the encampment thus alone in the dark night, when other mortals sleep? Seek'st thou some mule broke loose, or comrade lost? Speak, nor in silence come. What wouldst thou here?" To whom thus Agamemnon, king of men: "O Nestor, son of Neleus, pride of Greece, know me for Agamemnon, Atreus' son, on whom hath Jove, beyond the lot of men, laid grief that ne'er shall end, while I retain breath in my lungs, and vigour in my limbs. I wander thus, because these eyes of mine sweet slumber visits not, by cares of war oppress'd, and harassed by the woes of Greece. Much for the Greeks I fear, nor keeps my mind its wonted firmness. I am ill at ease, and leaps my troubled heart as though 'twould burst my bosom's bounds. My limbs beneath me shake. But if thou wilt, since thou too know'st not sleep, together to the outposts let us go, and see if there, by toil and sleep o'erpower'd, the guard repose, neglectful of their watch. The foe is close at hand, nor are we sure that he may not hazard e'en a night attack. To whom Gerenian Nestor thus replied: Most mighty Agamemnon, king of men, not all the hopes that Hector entertains shall by the Lord of counsel be fulfilled. For him are toil and danger yet in store. If but Achilles of his wrath repent, gladly will I attend thee. Others too, Tydides, spearman bold, Ulysses, sage, Ajax the swift, and Phyleus' noble son, should all be summon'd. And 'twere well that one across the camp should run, to call in haste the godlike Ajax and Idomeneus. Theirs are the farthest ships, nor near at hand. But dear to me as Menelaus is, and highly honour'd, I must blame. Though thou shouldst take offence, I needs must say, he sleeps, and leaves the toil to thee alone. With all the chiefs he should be busied now, imploring aid in this our utmost need. To whom thus Agamemnon, king of men: For other times, old man, reserve thy blame. Sometimes I own he lags behind, nor takes his share of labour, not from indolence or want of sense, but still regarding me, waiting from me an impulse to receive. But now before me he was up, and came to visit me, and I have sent him on to call those very men whom thou hast nam'd. Come then, for we beside the gates and guard shall find them, there my orders were to meet. To whom Gerenian Nestor thus replied: Then none can blame him, nor can any Greek justly refuse his summons to obey. He said, and round his body wrapped his vest. Then on his feet the sandals fair he bound, and o'er his shoulders clasp'd a purple cloak, doubled with ample folds and downy pile. Then took his spear with point of sharpen'd brass, and through the camp prepar'd to take his way. Gerenian Nestor, from his slumbers first Ulysses, sage as Jove in council, roused, loud shouting. Soon the voice his senses reach'd. Forth from his tent he came, and thus he spoke: What cause so urgent leads you through the camp in the dark night to wander thus alone? To whom Gerenian Nestor thus replied: Ulysses, sage, Laertes' godlike son, be not offended. Such the stress that now weighs down our army. Come thou then with us, and others let us call, with whom 'tis meet that we should counsel take to fight or fly. He said. Ulysses to the tent return'd. Then, his broad shield across his shoulders thrown, came forth again, and with them took his way. To Diomed, the son of Tydeus, next they went, and him they found beside his arms, without his tent. His comrades slept around, their heads on their bucklers laid. Their spears stood upright on the butts, the burnish'd brass, like heaven's own lightning, flashing far around. Stretch'd on a wild bull's hide, the chief reposed. A gay wrought carpet rolled beneath his head. Gerenian Nestor close beside him stood, and touch'd him with his foot, and thus in tone reproachful spoke: Arouse thee, Tydeus' son! Why sleep'st thou thus all night? Or know'st thou not that on the very margin of the plain, and close beside the ships, the Trojans lie, and little space between the camps is left? Quick roused from sleep, thus answer'd Diomed: Beshrew thy heart, old man! No labour seems to thee too hard. Are there not younger men to run about the camp, and summon all the several chiefs? Thou dost too much, old man. To whom Gerenian Nestor thus replied: True, friend, and full of wisdom are thy words. Good sons indeed I have, and followers brave, and many who might well my message bear. But great is now the stress that lies on Greece, for on a razor's edge is balanced now to all the Greeks the chance of life or death. Do then thou go, for thou my younger art, and if thou pity me, thyself arouse Ajax the swift, and Phyleus' noble son. He said. The warrior round his shoulders threw, down reaching to his feet, a lion's hide, tawny and dark, and took his ponderous spear. He went, aroused, and with him brought the chiefs. When to the guard they came, not sunk in sleep found they the leaders, but on wakeful watch intent, and all alert beside their arms. As round a sheepfold keep their anxious watch the dogs, who in the neighbouring thicket hear some beast, that, bold in search of prey, has come down from the mountain. Loud the clamours rise of men and dogs, all sleep is banish'd thence. So from their eyes was banish'd sleep, who watch'd through that disastrous night. Still plainward, turning at every movement in the Trojan camp. The old man saw, well pleased, and thus addressed with cheering words the captains of the guard: Watch ever thus, good youths, nor be surprised by slumber, lest the foe a triumph gain. This said, he crossed the ditch, and with him went the Grecian leaders, to the council called. With them, admitted to the conference, went Meriones, and Nestor's noble son. The deep-dug ditch they crossed, and sat them down upon an open space, from corpses clear, where Hector from the slaughter of the Greeks turned back, when evening spread her veil around. There they sat down, and there the conference held. Gerenian Nestor first took up the word. "O friends, is any here with heart so bold, who dares, self-confident, the Trojan camp to enter? There some straggler he might take, or in the camp itself some tidings gain. What are their secret counsels? If they mean here by the ships to hold their ground, or back, sated with victory, to the town retire. This could he learn, and hither scatheless bring his tidings. High as heaven in all men's mouths would be his praise, and ample his reward. For every captain of a ship should give a coal-black ewe, and at her foot a lamb, prize beyond compare. And high should be his place at banquets and at solemn feasts." He said, but all the chiefs in silence heard. Then rose the valiant Diomed, and said, "Nestor, that heart is mine. I dare alone enter the hostile camp, so close at hand. Yet were one comrade given me, I should go with more of comfort, more of confidence, where two combine, one before the other sees the better course, and even though one alone the readiest way discover, yet would be his judgment slower, his decision less." He said, and many chiefs to Diomed proffered companionship, stood forth at once with him to penetrate the Trojan camp, the two Ajaces, ministers of Mars. Stood forth Meriones, and eagerly stood forth the son of Nestor, Atreus' son, the royal Menelaus, spearman bold, and stout Ulysses, whose enduring heart for every deed of valour was prepared. Rose Agamemnon, king of men, and said, "Tydides, comrade dearest to my soul, choose thou thine own companion, whom thou wilt, of all the many here that proffer aid, him who thou deem'st the best. Nor from disrespect to persons leave the better man behind, and take the worse, nor deference show to rank, not though the purest royal blood were his." In fear for Menelaus thus he spoke. Then answer'd valiant Diomed, and said, "If my companion I may freely choose, how can I pass the sage Ulysses by, of ready wit and dauntless courage prov'd in every danger, and to Pallas dear? I should not fear, by him accompanied, to pass through fire, and safely both return. So far in prudence he surpasses all." Whom answer'd thus Ulysses, stout of heart: "Tydides, nor exaggerated praise bestow on me, nor censure, for thou speak'st to those who know me all for what I am. But go we. Night wanes fast, the morn is near, the stars are high in heaven, and of the night 2/3 are spent, 1/3 alone remains." He said, and both prepared to don their arms. The youthful warrior Thrasymedes gave to Diomed a 2-edged sword, his own had in the ship been left, and ample shield. Then on his brows a leathern headpiece placed, without or peak or plume, a simple casque, such as is worn by youths to guard their head. A bow and well-filled quiver, and a sword Meriones to sage Ulysses gave, and on his brows a leathern headpiece placed, well wrought within, with numerous straps secured, and on the outside with wild boar's gleaming tusk, profusely garnished, scattered here and there by skilful hand. The midst with felt was lined. This from Amintor, son of Ormenus. Autolycus from Eleon bore away, spoil of his pillaged house. Autolycus gave to Amphidamas, Cytheran chief, who in Scandia dwelt, Amphidamas to Malus, pledge of friendship. He again gave to his son Meriones, from whom it now encircled sage Ulysses' brow. Thus with accoutrements and with arms supplied, they left their brother chiefs, and took their way. Then close beside their path, by Pallas sent, rose, on the right, a heron. Through the gloom they saw it not, indeed, but heard the cry. The favouring sign with joy Ulysses hailed, and thus to Pallas prayed: "Hear me, thou child of aegis-bearing Jove, who still hast stood in every peril at my side, whose eye my every movement sees. Now, Goddess, now befriend me; grant that safe, with triumph crown'd, we may return, some great exploit achieved, such as the Trojans long may bear in mind." Him following, thus the brave Tydides prayed: "My voice too, child of Jove, undaunted hear, and be with me, as with my father erst, the godlike Tydeus, when to Thebes he went, an envoy, in advance, and left behind upon Oesopus' banks the mail-clad Greeks. Smooth was the message which to Thebes he bore, but great, his mission ended, were the deeds that with thine aid he wrought. For, Goddess, thou wast with him, and thine arm was his defence. So be thou now with me, and me defend. Then on thine altar will I sacrifice a yearling heifer, broad of brow, untam'd, whereon no yoke hath mortal ever laid. Her will I give, and tip her horns with gold." Thus as they pray'd, their prayer the Goddess heard. Then, their devotions ended, on they fared through the deep dead of night, like lions twain, mid slaughter, corpses, arms, and blackened gore. Nor in the Trojan camp did Hector leave the chiefs to rest, but all to conference called the leaders and the counsellors of Troy, to whom his prudent speech he thus addressed: "Who is there here that for a rich reward a noble work will undertake? A car and 2 strong-collar'd horses best of all that can be found within the Grecian lines, shall he receive, who to his endless praise shall dare approach the ships, and learn if still they keep their wonted watch, or by our arms subdued and vanquished meditate retreat, and worn with toil the nightly watch neglect." Thus Hector spoke, but all in silence heard. There was one, Dolon, in the Trojan camp, the herald's son, Eumedes, rich and gold in brass, not fair of face, but swift of foot, amid 5 sisters he the only son, who thus to Hector and the Trojans spoke: "Hector, with dauntless courage I will dare approach the ships, and bring thee tidings sure. But hold thou forth thy royal staff, and swear that I the horses and the brass-bound car shall have, the boast of Peleus' matchless son. Not vain shall be my errand, nor deceive thy hopes. Right through the camp I mean to pass, to Agamemnon's tent, where all the chiefs debate in council, or to fight or fly." He said, and Hector took his royal staff, and swore to him: "Be witness Jove himself, the Lord of thunder, that no Trojan man, thyself except, shall e'er those horses drive. For thee they are reserved, glorious prize." Thus Hector swore, though unfulfilled the oath. The hope to Dolon fresh assurance gave. Forthwith his bow across his shoulders slung, a grisly wolf skin o'er it, on his head a cap of marten's fur, and in his hand a javelin. From the camp he took his way, straight to the Grecian ships, but never thence destined to bring the expected tidings back. The crowd of men and horses left behind, briskly he moved along. Ulysses first marked his approach, and to Tydides said: "See, from the camp where someone this way comes, with what intent I know not, if to play the spy about the ships, or rob the dead. Turn we aside, and let him pass us by a little way. We then with sudden rush may seize him, or if he outstrip us both by speed of foot, may urge him toward the ships, driving him still before us with our spears, and from the city cutting off his flight." Thus saying, mid the dead beside the road they crouched, all unconscious hastened by. But when such space was interposed as leave between the sluggish oxen and themselves a team of mules, so much the faster they through the stiff fallow drag the jointed plough, they rush'd upon him. At the sound he stopp'd, deeming that from the Trojan camp they came, by Hector sent to order his return. Within a spear's length when they came, or less, for foes he knew them, and to night address'd his active limbs. They rush'd in hot pursuit, and, as 2 hounds, well practised in the chase, with glistening fangs, unflagging, strain to catch in woodland glade some pricket deer, or hare that flies before them, screaming, so those 2 Tydides and Ulysses, stout of heart, with fiery zeal unflagging, strained to catch the flying Dolon, from the camp cut off. But when the fugitive approach'd the ships, close by the guard, fresh vigour Pallas gave to Diomed, lest haply from the walls some other might anticipate his blow, and he himself but second honours gain. Tydides then with threat'ning gesture cried, "Stop, or I hurl my spear, and small thy chance, if I assail thee, of escape from death." He said, and threw his spear, but by design it struck him not. Above his shoulder flew the polish'd lance, and quiver'd in the ground. Sudden he stopp'd, with panic paralyzed, his teeth all chattering, pale with fear he stood, with faltering accents. Panting they came up, and seized him in their grasp. He thus in tears, "Spare but my life I can redeem, for ample stores I have of gold and brass, and well-wrought iron, and of these my sire would pay a generous ransom, could he learn that in the Grecian ships I yet survived." To whom Ulysses, deep designing, thus: "Be of good cheer, nor let the fear of death disturb thy mind. But tell me truly this, how is't that toward the ships thou com'st alone in the still night, when other mortals sleep? Com'st thou perchance for plunder of the dead? Or seek'st upon our ships to play the spy, by Hector sent, or of thine own accord?" Then Dolon thus his knees with terror shook: "With much persuasion of my better mind Hector beguil'd me, off'ring as my prize Achilles' horses, and his brass-bound car. Through the dark night he sent me, and enjoin'd, entering your hostile camp, to learn if still ye keep your wonted watch, or by our arms, subdued and vanquish'd, meditate retreat, and, worn with toil, your nightly watch neglect." To whom Ulysses thus with scornful smile: "High soar'd thy hopes indeed, that thought'st to win the horses of Achilles. Hard are they for mortal man to harness or control, save for Achilles' self, the goddess born. But tell me truly this, when here thou cam'st, where left'st thou Hector, guardian chief of Troy? Where are his warlike arms? His horses where? Where lie the rest? And where are placed their guards? What are their secret counsels? Do they mean here by the ships to keep their ground? Or back, sated with victory, to the town return?" Whom Dolon answer'd thus, Eumedes' son: "Thy questions all true answers shall receive. Hector, with those who share his counsels, sit in conference, far apart, near Ilus' tomb. But for the guards thou speak'st of, noble chief, not one is station'd to protect the camp. Around the Trojan fires, indeed, perforce a watch is kept, and they among themselves due caution exercise. But for the allies, they sleep, and to the Trojans leave their watch, since nor their children nor their wives are near." To whom in answer sage Ulysses thus: Say now, where sleep they? With the Trojans mix'd, or separate? Explain, that I may know. Whom answer'd Dolon thus, Eumedes' son: This too will I give ye answer true. Next to the sea, the Carian forces lie, the Paean archers, and the Leleges, the Caucans, and to the bold Pelagians next. On Thymbra's side the Lycians' lot has fallen, the Mysians brave, the Phrygian cavalry, and the Meonians with their horsehair plumes. But why of these enquire? If ye intend an inroad on the camp, apart from all, new come, the farthest off the Thracians lie. Rhesus their king, the son of Eioneus, sleeps in the midst. No steeds that e'er I saw for size and beauty can with his compare. Whiter than snow, and swifter than the wind. With gold and silver is his chariot wrought, his armour golden, of gigantic size, a marvel to behold. It seems not meet for mortal man, but for the immortal gods. But take me now in safety to the ships, or leave me here, in fetters bound, that so, ere ye return, ye may approve my words, and see if I have told you true or no. To whom thus Diomed with stern regard: Dolon, though good thy tidings, hope not thou, once in our hands, to 'scape the doom of death. For if we now should let thee go, again in after times thou mightst our ships approach, as secret spy, or open enemy. But if beneath my hands thou lose thy life, no farther trouble shalt thou cause the Greeks." He said, and as the suppliant sought in vain to touch his beard, imploring, through his throat both tendons severing, drove his trenchant blade. Even while he spoke, his head was rolled in dust. The cap of marten fur from off his head they took, the wolf skin and the bow unstrung, and javelin. These Ulysses held aloft, and thus to Pallas pray'd, who gave the spoil: "Receive, great Goddess, these our gifts to thee, of all the immortals on Olympus' height. Our offerings first we give. Conduct us now the Thracian camp, and Thracian steeds to gain." Thus as he spoke, amid the tamarisk scrub, far off he threw the trophies. Then with reeds and twigs new broken from the tamarisk boughs, he set a mark, lest in the gloom of night returning they might haply miss the spot. Then on they passed through arms and blackened gore, and reach'd the confines of the Thracian camp. There found they all by sleep subdued, their arms beside them on the ground, in order due, in triple rows, and by the side of each, harness'd and yoked, his horses ready stood. Surrounded by his warriors, Rhesus slept. Beside him stood his coursers fleet, their reins suspended to the chariot's topmost rail. Ulysses marked him as he lay, and said, "This is the man, Tydides, these the steeds, to us by Dolon, whom we slew, described. Now then, put forth thy might. Beseems it not to stand thus idly with thine arms in hand? Loose thou the horses, or do thou the men dispatch, and to my care the horses leave." He said, and Pallas' vigour new inspired, that right and left he smote. Dire were the groans of slaughter'd men. The earth was red with blood, and as a lion on th' intended flock of sheeps or goats with savage onslaught springs, even so Tydides on the Thracians sprang, till 12 were slain. And as Tydides' sword gave each to death, Ulysses by the feet drew each aside, reflecting that perchance the horses, startled, might refuse to pass the corpses, for as yet they knew them not. But when Tydides saw the sleeping king, a 13th victim to his sword was given, painfully breathing, for by Pallas' art he saw that night, as in an evil dream, the son of Oeneus standing o'er his head. Meanwhile Ulysses sage the horses loosed. He gathered up the reins, and with his bow, for whip was none at hand, he drove them forth. Then softly whistling to Tydides gave a signal. He, the while, remained behind, musing what bolder deed he yet might do, whether the seat, whereon the arms were laid, to draw away, or lifted high in air, to bear it off in triumph on the car, or on the Thracians farther loss inflict. But while he mused, beside him Pallas stood, and said, "Bethink thee, Tydeus' son, betimes of thy return, lest if some other god should wake the Trojans, thou shouldst need to fly." She said. The heavenly voice he recognized, and mounted straight the car. Ulysses touched the horses with his bow, and, urged to speed, they toward the ships their rapid course pursued. Nor idle watch Apollo kept, who saw Tydides o'er the plain, by Pallas led. With anger fill'd, the Trojan camp he sought, and Rhesus' kinsman, good Hippocoon, the Thracian counsellor, from sleep aroused. Awaking, when the vacant space he view'd, where late had stood the horses, and his friends gasping in death, and weltering in their blood, he groaned, as on his comrade's name he called. Then loud the clamour rose, and wild uproar unspeakable, of Trojans thronging round. They marvelled at the deeds, but marvelled more how they who wrought them had escaped unscathed. Meantime, arrived where Hector's scout they slew, Ulysses, loved of heaven, a moment check'd his eager steeds. Tydides from the car leap'd to the ground, and in Ulysses' hand the bloody trophies placed. Then mounted quick, and toward the ships, their destined goal, urged on the fiery horses. Nothing loth, they flew. Nestor first heard the sound, and cried, "O friends, the leaders and the counsellors of Greece, am I deceived, or is it true? Methinks the sound of horses hurrying strikes my ear. Grant Heaven, Ulysses and brave Diomed may bring those horses from the Trojan camp. Yet much I fear our bravest may have yet with some disaster, 'mid the crowd of foes." He scarce had ended, when themselves appear'd, and from the car descended, welcomed back with cordial grasp of hands and friendly words. Gerenian Nestor first, enquiring, said, "Tell me, renowned Ulysses, pride of Greece, whence come these horses? From the Trojan camp? Or hath some god that met you by the way bestowed them, radiant as beams of light? Among the Trojans day by day I move. 'Tis not my wont, old warrior though I be, to lag behind, but horses such as these I never saw. Some god hath given them, sure. For Jove, the cloud compeller, loves you both, and Pallas, child of aegis-bearing Jove." To whom again the sage Ulysses thus: "O Nestor, son of Neleus, pride of Greece, had they so will'd, the gods, so great their pow'r, e'en better horses could have given than these. But these, old man, are Thracians, newly come, whose king the valiant Diomed hath slain, and with him 12, the best of all his band. A scout too we have slain, by Hector sent, and by the Trojan chiefs, to spy our camp." He said, and o'er the ditch the horses drove, exulting in their prize, and with him went the other chiefs, rejoicing through the camp. Arrived at Diomed's well-order'd tent, first with strong halters to the rack, where stood, high fed with corn, his own swift-footed steeds, the horses they secured. Ulysses then the bloody spoils of Dolon stowed away in the ship's stern, till fitting sacrifice to Pallas might be offered. To the sea descending then, they wash'd away the sweat which on their necks and thighs and knees had dried. The sweat wash'd off, and in the ocean waves themselves refresh'd, they sought the polish'd bath. Then, by the bath restored, and all their limbs anointed freely with the lysum oil, sat down to breakfast, and from flowing bowls in Pallas' honour pour'd the luscious wine. Book 11. Argument. The third battle and the acts of Agamemnon. Agamemnon, having armed himself, leads the Grecians to battle. Hector prepares the Trojans to receive them, while Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva give the signals for war. Agamemnon bears all before him, and Hector is commanded by Jupiter, who sends Iris for that purpose, to decline the engagement till the king should be wounded and retire from the field. He then makes a great slaughter of the enemy. Ulysses and Diomed put a stop to him for a time, but the latter, being wounded by Paris, is obliged to desert his companion, who is encompassed by the Trojans, wounded, and in the utmost danger, till Menelaus and Ajax rescue him. Hector comes against Ajax, but that hero alone opposes multitudes and rallies the Greeks. In the meantime, Machaon, in the other wing of the army, is pierced with an arrow by Paris, and carried from the fight in Nestor's chariot. Achilles, who overlooked the action from his ship, sends Patroclus to inquire which of the Greeks was wounded in that manner. Nestor entertains him in his tent with an account of the accidents of the day, and a long recital of some former wars which he had remembered, tending to put Patroclus upon persuading Achilles to fight for his countrymen, or at least to permit him to do it clad in Achilles' armour. Patroclus, in his return, meets Eurypylus, also wounded, and assists in that distress. This book opens with the 28th day of the poem, and the same day, with its various actions and adventures, is extended through the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and part of the 18th books. The scene lies in the field, near the monument of Ilus. Now rose Aurora from Tithonus' bed, to mortals and immortals bringing light. When to the ships of Greece came Discord down, dispatched from Jove with dire portents of war. Upon Ulysses' lofty ship she stood, the midmost, thence to shout to either side, or to the tents of Ajax Telamon, or of Achilles, who at each extreme, confiding in their strength, had moored their ships. There stood the goddess, and in accents loud and dread she called, and fixed in every breast the fierce resolve to wage unwearied war. And dearer to their hearts than thoughts of home or wished return became the battlefield. Atrides, loudly shouting, called the Greeks to arms. Himself his flashing armour donned. First on his legs the well-wrought greaves he fixed, fastened with silver clasps. His ample chest a breastplate guarded, given by Cinyras in pledge of friendship. For in Cyprus' isle he heard the rumour of the glorious fleet about to sail for Troy, and sought with gifts to win the favour of the mighty king. 10 bands were there, inwrought of dusky bronze, 12 of pure gold, twice 10 of shining tin. Of bronze 6 dragons upwards towards the neck their length extended, 3 on either side, in colour like the bow which Saturn's son placed in the clouds, a sign to mortal men. Then o'er his shoulder he threw his sword. Bright flashed the golden studs, the silver scabbard shone with golden baldric fitted. Next his shield he took, full-sized, well-wrought, well-proved in fight. Around it ran 10 circling rims of brass, with 20 bosses round of burnished tin, and in the centre one of dusky bronze. A Gorgon's head, with aspect terrible, was wrought, with fear and flight encircled round. Depending from a silver belt it hung, and on the belt a dragon, wrought in bronze, twined his lithe folds, and turned on every side, sprung from a single neck his triple head. Then on his brow his lofty helm he placed, four-crested, double-peaked, with horsehair plumes that nodded, fearful, from the warrior's head. Then took 2 weighty lances tipped with brass, which fiercely flashed against the face of heaven. Pallas and Juno thundering from on high in honour of Mycenae's wealthy lord. Meanwhile, upon the slope beneath the plain, the Trojan chiefs were gathered, Hector's self, Polydamas, Aeneas, as a god in reverence held, Antenor's 3 brave sons, Agenor's godlike presence, Polybus, and heavenly fair the youthful Acamas. in front was seen the broad circumference of Hector's shield, and as amid the clouds shines forth the fiery dog-star, bright and clear, anon beneath the cloudy veil concealed, so now in front was Hector seen, and now passed to the rear, exhorting. All in brass, his burnish'd arms like Jove's own lightning flash'd. As in the cornland of some wealthy lord, the rival bands of reapers mow the swathe, barley or wheat, and fast the trusses fall, so Greeks and Trojans mowed the opposing ranks. Nor these admitted thought of faint retreat, but still made even head, while those like wolves rush'd to the onset. Discord, goddess dire, beheld rejoicing. Of the heavenly powers, she only mingled with the combatants. The others all were absent. They, serene, reposed in gorgeous palaces, for each amid Olympus' deep recesses built. Yet all, the cloud-girt son of Saturn, blamed who willed the victory to the arms of Troy. He heeded not their anger, but withdrawn, apart from all, in pride of conscious strength, surveyed the walls of Troy, the ships of Greece, the flash of arms, the slayers and the slain. While yet 'twas morn, and wax'd the youthful day, thick flew the shafts, and fast the people fell on either side. But when the hour was come, when woodmen in the forest's deep recess prepare their food, and wearied with the toil of felling loftiest trees with aching arms, turn with keen relish to their midday meal, then Grecian valour broke the opposing ranks, as each along the line encouraged each. First sprang the monarch Agamemnon forth, and brave Baenor slew, his people's guard, and with the chief, his friend and charioteer, Oileus, he, down leaping from the car, stood forth defiant. But between his brows the monarch's spear was thrust, nor aught availed the brass-bound helm to stay the weapon's point. Through helm and bone it passed, and all the brain was shattered. Forward as he rushed, he fell. Them left he there, their bare breasts gleaming white, stripped of their arms, and hastened in pursuit of Antiphus and Isus, Priam's son, a bastard one, and one legitimate, both on one car. The bastard held the reins. Beside him stood the gallant Antiphus. Them, as they fed their flocks on Ida's heights, Achilles once had captive made, and bound with willow saplings, till for ransom freed. The mighty monarch Agamemnon drove through Isus' breast his spear. His weighty sword descended on the head of Antiphus, beside the ear, and hurled him from his car. These of their armour he despoiled in haste, known to him both, for he had seen them oft beside the ships, when thither captive brought from Ida by Achilles, swift of foot. As when a lion in their lair hath seized the helpless offspring of a mountain doe, and breaks their bones with ease, and with strong teeth crushes their tender life, nor can their dame, though close at hand she be, avail them aught, for she herself by deadly terror seized. Through the thick coppice and the forest flies, panting and bathed in sweat, the monsters rush. So dared no Trojan give those brethren aid, themselves in terror of the warlike Greeks. Pisander next, and bold Hippolochus, sons of Antimachus. 'Twas he who, chief seduced by Paris' gold and splendid gifts, advised the restitution to refuse of Helen to her lord. The king assailed, both on one car, but from their hands had dropped the broidered reins. Bewildered there they stood, while with a lion's bound upon them sprang the son of Atreus. Suppliant in the car they clasped his knees. "Give quarter, Atreus' son, redeem our lives. Our sire, Antimachus, possesses goodly store of brass and gold, and well-wrought iron, and of these he fain would pay a noble ransom, could he hear that in the Grecian ships we yet survived." Thus they, with gentle words and tears imploring. But all ungentle was the voice they heard in answer: "If indeed ye be the sons of that Antimachus, who counsel gave, when noble Menelaus came to Troy with sage Ulysses, as ambassadors, to slay them both, nor suffer their return, pay now the forfeit of your father's guilt." He said, and with a spear thrust through his breast, Pisander dash'd to earth, backward he fell. Down leap'd Hippolochus, but Atreus' son, severing his hands and neck amid the throng, sent whirling like a bull the gory head. These left he there, and where the thickest throng maintain'd the tug of war, thither he flew, and with him eager hosts of well-greaved Greeks. Soon on the Trojans' flight enforced they hung, destroying, foot on foot and horse on horse, while from the plain thick clouds of dust arose beneath the armed hoofs of clattering steeds. And on the monarch Agamemnon press'd, still slaying, urging still the Greeks to arms. As when amid a densely timber'd wood light the devouring flames, by eddying winds hither and thither borne, fast falls the copse, prostrate beneath the fire's impetuous course, so thickly fell the flying Trojans' heads beneath the might of Agamemnon's arm. And here and there, athwart the pass of war, was many an empty car at random whirled by strong-necked steeds of guiding hands bereft. Stretched on the plain they lay, more welcome sight to carrion birds than to their widowed wives. But Hector from the fray and din of war, and dust and blood and carnage, Jove withdrew. Still on Atrides press'd, the Greek pursuit, with eager shouts exciting, past the tomb of Ilus, ancient son of Dardanus, and toward the fig tree midway o'er the plain, straining to gain the town, the Trojans fled, while loudly shouting his unconquered hands with carnage dyed, Atrides urged their flight. But when the Scaean gates and oak were reach'd, they made a stand, and faced the foe's assault. Some o'er the open plain were yet dispersed, as heifers by a lion scattered wide at dead of night, all fly, on one descends the doom of death. Her with his powerful teeth he seizes, and her neck, first broken, rends, and on her entrails gorging, laps her blood. So these the monarch Agamemnon chased, slaying the hindmost. They in terror fled, some headlong, backward some. Atrides' hand hurled from their chariot many a warrior bold. So forward and so fierce he bore his spear. But as he neared the city, and stood beneath the lofty wall, the sire of gods and men from heaven descended. On the topmost height of Ida's spring-abounding hill he sat, and while his hand the lightning grasped, he thus to golden-winged Iris gave command. Haste thee, swift Iris, and to Hector bear from me this message. Bid him that as long as Agamemnon in the van appears, raging and dealing death among the ranks, he from the battle keep himself aloof, but urge the rest undaunted to maintain the stubborn fight. But should Atrides, struck by spear or arrow, to his car withdraw, he shall from me receive such power to slay, as to the ships shall bear him, ere the sun decline, and darkness spread her hallowing shade. Thus he. To Troy, obedient to his word, from Ida's heights swift-footed Iris sped. Amid the horses and the well-fram'd cars, the godlike Hector, Priam's son, she found, and stood beside him, and addressed him thus: Haste thee, swift Iris, and to Hector bear from me this message. Bid him that as long as Agamemnon in the van appears, raging and dealing death among the ranks, he from the battle keep himself aloof, but urge the rest undaunted to maintain the stubborn fight. But should Atrides, struck by spear or arrow, to his car withdraw, he shall from me receive such power to slay, as to the ships shall bear him, ere the sun decline, and darkness spread her hallowing shade. Thus he. To Troy, obedient to his word, from Ida's heights swift-footed Iris sped. Amid the horses and the well-fram'd cars, the godlike Hector, Priam's son, she found, and stood beside him, and addressed him thus: Hector, thou son of Priam, sage as Jove in council, he, the universal Lord, sends thee by me this message, that as long as Agamemnon in the van appears, raging and dealing death amid the ranks, thou from the battle keep thyself aloof, but urge the rest undaunted to maintain the stubborn fight. But should Atrides, struck by spear or arrow, to his car withdraw, thou shalt from him receive such power to slay, as to the ships shall bear thee, ere the sun decline, and darkness spread her hallowing shade. Swift-footed Iris said, and disappeared. But from his chariot Hector leaped to earth, hither and thither passing through the ranks, with brandished javelins, urging to the fight. Loud at his bidding rose the battle cry. Back rolled the tide. Again they faced the Greeks. On the other side, the Greeks their masses form'd, in line of battle range. Opposed they stood, and in the front, to none content to cede the foremost place, was Agamemnon seen. Say now, ye nine, who on Olympus dwell, of all the Trojans and their fam'd allies, who first opposed to Agamemnon stood? Iphidamas, Antenor's gallant son, stalwart and brave, in fertile Thracia bred, mother of flocks. Him in his infant years his grandsire, Cisseus, fair Theano's sire, in his own palace rear'd, and when he reach'd the perfect measure of his glorious youth, still in his house retain'd him, and to wife gave him his daughter. But when tidings came of Grecian warfare, from the marriage straight embarking, with 12 beak'd ships he sail'd, that own'd his sway. These on Percote's shore he left, and came himself on foot to Troy, who now confronted Atreus' godlike son. When they drew near, Atrides missed his aim, his spear diverging. Then Iphidamas, beneath the breastplate, striking on his belt, strove with strong hand to drive the weapon home, yet could not pierce the belt's close-plated work. The point, encountered by the silver fold, was bent like lead. Then with his powerful hand the monarch Agamemnon seized the spear, and toward him drew, and with a lion's strength wrenched from his foeman's grasp. Then on his neck let fall his sword, and slacked his limbs in death. There, falling in his country's cause, he slept the iron sleep of death. Unhappy he, far from his virgin bride, yet unpossessed, though bought with costly presents. First he gave 100 steers, and promised thousands more of sheep and goats from out his countless flocks. Him Agamemnon of his arms despoiled, and to the crowd of Greeks the trophies bore. But when Antenor's eldest born beheld Coon, the observed of all men, bitterest grief his eyes overshadowed for his brother's fate. And, unperceived by Atreus' godlike son, standing aside, he struck him with his spear, through the mid-arm beneath the elbow's bend, and drove right through the weapon's glittering point. Writhed with the pain the mighty king of men. Yet from the combat flinched he not, nor quailed, but grasping firm his weather-toughened spear, on Coon rushed, as by the feet he drew his father's son, Iphidamas, away, invoking all the bravest to his aid. And as he drew the body toward the crowd, beneath the bossy shield the monarch thrust his brass-clad spear, and slacked his limbs in death. Then, near approaching, even upon the corpse of dead Iphidamas, struck off his head. So by Atrides' hand Antenor's sons, their doom accomplished, to the shades were sent. Then through the crowded ranks, with spear and sword and massive stones, he held his furious course, while the hot blood was welling from his arm. But when the wound was dry, and staunched the blood, keen anguish then Atrides' might subdued. As when a woman in her labour throes sharp pangs encompass, by Lucina sent, who rules o'er childbirth travail, even so keen the pangs that then Atrides' might subdued. Mounting his car, he bade his charioteer drive to the ships, for sore his spirit was pained. But loud and clear he shouted to the Greeks, "O friends, the chiefs and counsellors of Greece, yours be it now our sea-borne ships to guard, since Jove, the Lord of counsel, through the day wills not that I the battle should maintain." He said, and swiftly to the ships were driven his sleek-skinned coursers. Nothing loth they flew. With foam their chests were flecked, with dust their flanks, as from the field their wounded lord they bore. But Hector, as he saw the king retire, to Trojans and to Lycians called aloud, "Trojans and Lycians, and ye Dardans fam'd in close encounter, quit ye now like men, put forth your wonted valour. From the field their bravest has withdrawn, and Jove on me great glory hath shed. Now headlong on the Greeks urge your swift steeds, and endless honour gain." His words fresh courage roused in every breast, and as a hunter cheers his sharp-fanged hounds on forest boar or lion, on the Greeks so cheered the valiant Trojans Priam's son, illustrious Hector, stern as blood-stained Mars, bent on high deeds, himself in front advanced, fell on the masses as a whirlwind falls, lashing with furious sweep the dark blue sea. Say then, who first, who last, by Hector's hand, whom Jove had willed to crown with honour, died? Asius first, and then Autonous, Opytes, and Opheltius, Dolops, son of Clytus, and Asimnus, Agelus, and Orus, and brave Hipponous. All these the chiefs of Greece. The nameless crowd he scattered next, as when the west wind drives the clouds and battles with the hurricane. Before the clearing blast of Notus driven, the big waves heave and roll, and high aloft the gale, careering, flings the ocean spray. So thick and furious fell on hostile heads the might of Hector. Now had fearful deeds been done, and Greeks beside their ships had fallen in shameful rout, had not Ulysses thus to Diomed the son of Tydeus called. "Why, son of Tydeus, should we thus relax our warlike courage? Come, stand by me now, true friend. If Hector of the glancing helm our ships should capture, great were our disgrace." Whom answer'd thus the valiant Diomed: "Beside thee will I stand, and still endure. But brief will be the term of our success, since Jove, the cloud compeller, not to us, but to the Trojans, wills the victory." He said, and from his car Thymbraeus hurl'd, through the left breast transfix'd. Ulysses' hand his charioteer, the brave Molion, slew. These left they there, no more to share the fight. Then turning, spread confusion mid the crowd. As turn two boars upon the hunter's pack, with desperate courage turning so to bay, Those two the Trojans scattering, gave the Greeks, from Hector flying, time again to breathe. A car they seized, which bore two valiant chiefs, sons of Percotian Merops. He, o'er all in lore prophetic skilled, would fain at home have kept them from the life-destroying war. But they, by adverse fate, impelled to seek their doom of death, his warning voice despised. These two, of strength and life at once bereft. The son of Tydeus, valiant Diomed, stripped of their armour, while Ulysses slew Hippodamus and bold Hypericus. Thus Jove, from Ida's height beholding, held his even scale, each party slaughtering each. Then with his spear Tydides through the loins Agastrophus, the son of Paeon, smote. No car had he at hand, whereto to fly, but, ill-advised, had in the attendants' charge his horses left far off, while he himself rushed mid the throng on foot, and met his doom. Hector's quick glance athwart the files beheld, and to the rescue with a shout he sprang, the Trojan columns following. Not unmoved the valiant Diomed his coming saw, and thus bespoke Ulysses at his side: "On us this plague, this mighty Hector falls, yet stand we firm, and boldly meet the shock." He said, and poising hurled his ponderous spear, and not in vain. On Hector's head it struck, his helmet's crest, but brass encountering brass, himself it reach'd not. For the visor'd helm, Apollo's gift, three-plated, stay'd its force. Yet backward Hector sprang amid the crowd, and on his knees he dropped, his stalwart hand propped on the ground, while darkness veiled his eyes. But ere Tydides, following up, his spear attained far from the spot whereon he fell, Hector revived, and mounting quick his car, drove mid the crowd, and 'scaped the doom of death. Then thus with threat'ning spear Tydides cried: "Yet once again, vile hound, hast thou escaped. Thy doom was nigh, but thee thy God hath saved, Phoebus, to whom amid the clash of spears well mayst thou pray. We shall meet again, when I shall end thee, if a guardian God I too may claim. Meanwhile from thee I turn, and others seek, on whom my hap may light." He said, and turn'd him of his arms to strip the son of Paeon. But beside the stone that mark'd where men of old had raised a mound to Ilus, Dardan's son, the ancient chief, there crouching, Paris, fair-hair'd Helen's lord, against the son of Tydeus bent his bow. He from the breast of brave Agastrophus had stripped the corslet, from his shoulders broad the buckler, and the helmet from his head, when Paris bent his bow. From his shoulders broad the buckler, and the helmet from his head, when Paris bent his bow, and not in vain his arrow launch'd. Tydides' dexter foot right through it pierc'd, and pinn'd it to the ground. joyous he laugh'd, and from his hiding place sprang forth, and thus in tones of triumph cried: "Thou hast it! Not in vain my shaft hath flown. Would that, deep buried in thy flank, it touch'd thy very life! So should our Trojans lose their panic fear, who now on thee with dread, as bleating goats upon a lion, look." To whom unmov'd the valiant Diomed: "Poor archer, trusting to thy bow alone, vile slanderer and seducer! If indeed thou durst, in arms opposed to me, to stand, naught would avail thy arrows and thy bow. And now, because thy shaft hath grazed my foot, thou mak'st thine empty boast. I heed thee not, more than a woman or a puny child. A worthless coward's weapon hath no point. 'Tis different far with me; though light it falls, my spear is sharp, and whom it strikes it slays. His widow's cheeks are marked with scars of grief, his children orphans. Rotting on the ground, red with his blood, he lies, his funeral rites by carrion birds, and not by women paid." Thus while he spoke, Ulysses, spearman bold, drew near, and stood before him. He behind sat down protected, and from out his foot the arrow drew, whereat sharp anguish shot through all his flesh. And mounting on his car, he bade his faithful charioteer in haste drive to the ships, for pain weighed down his soul. Alone Ulysses stood. Of all the Greeks not one beside him; all were panic struck. Then with his spirit perturbed, he communed thus: "Me miserable! Which way shall I choose? 'Twere ill indeed that I should turn to flight, by hostile numbers daunted. Yet 'twere worse here to be caught alone, and Saturn's son with panic fear the other Greeks hath fill'd. Yet why, my soul, admit these thoughts as these? I know that cowards from the battle fly, but he who boasts a warrior's name must learn, wounded or wounding, firmly still to stand." While in his mind and spirit thus he mused, onward the buckler'd ranks of Trojans came, and, to their harm, encircled him around. As when a boar, by dogs and stalwart youths attacked, the sheltering thicket leaves, and whets the tusks that gleam beneath his curved jaws, they crowd about, though ring his clattering tusks, and, fearful though it be, await his rush. So crowded round Ulysses, dear to Jove, the Trojans. He, with brandish'd spear aloft, sprang forth, and through the shoulder from above Deiopites wounded. Thoon next he slew, and Ennomus. Then with his spear Chrysidamus, in act to quit his car, thrust through the loins below his bossy shield. Prone in the dust, he clutch'd the blood-stained soil. From these he turn'd, and wounded with his spear Charops, the high-born Socus' brother, son of Hippasus. Then forward sprang, to aid his brother, godlike Socus. Close he stood before Ulysses, and address'd him thus: "Far fam'd Ulysses, as in arms, in wiles unwearied, thou this day o'er both the sons of Hippasus, two mighty warriors slain, and of their armour spoiled, shalt make thy boast, or by my spear thyself shalt lose thy life." He said, and on the shield's broad circle struck. Through the bright shield the sturdy weapon drove, and through the rich wrought baldric, from the ribs tearing the flesh away. But Pallas seized, and turned it from the vital parts aside. The wound Ulysses knew was not to death, and back he drew, and thus to Socus cried: "Ill-fated thou! Thy doom hath found thee now. Me hast thou hindered from the war a while, but thee to swift destruction and dark death this day I doom. Great glory of thee subdued shall I obtain, and Hades take thy soul." Thus he. And Socus, turning, sought to fly, but as he turned him round, Ulysses' spear behind his neck, between the shoulder blades, was driven, and through his chest, thundering, he fell. And o'er his fall, Ulysses vaunting thus: "Socus, thou son of warlike Hippasus, here hast thou found, nor couldst escape thy doom. Ill-fated thou! Nor sire's nor mother's hand shall gather up thy bones, but carrion birds o'er thee shall flap their baleful wings, and tear thy mangled flesh. For me, whene'er I die, the sons of Greece will build my funeral pyre." From out his flesh, and from the bossy shield, the spear of Socus, as he spoke, he drew, and as he drew it forth, out gush'd his blood, with anguish keen. The Trojans, when they saw Ulysses' blood, with clamorous shouts advanced promiscuous. He, retiring, shouted loud to call his comrades. Loud as head of man could bear, he shouted thrice, and thrice his shout the warlike Menelaus heard. And thus to Ajax, standing by his side, he spoke: "Ajax, thou heaven-born son of Telamon, great chief of men, methinks I hear the voice of stout Ulysses, as though left alone, and in the stubborn fight cut off from aid, by Trojans overmaster'd. Haste we then, for so 'twere best to give him present aid. Brave though he be, yet left alone, I fear great cause we Greeks may have to mourn his loss." He spoke, and led the way. The godlike chief followed his steps. Ulysses, dear to Jove, surrounded by the Trojan host they found, as hungry jackals on the mountain side around a stag that from an archer's hand hath taken hurt, yet while his blood was warm and limbs yet served, has baffled his pursuit, but when the fatal shaft has drained his strength, thirsting for blood, beneath the forest shade the jackals seize their victim. Then if chance a hungry lion pass, the jackals shrink in terror back, while he devours the prey. So round Ulysses, sage in council, pressed the Trojans, many and brave. Yet nobly he averted spear in hand, the fatal hour. Till, with his tower-like shield before him borne, appear'd great Ajax, and beside him stood. Hither and thither then the Trojans fled, while with supporting arm from out the crowd the warlike Menelaus led him forth, till his attendant with his car drew near. Then Ajax, on the Trojans springing, slew Doryclus, royal Priam's bastard son. Next Pyrrhasus he smote, and Pandicus, Lysander, and Pylartes. As a stream swollen by the rains of heaven, that from the hills pours down its wintry torrent on the plain, and many a blighted oak and many a pine it bears with piles of driftwood to the sea, so swept illustrious Ajax o'er the plain, o'erthrowing men and horses. Unknown to Hector, he, upon Scamander's banks, was warring on the field's extremest left, where round great Nestor and the warlike king Idomeneus, while men were falling fast, rose irrepressible the battle cry. Hector, mid these, was working wondrous deeds with spear and car, routing the opposed youth. Yet had the Greeks even so their ground maintained, but godlike Paris, fair-haired Helen's lord, through the right shoulder with a 3-barbed shaft, as in the front he fought, Machaon quelled. For him the warrior Greeks were sore afraid, lest he, as back the line of battle rolled, might to the foe be left. To Nestor then Idomeneus addressed his speech, and said, O Nestor, son of Nereus, pride of Greece, haste thee to mount thy car, and with thee take Machaon. Toward the vessels urge with speed the flying steeds. Worth many a life is his, the skilful leech, who knows with practised hand to extract the shaft, and healing drugs apply. He said. Gerenian Nestor at the word mounted his car, Machaon at his side, the skilful leech, sage Aesculapius' son. He touched his horses. Toward the Grecian ships, as was his purpose, nothing loth, they flew. To Hector then Cebriones, who saw confused the Trojans' right, drew near and said, Hector, we here, on the outskirts of the field, o'erpower the Greeks. On th' other side, our friends, in strange confusion mingled, horse and man, are driven. Among them Ajax spreads dismay, the son of Telamon, I know him well, and the broad shield that o'er his shoulders hangs. Thither direct we then our car, where most in mutual slaughter horse and foot engage, and loudest swells unchecked the battle cry. He said, and with the pliant lash he touched the sleek-skinned horses. Springing at the sound, between the Greeks and Trojans light they bore the flying car, o'er bodies of the slain and broken bucklers trampling. All beneath was plashed with blood, the axle and the rails around the car, as from the horses' feet, and from the felloes of the wheels were thrown the bloody gouts. Yet on he sped, to join the strife of men, and break the opposing ranks. His coming spread confusion mid the Greeks, his spear awhile withheld. Then through the rest, with sword and spear and ponderous stones he rushed, but shunned the might of Ajax Telamon. But Jove, high-throned, the soul of Ajax filled with fear, aghast he stood, his sevenfold shield he threw behind his back, and, trembling, gazed upon the crowd. Then, like some beast of prey, foot slowly following foot, reluctant turned. As when the rustic youths and dogs have driven a tawny lion from the cattle-fold, watching all night, and balked him of his prey, ravening for flesh, he still the attempt renews, but still in vain, for many a javelin, hurled by vigorous arms, confronts him to his face, and blazing faggots, that his courage daunt, till with the dawn reluctant he retreat. So from before the Trojans Ajax turned, reluctant, fearing for the ships of Greece. As near a field of corn, a stubborn ass, upon whose sides had many a club been broke, o'erpowers his boyish guides, and, entering in, on the rich forage grazes, while the boys their cudgels ply, but vain their puny strength, yet drive him out, when fully fed, with ease. Even so great Ajax, son of Telamon, the valiant Trojans, and their famed allies, still thrusting at his shield, before them drove. Yet would he sometimes, rallying, hold in check the Trojan host, then turn again to flight, yet barring still the passage to the ships. Midway between the Trojans and the Greeks he stood defiant. Many javelins, hurled by vigorous arms, were in their flight received on his broad shield, and many, ere they reached their living mark, fell midway on the plain, fixed in the ground, in vain athirst for blood. Him thus, hard pressed by thick-thrown spears, beheld Eurypylus, Eumene's noble son. He hastened up, and aimed his glittering spear, and Apisaon, Phausius' noble son, below the midriff through the liver struck, and straight relaxed in sudden death his limbs. Forth sprang Eurypylus to seize the spoils, but godlike Paris saw, and as he stooped from Apisaon's corpse to strip his arms, against Eurypylus he bent his bow, and his right thigh transfixed. The injured limb disabling, in the wound the arrow broke. He, mid his friends, escaping death, withdrew, and to the Greeks with piercing shout he called, "O friends, the chiefs and counsellors of Greece, turn yet again, and from the doom of death great Ajax save, hard pressed by hostile spears. Scarce can I hope he may escape with life the desperate fight. Yet bravely stand, and aid the mighty Ajax, son of Telamon." Thus spoke the wounded hero. Round him they, with sloping shields and spears, uplifted stood. Ajax to meet them came, and when he reached the friendly ranks, again he turned to bay. So raged like blazing fire the furious fight. Meanwhile the mares of Neleus, drenched with sweat, bore Nestor and Machaon from the field. Achilles saw, and marked them where he stood upon his lofty vessel's prow, and watched the grievous toil, the lamentable rout. Then on his friend Patroclus from the ship he called aloud. He heard his voice, and forth, as Mars majestic, from the tent he came. That day commenced his evil destiny. And thus Menoetius' noble son began. "Why call'st thou me? What wouldst thou, Peleus' son?" To whom Achilles, swift of foot, replied, "Son of Menoetius, dearest to my soul, soon must the suppliant Greeks before me kneel, so insupportable is now their need. But haste thee now, Patroclus, dear to Jove, enquire of Nestor from the battlefield whom brings he wounded. Looking from behind, most like he seemed to Aesculapius' son, Machaon, but his face I could not see, so swiftly past the eager horses flew." He said. Obedient to his friend's command, quick to the tents and ships Patroclus ran. They, when they reached the tent of Neleus' son, descended to the ground. Eurymedon, the old man's mares, unharnessed from the car, while on the beach they faced the cooling breeze, which from their garments dried the sweat. Then turned, and in the tent on easy seats reposed. For them the fair-haired Hecamede mixed a cordial potion. Her from Tenedos, when by Achilles ta'en, the old man brought, daughter of great Arsinius, whom the Greeks on him, their sagest counsellor, bestowed. Before them first a table fair she spread, well polish'd, and with feet of solid bronze. On this a brazen canister she placed, and onions as a relish to the wine, and pale clear honey, and pure barley meal. By these a splendid goblet, which from home the old man had brought, with golden studs adorned. 4 were its handles, and round each 2 doves appeared to feed, at either end a cup. Scarce might another move it from the board, when full, but aged Nestor raised with ease. In this their goddess-like attendant first a generous measure mixed of Pramnian wine, then with a brazen grater shredded o'er the goat's milk cheese and whitest barley meal, and of the draught compounded bade them drink. They drank, and then relieved the parching thirst, with mutual converse entertained the hour. Before the gate divine Patroclus stood. The old man saw, and from his seat arose, and took him by the hand, and led him in, and bade him sit. But he, refusing, said, "No seat for me, thou venerable sire, I must not stay, for he both awe and fear commands, who hither sent me to enquire what wounded man thou hast. I need not ask, I know Machaon well, his people's guard. My errand done, I must my message bear back to Achilles, and thou know'st thyself, thou venerable sire, how stern his mood. Nay, sometimes blames he where no blame is due." To whom Gerenian Nestor thus replied: "Whence comes Achilles' pity for the Greeks, by Trojan weapons wounded? Knows he not what depth of suffering through the camp prevails? how in the ships, by arrow or by spear, sore wounded, all our best and bravest lie? The valiant son of Tydeus, Diomed, pierced by a shaft, Ulysses by a spear, and Agamemnon's self, Eurypylus by a sharp arrow through the thigh transfixed, and here another, whom but now I bring, shot by a bow from off the battlefield. Achilles, valiant as he is, the while for Grecian woes nor care nor pity feels, waits he until our ships beside the sea, in our despite, are burnt by hostile fires, and we be singly slain. Not mine is now the strength I boasted once of active limbs. Oh, that such youth and vigour yet were mine, as when, about a cattle-lifting raid, we fought the Eleans. There Itymeneus I slew, the son of brave Hypericus, who dwelt in Elis, and my booty drove. He sought to guard the herd, but from my hand a javelin struck him in the foremost ranks. He fell, and terror seized the rustic crowd. Abundant store of plunder from the plain we drove, of horned cattle 50 herds, as many flocks of sheep, as many droves of swine, as many wide-spread herds of goats, and thrice so many golden chestnut bears, the foals of many running with their dames. To Pylos, Neleus' city, these we drove by night, and much it gladdened Neleus' heart, that I, though new to war, such prize had won. When morn appear'd, the clear-voiced heralds call'd for all to whom from Elis debts were due. Collected thus, the Pylians' leading men division made, for Elis owed us much. Such wrongs we few in Pylos had sustained. The might of Hercules in former years had storm'd our town, and all our bravest slain. 12 gallant sons had Neleus; I of these alone was left, the others all were gone. Whence, over-proud, the Epeans treated us with insult and high-handed violence. A herd of oxen now, and numerous flock of sheep, the old man selected for himself, 300, with their shepherds, for to him large compensation was from Elis due. Trained to the course, 4 horses with their cars he for the tripod at the Ilian games had sent to run. These Augeas, king of men, detained, and bade the drivers home return, bootless, and grieving for their horses' loss. The old man his words resenting, and his acts large spoils retained. The rest among the crowd he shared, that none might lose his portion due. These we disposed of soon, and to the gods due offerings made. But when the third day rose, back in all haste, in numbers, horse and foot, our foes returned. With them the Molian twins, yet boys, untutor'd in the arts of war. Far off by Alpheus' banks, the extremest verge of sandy Pylos, is a lofty mound, the city of Thyrum, which around intent to raise its walls. Their army was encamped, the plain already they had overspread. When Pallas from Olympus' heights came down in haste, and bade us all prepare for war, on no unwilling ears her message fell, but eager all for fight. But me to arm Neleus forbade, and e'en my horses hid, deeming me yet unripe for deeds of war. Yet so, albeit on foot, by Pallas' grace, a name I gained above our noblest horse. There is a river, Minyas by name, hard by Arene, flowing to the sea, where we, the Pylian host, expecting morn encamped, by troops of footmen quickly joined. Thence in all haste advancing, all in arms we reach'd by midday Alpheus' sacred stream. There to o'erruling Jove our offerings made, to Alpheus and to Neptune each a bowl, to Pallas blue-eyed maid a heifer fair. In order'd ranks we took our evening meal, and each in arms upon the river's brink lay down to rest. For close beside us lay the Epeans, on the town's destruction bent. Then saw they mighty deeds of war display'd, for we, as sunlight overspread the earth, to Jove and Pallas praying, battle gave. But when the Pylians and the Epeans met, I first a warrior slew, and seized his car, bold spearman Mulius, Aegeus' son-in-law, his eldest daughter's husband, Agamede, the yellow-haired, who all the virtues knew of each medicinal herb the wide world grows. Him with my brass-tipped spear, as on he came, I slew, he fell. I, rushing to his car, stood mid the foremost ranks. The Epeans, brave, fled diverse, when they saw their champion fall, chief of their horsemen, foremost in the fight. With the dark whirlwind's force I onward rush'd, and 50 cars I took. 2 men in each fell to my spear, and bit the bloody dust. Then Axtor's sons, the Molians, had I slain, had not the earth-shaking God, their mighty sire, veil'd in thick cloud, withdrawn them from the field. Then Jove great glory to the Pylians gave, for o'er the wide-spread plain we held pursuit, slaying, and gath'ring up the scatter'd arms. Nor till corn-clad Buprasium, and the rock Olenius, and Alazium, term'd the mound, stay'd we our steeds, there Pallas bade us turn. There the last man I slew, and left. The Greeks back from Buprasium drove their flying cars to Pylos, magnifying all the name mid men of Nestor as mid gods of Jove. Such once was I mid men, while yet I was. Now to himself alone Achilles keeps his valour, yet hereafter, when the Greeks have perish'd all, remorse shall touch his soul. Dear friend, remember now the injunctions given by old Menoetius, when from Thyian land he sent thee forth to Agamemnon's aid. I and Laertes' godlike son within heard all his counsel. To the well-built house of Peleus we on embassy had come throughout Achaea's fertile lands to raise the means of war. Menoetius there we found, Achilles and thyself within the house, while in the courtyard aged Peleus slew, and to the Lord of Thunder offered up a fattened steer, and from a golden bowl o'er the burnt offering pour'd the ruddy wine. We too, while you were busied with the flesh, stood at the gate surprised. Achilles rose and took us by the hand, and bade us sit, dispensing all the hospitable rites. With food and wine recruited, I began my speech, and urged ye both to join the war. Nor were ye loth to go. Much sage advice your elders gave. Old Peleus bade his son to aim at highest honours, and surpass his comrades all. Menoetius, Actor's son, to thee this counsel gave. My son, he said, Achilles is by birth above thee far. Thou art in years the elder, he in strength surpasses thee. Do thou with prudent words and timely speech address him, and advise and guide him. He will, to his good, obey. Such were the old man's words, but thou hast let his counsel slip thy memory. Yet even now speak to Achilles thus, and stir his soul, if haply he will hear thee. And who knows but by the grace of heaven thou mayst prevail? For great is oft a friend's persuasive power. But if the fear of evil prophesied, or message by his goddess mother brought from Jove, restrain him, let him send thee forth with all of his force of warlike Myrmidons, that thou mayst be the saving light of Greece. Then let him bid thee to the battle bear his glittering arms. If so, the men of Troy, scared by his likeness, may forsake the field, and breathing time afford the sons of Greece, toil-worn. For little pause has been theirs, fresh and unwearied. Ye with ease may drive to their own city, from our ships and tents, the Trojans, worn and battle-wearied men. Thus he. Patroclus' spirit within him burned, and toward Achilles' tent in haste he sped. But running, as Achilles' ship he passed, where was the council and the justice seat, and where were built the altars of the gods, there met him, halting from the battle-field, shot through the thigh, Euaemon's heaven-born son, Eurypylus, his head and shoulders dank with clammy sweat, while from his grievous wound streamed the dark blood. Yet firm was still his soul. Menoetius' noble son with pity saw, and deeply sorrowing, thus addressed the chief: "Woe for the chiefs and counsellors of Greece! And must ye, far from friends and native home, glut with your flesh the ravening dogs of Troy? Yet tell me this, heaven-born Eurypylus, still do the Greeks 'gainst Hector's giant force make head, or fall they vanquish'd by his spear?" To whom with prudent speech Eurypylus: "No source, heaven-born Patroclus, have the Greeks of aid, but all must perish by their ships. For in the ships lie all our bravest, late by spear or arrow struck by Trojan hands, and fiercer hour by hour their onset grows. But save me now, and lead me to the ships. There cut the arrow out, and from the wound with tepid water cleanse the clotted blood. Then soothing drugs apply, of healing power, which from Achilles thou, 'tis said, hast learn'd from Chiron, justest of the Centaurs he. For Podalirius and Machaon both, our leeches, one lies wounded in the tents, himself requiring sore the leech's aid. The other on the plain still dares the fight. To whom again Menoetius' noble son: "How may this be? Say, brave Eurypylus, what must I do? A messenger am I, sent by Gerenian Nestor, prop of Greece, with tidings to Achilles. Yet, even so, I will not leave thee in this weary plight." He said, and passing his supporting hand beneath his breast, the warrior led within the tent. The attendants saw, and spread the ox-hide couch. Then, as he lay reclined, Patroclus with his dagger from the thigh cut out the biting shaft, and from the wound with tepid water cleansed the clotted blood. Then pounded in his hands a root, applied astringent anodyne, which all his pain allayed. The wound was dried, and staunched the blood. Book 12. Argument. The Battle at the Grecian Wall. The Greeks, having retired into their entrenchments, Hector attempts to force them, but it proving impossible to pass the ditch, Polydamas advises to quit their chariots and manage the attack on foot. The Trojans follow his counsel, and having divided their army into 5 bodies of foot, begin the assault. But upon the signal of an eagle with a serpent in his talons, which appeared on the left hand of the Trojans, Polydamas endeavours to withdraw them again. This Hector opposes, and continues the attack, in which, after many actions, Sarpedon makes the first breach in the wall. Hector also, casting a stone of a vast size, forces open one of the gates, and enters at the head of his troops, who victoriously pursue the Grecians even to their ships. Thus o'er the wounded chief Eurypylus watched in his tent Menoetius' noble son. But hand to hand the Greeks and Trojans fought, nor longer might the ditch the assault repel, nor the broad wall above, which Greeks had built to guard their ships, and round it dug the ditch. But to the gods no hecatombs had paid, that they the ships and all the stores within might safely keep. Against the will of heaven the work was done, and thence not long endured. While Hector lived, and Peleus' son his wrath retained, and Priam's city untaken stood, so long the Grecian wall remained entire. But of the Trojans, when the best had fallen, of Greeks, when some were slain, some yet survived, when the 10th year had seen the fall of Troy, and Greeks embarked had ta'en their homeward way, then Neptune and Apollo counsel took to sap the wall by aid of all the streams that seaward from the heights of Ida flow, Rhesus, Caresus, and Heptaporus, Granicus, and Aesepus, Rhodius, Scamander's stream divine, and Simois, where helms and shields lay buried in the sand, and a whole race of warrior demigods. These all Apollo to one channel turned. 9 days against the wall the torrent beat, and Jove sent rain continuous, that the wall might sooner be submerged, while Neptune's self, his trident in his hand, led on the stream, washing away the deep foundations laid laborious by the Greeks with logs and stone, now by fast-flowing Hellespont dispersed. The wall destroyed, o'er all the shore he spread a sandy drift, and bade the streams return to where of old their silver waters flowed. Such were in future days to be the works of Neptune and Apollo. But meanwhile fierce raged the battle round the firm-built wall, and frequent clattered on the turret's beams the hostile missiles. By the scourge of Jove subdued, the Greeks beside their ships were hemm'd. By Hector scared, fell minister of dread, who with the whirlwind's force, as ever, fought. As when by dogs and hunters circled round a boar or lion, in his pride of strength, turns on his foes, while they in close array stand opposite, and frequent shoot their darts, nor yet his spirit quails, but firm he stands with suicidal courage. Swift he turns, where best to break the circling ranks. Where'er he makes his rush, the circling ranks give way. So Hector here and there, amid the crowd, urged his companions on to cross the ditch. The fiery steeds shrank back, and, snorting, stood upon the topmost brink. For the wide ditch withheld them, easy nor to leap nor cross, for steep arose on either side the banks, and at the top with sharpened stakes were crowned, thick-set and strong, which there the sons of Greece had planted to repel the invading foes. Scarce might a horse, with well-wheeled car attached, essay the passage, but on foot they burned to make the attempt. And thus Polydamas, approaching near to valiant Hector, spoke. Hector, and all ye other chiefs of Troy, and brave allies, in vain we seek to drive our horses o'er the ditch. 'Tis hard to cross, 'tis crowned with pointed stakes, and them behind is built the Grecian wall. There to descend, and from our cars in narrow space to fight, were certain ruin. If it be indeed the will of Jove, high thundering, to confound the Greeks in utter rout, and us to aid, I should rejoice that every Greek forthwith, far from his home, should fill a nameless grave. But should they turn, and we again be driven back from the ships, and hurried down the ditch, such were our loss, that scarce a messenger would live to bear the tidings to the town of our destruction by the rallied Greeks. Hear then my counsel. Let us all agree, with our attendants here upon the bank, to leave our horses, and ourselves on foot, all armed, press on where Hector leads. The Greeks, if that their doom be nigh, will make no stand. Thus spoke Polydamas, his counsel pleased, and Hector sprang in arms from off his car, nor long the noble Hector, when they saw, delayed the other chiefs. Then gave command each to his own attendant by the ditch to keep the chariots all in due array. Then, parting, formed in order of attack in 5 divisions with their several chiefs. Round Hector thronged, and bold Polydamas, the best and bravest, they who longed the most to storm the wall and fight beside the ships. With them Cebriones, for Hector left to guard the horses one of lesser note. The next division was by Paris led, Agenor and Alcathous. The third by Helenus and brave Deiphobus, 2 sons of Priam. Asius was the third, Asius the son of Hyrtacus, who brought his towering fiery steeds from Salus' stream, hard by Arisba. Stout Aeneas led the fourth, and Chryses' son Archilochus with him, and Acamas, Antenor's sons, both skilled alike in every point of war. Of the far-famed allies, Sarpedon held the chief command, and for his comrades chose Asteropaeus and the warlike might of Glaucus. These, o'er all the rest, he held preeminent in valour, save himself, who o'er them all superior stood confessed. These interlaced their shields of tough bull's hide, with eager step advanced, and deemed the Greeks would, unresisting, fall before their ships. The other Trojans and renowned allies the words of wise Polydamas obeyed. But Asius, son of Hyrtacus, refused his horses and his charioteer to leave, with them advancing to assail the ships. Blind fool, unconscious! From before those ships escaped from death, with horses and with car, triumphant to the breezy heights of Troy, he never shall return. Ill-omened fate, o'ershadowing, dooms him by the spear to fall of brave Idomeneus, Deucalion's son. He toward the left inclined, what way the Greeks with horse and chariot from the plain returned. That way he drove his horses, and the gates unguarded found, by bolt or massive bar. Their warders held them opened wide, to save, perchance, some comrade flying from the plain. Thither he bent his course, with clamours loud followed his troops, nor deemed they that the Greeks would hold their ground, but fall amid their ships. Little they knew. Before the gates they found 2 men, 2 warriors of the prime, 2 sons illustrious of the spear-skilled Lapithae. Stout Polypoetes one, Pirithous' son, with whom Leonteus, bold as blood-stained Mars. So stood these 2 before the lofty gates, as on the mountain side 2 towering oaks, which many a day have borne the wind and storm, firm rifted by their strong continuous roots. So in their arms and vigour confident, those 2 great Asius' charge undaunted met. On the other side, with shouts and wild uproar, their bull's-hide shields uplifted high, advanced against the well-built wall, Asius the king, Iameneus, Orestes, Acamas, the son of Asius and Enomaus, and Thoon. Those within to save the ships calling, meanwhile, on all the well-greaved Greeks. But when they saw the wall by Trojans scaled, and heard the cry of Greeks in panic fear, sprang forth those 2 before the gates to fight. As when 2 boars upon the mountain side await the approaching din of men and dogs, then sideways rushing, snap the wood around, ripped from the roots. Loud clash their clattering tusks, till to the huntsman's spear they yield their lives. So clattered on those champions' brass-clad breasts the hostile weapons. Stubbornly they fought, relying on their strength, and friends above, for from the well-built towers huge stones were hurled, by those who for themselves, their tents and ships, maintained defensive warfare. Thick they fell as wintry snowflakes, which upon the boisterous wind, driving the shadowy clouds, spreads fast and close o'er all the surface of the fertile earth. So thick from Grecian and from Trojan hands the weapons flew. On helm and bossy shield with grating sound the ponderous masses rang. Then, deeply groaning, as he smote his thigh, thus spoke dismayed the son of Hyrtacus. O Father Jove, how hast thou loved our hopes to falsify, who deemed not that the Greeks would stand our onset and resistless arms? But they, as yellow-banded wasps or bees, that by some rocky pass have built their nests, abandoned not their caverned home, but wait the attack, and boldly for their offspring fight. So from the gates these two, though two alone, retire not, till they be or ta'en or slain. He said, but Jove regarded not his words, so much on Hector's triumph he was bent. Like battle raged round the other gates, but hard it were for me, with godlike power, to paint each several combat. For around the wall a more than human storm of stone was poured on every side. The Greeks, hard pressed, perforce fought for their ships, while all the gods looked on indignant, who the Grecian cause upheld. Fiercely the Lapithae sustained the war. Stout Polypoetes first, Pirithous' son, smote through the brass-cheeked helmet Damasus, nor stayed the brazen helm the spear, whose point went crashing through the bone, that all the brain was shattered. Onward as he rushed, he fell. Then Pylon next, and Ormenus he slew. Meantime Leonteus, scion true of Mars, struck with unerring spear Hippomachus, son of Antimachus, below the waist. Then, drawing from the sheath his trenchant sword, dash'd through the crowd, and hand to hand he smote Antiphates. He backward fell to earth. Menon, Iamenus, Orestes next, in quick succession, to the ground he brought. From these, while they their glittering armour stripped, round Hector thronged, and bold Polydamas, the bravest and the best, who longed the most to storm the wall, and burn with fire the ships. Yet on the margin of the ditch they paused, for as they sought to cross, a sign from heaven appeared to leftward of the astonished crowd. A soaring eagle in his talons bore a dragon, huge of size, of blood-red hue, alive and breathing still, nor yet subdued. For twisting backward through the breast he pierced his bearer. Near the neck he, stung with pain, let fall his prey, which dropped amid the crowd. Then, screaming, on the blast was borne away. The Trojans, shuddering, in their midst beheld the spotted serpent, dire portent of Jove. Then to bold Hector thus Polydamas: Hector, in council thou reprov'st me oft for good advice. It is not meet, thou say'st, that private men should talk beside the mark in council or in war, but study still thine honour to exalt. Yet must I now declare what seems to me the wisest course. Let us not fight the Greeks beside their ships, for thus I read the future, if indeed to us about to cross this sign from heaven was sent. To leftward of the astonished crowd, a soaring eagle, bearing in its claws a dragon, huge of size, of blood-red hue, alive, yet dropped him ere he reached his home, nor to his nestlings bore the intended prey. So we, e'en though our mighty strength should break the gates and wall, and put the Greeks to rout, by the same road, not scatheless should return, but many a Trojan on the field should leave, slain by the Greeks, while they their ships defend. So would a seer, well versed in augury, worthy of public credit, read this sign. To whom thus Hector of the glancing helm replied with stern regard: Polydamas, this speech of thine is alien to my soul. Thy better judgment, better counsel knows. But if in earnest such is thine advice, thee of thy senses hath the gods bereft, who fain wouldst have us disregard the word and promise by the nod of Jove confirmed, and put our faith in birds' expanded wings. Little of these I reck, nor care to look, if to the right and toward the morning sun, or to the left and shades of night they fly. Put we our trust in Jove's eternal will, of mortals and immortals, King supreme. The best of omens is our country's cause. Why shouldst thou tremble at the battle strife, though every Trojan else were doom'd to die beside the ships? No fear lest thou shouldst fall, unwarlike is thy soul, nor firm of mood. But if thou shrink, or by thy craven words turn back another Trojan from the fight, my spear shall take the forfeit of thy life. Then Jove, the lightning's lord, from Ida's heights a storm of wind sent down, driving the dust against the Grecian ships, which quelled their courage, and to Hector gave, and to the Trojans, fresh incitement. They, on their own strength and heavenly signs relying, their force addressed to storm the Grecian wall. They razed the counterscarp, the battlements destroyed, and the projecting buttresses, which, to sustain the towers, the Greeks had fixed deep in the soil, with levers undermined. These once withdrawn, they hoped to storm the wall. Nor from the passage yet the Greeks withdrew, but closely fencing with their bull's hide shields the broken battlements, they thence hurled down a storm of weapons on the foe beneath. Commanding from the tower, in every place were seen the Ajaces, urging to the fight, imploring these and those, in sterner tones rebuking, who their warlike toil relaxed. Friends, Grecians all, ye who excel in war, and ye of moderate or inferior strength, though all are not with equal powers endued, yet here is work for all. Bear this in mind, nor toward the ships let any turn his face, by threats dismayed, but forward press, and each encourage each. If so, the lightning's lord, Olympian Jove, may grant us to repel, and backward to his city chase the foe. Thus they, with cheering words, sustained the war. Thick as the snowflakes on a wintry day, when Jove, the Lord of counsel, down on men his snowstorm sends, and manifests his power, hushed the winds, the flakes continuous fall, that on the high mountain tops and jutting crags, and lotus-covered meads are buried deep, and man's productive labours of the field. On hoary ocean's beach and bays they lie, the approaching waves their bound. O'er all beside is spread by Jove the heavy veil of snow, so thickly flew the stones from either side, by Greeks on Trojans hurled, by these on Greeks. and clattered loud through all its length the wall. Nor yet the Trojans, though by Hector led, the gates had broken, and the massive bar. But Jove against the Greeks sent forth his son Sarpedon, as a lion on a herd. His shield's broad orb before his breast he bore, well wrought, of beaten brass, which the armourer's hand had beaten out, and lined with stout bull's hide, with golden rods continuous all around. He, thus equipped, 2 javelins brandishing, strode onward, as a lion, mountain-bred, whom fasting long his dauntless courage leads to assail the flock, though in well-guarded fold, and though the shepherds there he find, prepared with dogs and lances to protect the sheep, not unattempted will he leave the fold, but springing to the midst, he bears his prey in triumph thence, or in the onset falls, wounded by javelins hurled by stalwart hands. So, prompted by his godlike courage, burned Sarpedon to assail the lofty wall and storm the ramparts. And to Glaucus thus, son of Hippolochus, his speech addressed. Whence is it, Glaucus, that in Lycian land we too at feasts the foremost seats may claim, the largest portions and the fullest cups? Why held as gods in honour? Why endowed with ample heritage, by Xanthus' banks, of vineyard and of wheat-producing land? Then by the Lycians should we not be seen, the foremost to affront the raging fight? So may our well-arm'd Lycians make their boast. To no inglorious kings we Lycians owe allegiance. They on richest vines feed, of luscious flavour'd drink the choicest wine, but still their valour brightest shows, and they, where Lycians war, are foremost in the fight. O friend, if we, survivors of this war, could live from age and death for ever free, thou shouldst not see me foremost in the fight, nor would I urge thee to the glorious field. But since on man 10,000 forms of death attend, which none may 'scape, then on, that we may glory on others' gain, or they on us. Thus he, nor Glaucus from his bidding shrank, and forward straight they led the Lycians' powers. Menestheus, son of Peteus, with dismay observed their movement, for on his command, inspiring terror, their attack was made. He looked around him to the Grecian towers, if any chief might there be found to save his comrades from destruction. There he saw, of war insatiable, the Ajaces twain, and Teucer, from the tent but newly come, hard by, nor yet could reach them with his voice, such was the din, such tumult rose to heaven from clattering shields, and horsehair-crested helms, and battered gates, now all at once assailed. Before them fiercely strove the assaulting bands to break their way. He then Thoates sent, his herald, to the Ajaces craving aid. Haste thee, Thoates, on the Ajaces call, both if it may be, so we best may hope to 'scape the death, which else is near at hand. So fierce the pressure of the Lycian chiefs, undaunted now as ever in the fight. But if they too are hardly pressed, at least let Ajax son of Telamon be spared, and with him Teucer, skilled to draw the bow." He said. The herald heard, and straight obeyed. Along the wall, where stood the brass-clad Greeks, he ran, and standing near the Ajaces, said, "Ajaces, leader of the brass-clad Greeks, the son of heaven-born Peteus craves your aid, to share awhile the labours of his guard, both if it may be, so he best may hope to 'scape the death which else is near at hand, so fierce the pressure of the Lycian chiefs, undaunted now as ever in the fight. But if ye too are hardly pressed, at least let Ajax son of Telamon be spared, and with him Teucer skilled to draw the bow." He said. The mighty son of Telamon, consenting, thus addressed Oileus' son, "Ajax, do thou, and valiant Laomede, exhort the Greeks the struggle to maintain, while I go yonder to affront the war, to aid their need, and back return in haste." Thus saying, Ajax Telamon set forth, and with him Teucer went, his father's son, while by Pandion Teucer's bow was borne. At brave Menestheus' tower, within the wall arrived, sore pressed they found the garrison. For like a whirlwind on the ramparts pour'd the Lycians' valiant counsellors and chiefs. They quickly join'd the fray, and loud arose the battle cry. First Ajax Telamon, Sarpedon's comrade, brave Epicles slew, struck by a rugged stone, within the wall, which lay the topmost of the parapet, of size prodigious, which with both his hands a man in youth's full vigour scarce could raise, as men are now. He lifted it on high, and downward hurl'd. The four-peaked helm it broke, crushing the bone, and shattering all the skull. He, like a diver from the lofty tower, fell headlong down, and life forsook his bones. Teucer, meanwhile, from off the lofty wall, the valiant Glaucus, pressing to the fight, struck with an arrow, where he saw his arm unguarded. He no longer brooked the fray. Back from the wall he sprang, in hopes to hide from Grecian eyes his wound, that none might see and triumph o'er him with insulting words. With grief Sarpedon saw his friend withdraw, yet not relaxed his efforts. Thestor's son, Alcmaeon, with his spear he stabbed, and back the weapon drew. He, following, prostrate fell, and loudly rang his arms of polished brass. Then at the parapet with stalwart hand Sarpedon tugged, and, yielding to his force, down fell the block entire. The wall laid bare, to many at once the breach gave open way. Ajax and Teucer him at once assailed. This, with an arrow struck, the glittering belt around his breast, whence hung his ponderous shield. But Jove, who willed not that his son should fall before the ships, the weapon turned aside. Then forward Ajax sprang, and with his spear thrust at the shield. The weapon passed not through, yet checked his bold advance. A little space back he recoiled, but not the more withdrew, his soul on glory intent, and, rallying quick, thus to the warlike Lycians shouted loud: "Why, Lycians, thus your wonted might relax? 'Tis hard for one alone, how brave soe'er, e'en though he break the rampart down, to force a passage to the ships. But on with me, for work is here for many hands to do." He said, and by the king's rebuke abash'd, with fiercer zeal the Lycians press'd around their king and counsellor. On the other side, within the wall, the Greeks their squadrons mass'd. Then were great deeds achieved, nor through the breach could the brave troops of Lycia to the ships their passage force, nor could the warrior Greeks repel the Lycians from the ground, for they, before the wall, had made their footing good. As when two neighbours, in a common field, each line in hand, within a narrow space, about the limits of their land contend, between them thus the rampart drew the line, o'er which the full-orbed shields of tough bull's hide, and lighter bucklers, on the warriors' breasts, on either side, they clove, and many a wound the pitiless weapons dealt. On some, who, turn'd, their neck and back laid bare; on many more, who full in front and through their shields were struck. On every side the parapet and towers with Greek and Trojan blood were spattered o'er. Nor yet, e'en so, the Greeks to flight were driven, but as a woman that for wages spins, honest and true, with wool and weights in hand, in even balance holds the scales to meet her humble hire, her children's maintenance, so even hung the balance of the war, till Jove with highest honour Hector crown'd, the son of Priam. He the foremost scaled the wall, and loudly on the Trojans called, "On, valiant Trojans, on! The Grecian wall break down, and wrap their ships in blazing fires." Thus he, exhorting, spoke. They heard him all, and to the wall rush'd numberless, and swarm'd upon the ramparts, bristling thick with spears. Then Hector, stooping, seized a ponderous stone that lay before the gates. 'Twas broad below, but sharp above, and scarce two labouring men, the strongest, from the ground, could raise it up, and load upon a wain, as men are now. But he, unaided, lifted it with ease, so light it seemed by grace of Saturn's son. As in one hand a shepherd bears with ease a full-sized fleece, and scarcely feels the weight, so Hector toward the portals bore the stone, which closed the lofty double-folding gates, within defended by two massive bars, laid crosswise, and with one cross-bolt secured. Close to the gate he stood, and planting firm his foot, to give his arm its utmost power, full on the middle dash'd the mighty mass. The hinges both gave way, the ponderous stone fell inwards, widely gaped the opening gates. nor might the bars within the blow sustain. This way and that the sever'd portals flew before the crashing missile. Dark as night his lowering brow, great Hector sprang within. Bright flash'd the brazen armour on his breast, as through the gates, 2 javelins in his hand, he sprang. The gods accept, no power might meet that onset. Blazed his eyes with lurid fire. Then, to the Trojans turning to the throng, he called aloud to scale the lofty wall. They heard, and straight obeyed. Some scaled the wall, some through the strong-built gates continuous poured, while in confusion irretrievable fled to their ships the panic-stricken Greeks. Book 13. Argument. The fourth battle continued, in which Neptune assists the Greeks. The acts of Idomeneus. Neptune, concerned for the loss of the Grecians, upon seeing the fortification forced by Hector, who had entered the gate near the station of the Ajaces, assumes the shape of Calchas, and inspires those heroes to oppose him. Then, in the form of one of the generals, encourages the other Greeks who had retired to their vessels. The Ajaces form their troops into a close phalanx, and put a stop to Hector and the Trojans. Several deeds of valour are performed. Meriones, losing his spear in the encounter, repairs to seek another at the tent of Idomeneus. This occasions a conversation between these 2 warriors, who return together to the battle. Idomeneus signalizes his courage above the rest. He kills Othryoneus, Asius, and Alcathous. Deiphobus and Aeneas march against him, and at length Idomeneus retires. Menelaus wounds Helenus and kills Pisander. The Trojans are repulsed in the left wing. Hector still keeps his ground against the Ajaces, till, being galled by the Locrian slingers and archers, Polydamas advises to call a council of war. Hector approves his advice, but goes first to rally the Trojans, upbraids Paris, rejoins Polydamas, meets Ajax again, and renews the attack. The 28th day still continues. The scene is between the Grecian wall and the seashore. When Jove had Hector and the Trojans brought close to the ships, he left them there to toil and strife continuous, turning his keen glance to view far off the equestrian tribes of Thrace, the warlike Mysians, and the men who feed on milk of mares. Thence Hippomolgi termed, a peaceful race, the justest of mankind. On Troy he turned his piercing glance, nor deemed he any god would dare to give to Trojans or to Greeks his active aid. No careless watch the monarch Neptune kept. Wondering, he viewed the battle where he sat, aloft on wooded Samos' topmost peak, Samos of Thrace, whence Ida's height he saw, and Priam's city, and the ships of Greece. Thither ascended from the sea he sat, and thence the Greeks by Trojans overborne, pitying he saw. and deeply wroth with Jove. Then down the mountain's craggy side he passed with rapid step, and as he moved along, beneath the mortal feet of Ocean's lord, quaked the huge mountain and the shadowy wood. 3 strides he took, the 4th he reached his goal, Aegis, where on the margin of the bay his temple stood, all glittering of gold, imperishable. There arrived, he yoked beneath his car the brazen-footed steeds of swiftest flight, with manes of flowing gold, all clad in gold. The golden lash he grasped of curious work, and, mounting on his car, skimmed o'er the waves. From all the depths below gambolled around the monsters of the deep, acknowledging their king. The joyous sea parted her waves, swift flew the bounding steeds, nor was the brazen axle wet with spray, when to the ships of Greece their lord they bore. Down in the deep recesses of the sea, a spacious cave there is, which lies midway twixt Tenedos and Imbros' rocky isle. The earth-shaking Neptune there his coursers stayed, loosed from the chariot, and before them placed ambrosial provender, and round their feet shackles of gold, which none might break nor loose, that there they might await their lord's return. Then to the Grecian army took his way. Meantime, by Hector, son of Priam, led like fire or whirlwind, pressed the Trojans on, with furious zeal and shouts and clamour hoarse, in hopes to take the ships, and all the chiefs to slay beside them. But from ocean's depths uprose the earth-shaker, circler of the earth, to Calchas' likeness and deep voice conformed, and roused the fainting Greeks. The Aegises first, themselves with ardour filled, he thus addressed. "'Tis yours, Aegises, filled with courage high, discarding chilly fear, to save the Greeks. Elsewhere I dread not much the Trojan force, though they in crowds have scaled the lofty wall. The well-greaved Greeks their onset may defy, yet greatly fear I, lest we suffer loss, where that fierce fiery madman Hector leads, who boasts himself the son of Jove most high. But may some god your hearts inspire, yourselves firmly to stand, and cheer your comrades on. So from your swiftly sailing ships ye yet may drive the foe, how bold soe'er he be, though by Olympian Jove himself upheld." So spake the earth-shaker, circler of the earth, and with his sceptre touching both the chiefs, filled them with strength and courage, and their limbs, their feet and hands with active vigour strung. Then like a swift winged falcon sprang to flight, which down the sheer face of some lofty rock swoops on the plain to seize his feathered prey, so swiftly Neptune left the chiefs. Him first departing knew Oileus' active son, and thus the son of Telamon addressed. Ajax, since some one of the Olympian gods, in likeness of a seer, hath thither come to urge us to the war. No Calchas he, our augur, heaven inspired, for well I marked his movements as he went, and of a god 'tis easy to discern the outward signs. I feel fresh spirit kindled in my breast, and new-born vigour in my feet and hands. Whom answered thus the son of Telamon: My hands too grasp with firmer hold the spear, my spirit like thine is stirred. I feel my feet instinct with fiery life, nor should I fear with Hector, son of Priam, in his might alone to meet and grapple to the death. Such was their mutual converse, as they joy'd in the fierce transport by the god inspired. Neptune, meanwhile, the other Greeks aroused, who, to the ships withdrawn, their wasted strength recruited, for their limbs were faint with toil, and grief was in their hearts as they beheld the Trojan hosts that scaled the lofty wall. They saw, and from their eyes the teardrops fell, of safety desperate. But the earth-shaking god, amid their ranks appearing, soon restored their firm array. To Teucer first he came, to Leitus, and valiant Peneleus, Tausus, Deipyrus, Meriones, and young Antilochus, brave warriors all, and to the chiefs his winged words addressed. Shame on ye, Grecian youths! To you I look'd as to our ship's defenders. But if ye shrink from the perilous battle, then indeed our day is come, to be by Troy subdued. O heaven! A sad and wondrous sight is this, a sight I never deem'd my eyes should see. Our ships assailed by Trojan troops, by those who heretofore have been as timorous hinds amid the forest depths, the helpless prey of jackals, pards, and wolves. They here and there, uncertain, heartless, unresisting, fly. Such were the Trojans once, nor dared abide, no, not an hour, the strength and arms of Greece. And these are they who now beside our ships, far from their cities' walls, maintain the fight, emboldened by our great commander's fault, and slackness of the people, who with him, offended, scarce are brought to guard our ships, and, feebly fighting, are beside them slain. Even though the mighty monarch, Atreus' son, wide-ruling Agamemnon, be in truth wholly to blame in this, that he hath wrong'd the son of Peleus, yet 'tis not for us our courage to relax. Arouse ye then, the brave man's spirit its vigour soon regains, that ye, the best and bravest of the host, should stand aloof thus idly. 'Tis not well. If meaner men should from the battle shrink, I might not blame them. But that such as ye should falter, indignation fills my soul. Dear friends, from this remissness must accrue yet greater evils, but with generous shame and keen remorse let each man's breast be filled. Fierce is the struggle. In his pride of strength Hector has forced the gates and massive bars, and, raging mid the ships, maintains the war. Thus Neptune on the Greeks reproving call'd. Then round the Aegises twain were cluster'd thick the serried files, whose firm array nor Mars nor spirit-stirring Pallas might reprove, for there the bravest all, in order due, waited the Trojan charge by Hector led. Spear close by spear, and shield by shield o'erlaid, buckler to buckler press'd, and helm to helm, and man to man. The horsehair plumes above, that nodded on the warriors' glittering crests, each other touch'd, so closely massed they stood. Backward by many a stalwart hand were drawn the spears, in act to hurl, their eyes and mind turned to the front, and eager for the fray. On pour'd the Trojan masses. In the van Hector straight forward urged his furious course. As some huge boulder from its rocky bed detach'd, and by the wintry torrent's force hurl'd down the cliff's steep face, when constant rains the massive rock's firm hold have undermined, with giant bounds it flies, the crashing wood resounds beneath it, still it hurries on, until, arriving at the level plain, its headlong impulse check'd, it rolls no more. So Hector, threatening now through ships and tents, e'en to the sea, to force his murderous way, anon, confronted by that phalanx firm, halts close before it, while the sons of Greece, with thrust of sword and double-pointed spears, stave off his onset. He a little space withdrew, and loudly on the Trojans call'd. Trojans, and Lycians, and ye Dardans fam'd in close encounter, stand ye firm. Not long the Greeks, though densely mass'd, shall bar my way, but soon, methinks, before my spear shall quail, if from the chief of gods my mission be, from Jove, the Thunderer, royal Juno's lord. His words fresh courage raised in every breast. On loftiest deeds intent, Deiphobus, the son of Priam, from the foremost ranks, his shield's broad orb before him borne, advanced with airy step, protected by the shield. At him Meriones with glittering spear took aim, nor missed his mark. The shield's broad orb of tough bull's hide it struck, but passed not through, for near the head the sturdy shaft was snapped. Yet from before his breast Deiphobus held at arm's length his shield, for much he feared the weapon of Meriones. But he back to his comrades' sheltering ranks withdrew, grieved at his baffled hopes and broken spear. Then toward the ships he bent his steps, to seek another spear, which in his tent remained. The rest, mid wild uproar, maintained the fight. There Teucer first, the son of Telamon, a warrior slew, the son of Mentor, lord of numerous horses, Imbrius, spearman skilled. In former days, ere came the sons of Greece, he in Pedasus dwelt, and had to wife Medicaste, Priam's bastard child. But when the well-trimm'd ships of Greece appear'd, returned to Troy, and there, revered by all, with Priam dwelt, who loved him as a son. Him Teucer with his lance below the ear stabb'd, and drew back the weapon. Down he fell, as by the woodman's axe on some high peak falls a proud ash, conspicuous from afar, scattering its tender foliage on the ground. He fell, and loud his burnish'd armour rang. Forth Teucer sprang to seize the spoil, at whom advancing Hector aim'd his glittering spear. He saw, and stooping, shunn'd the brazen death a little space, but through the breast it struck Amphimachus, the son of Cteatus, the son of Actor, hastening to the fight. Thundering he fell, and loud his armour rang. Then forward Hector sprang, in hopes to seize the brazen helm that fitted well the brow of brave Amphimachus. But Ajax met the advance of Hector with his glittering spear. Himself he reach'd not, all in dazzling brass encased, but pressing on his bossy shield, drove by main force beyond where lay the dead. Them both the Greeks withdrew. The Athenian chiefs, Stichius and brave Menestheus, bore away, amid the ranks of Greece, Amphimachus. While, as two lions, high above the ground, bear through the brushwood in their jaws a goat, snatch'd from the sharp-fanged dog's protecting care, so, filled with warlike rage, the Ajaces twain lifted on high, and of its armour stripped, the corpse of Imbrius, and, Oileus' son, grieved at Amphimachus, his comrade's death, cut from the tender neck, and like a ball sent whirling through the crowd, the sever'd head, and in the dust at Hector's feet it fell. Then for his grandson slain, fierce anger filled the breast of Neptune. Through the tents of Greece and ships he passed, the Greeks encouraging, and ills preparing for the sons of Troy. Him met Idomeneus, the warrior king, leaving a comrade, from the battlefield wounded by the knee, but newly brought. Borne by his comrades to the leech's care, he left him, eager to rejoin the fray. Whom by his tent the earth-shaking god addressed, the voice assuming of Andremon's son, who o'er the Aetolians as a god revered, in Pleiron reigned, and lofty Calydon. Where now, Idomeneus, sage Cretan chief, are all the vaunting threats so freely pour'd against the Trojans by the sons of Greece? To whom the Cretan king Idomeneus: Tausus, on none, so far as I may judge, may blame be cast. We all our duties know, nor see I one by heartless fear restrain'd, nor hanging back and flinching from the war. Yet by the o'erruling will of Saturn's son, it seems decreed that here the Greeks should fall, and far from Argos lie in nameless graves. But Tausus, as thyself art ever staunch, nor slow the laggards to reprove, thy work remit not now, but rouse each several man. To whom earth-shaking Neptune thus replied: Idomeneus, may he from Troy return no more, but here remain to glut the dogs, if such there be from this day's fight who shrinks. But haste thee, don thine arms, great need is now to hasten, if in aught we too may serve. E'en meaner men, united, courage gain, but we the bravest need not fear to meet. He said, and to the strife of men return'd. Within his well-constructed tent arrived, straight donn'd Idomeneus his armour bright. 2 spears he took, and like the lightning's flash, which, as a sign to men, the hand of Jove hurls downwards from Olympus' glittering heights, whose dazzling radiance far around is thrown. Flash'd, as the warrior ran, his armour bright. Him met Meriones, his follower brave, close to the tent. To seek a spear he came, to whom Idomeneus: Meriones, swift-footed son of Molus, comrade dear, why com'st thou here, and leav'st the battle-field? Hast thou some wound received, whereof the pain subdues thy spirit? Or com'st thou to the field to summon me? Unsummon'd, well thou know'st, I better love the battle than the tent. Whom answer'd thus the sage Meriones: Idomeneus, the brass-clad Cretan's king, I come to seek a spear, if haply such within thy tent be found. For in the fight that which I lately bore, e'en now I broke against the shield of brave Deiphobus. To whom Idomeneus, the Cretan king: Of spears, or 1 or 20, if thou list, thou there mayst find against the polish'd wall the spoils of Trojans slain. For with my foes 'tis not my wont to wage a distant war. Thence have I store of spears, and bossy shields, and crested helms, and breastplates polish'd bright. Whom answer'd thus the sage Meriones: Nor are my tent and dark-ribb'd ship devoid of Trojan spoils, but they are far to seek. Nor deem I that my hand is slack in fight, for 'mid the foremost in the glorious strife I stand, whene'er is heard the battle cry. My deeds by others of the brass-clad Greeks may not be noted, but thou know'st them well. To whom Idomeneus, the Cretan king: What need of this? Thy prowess well I know. For should we choose our bravest through the fleet to man the secret ambush, surest test of warrior's courage, where is manifest the difference 'twixt the coward and the brave, the coward's colour changes, nor his soul within his breast its even balance keeps. But changing still, from foot to foot he shifts, and in his bosom loudly beats his heart, expecting death, and chatter all his teeth. The brave man's colour changes not, no fear he knows, the ambush entering, All his prayer is that the hour of battle soon may come. E'en there thy courage none might call in doubt. Shouldst thou from spear or sword receive a wound, not on thy neck behind, nor on thy back would fall the blow, but on thy breast in front, still pressing onward mid the foremost ranks. But come, prolong we not this idle talk, like babblers vain, whose scorn might justly move. Haste to my tent, and there select thy spear." He said, and from the tent Meriones, valiant as Mars, his spear selected straight, and eager for the fray rejoined his chief. As Mars, the bane of men, goes forth to war, attended by his strong, unfearing son, Terror, who shakes the bravest warrior's soul, they too from Thrace against the Ephyri, or haughty Phlegians arm, nor hear alike the prayers of both the combatants, one side with victory crowning. So to battle went those leaders twain, in dazzling arms arrayed. Then thus Meriones his chief addressed: "Son of Deucalion, say, if on the right or on the centre of the general host our onset should be made, or on the left, for there, methinks, most succour need the Greeks." To whom Idomeneus, the Cretan chief: "Others there are the centre to defend, the Ajaces both, and Teucer, of the Greeks best archer, good too in the standing fight. These may for Hector full employment find, brave as he is, and eager for the fray. E'en for his courage 'twere a task too hard their might to conquer, and resistless hands, and burn the ships, if Saturn's son himself fire not, and mid the shipping throw the torch. Great Ajax Telamon to none would yield, of mortal birth, by earthly food sustained, by spear or ponderous stone assailable. In hand-to-hand encounter scarce surpassed by Peleus' son, Achilles, though with him in speed of foot he might not hope to vie. Then on the left let us our onset make, and quickly learn if we on others' heads are doom'd to win renown, or they on ours." He said, and brave as Mars, Meriones, thither, where he directed, led the way. Now when attended thus, Idomeneus, like blazing fire, in dazzling arms appear'd. Around him throng'd, with rallying cries, the Greeks, and raged beside the ships the balanced fight. As when the dust lies deepest on the roads, before the boisterous winds the storm drives fast, and high at once the whirling clouds are tossed, so was the fight confused, and in the throng each man with keen desire of slaughter burned. Bristled the deadly strife, with ponderous spears wielded with dire intent. The brazen gleam dazzled the sight, by flashing helmets cast, and breastplates polish'd bright, and glittering shields, co-mingling. Stern of heart, indeed, were he who on that sight with joy, not pain, could gaze. Dire evil then on mortal warriors brought, the diverse minds of Saturn's mighty sons. To Hector and the Trojans Jove designed, in honour of Achilles swift of foot, to give the victory. Yet not utterly he willed to slay before the walls of Troy the Grecian host, but glory to confer on Thetis and her noble-minded son. Neptune, on the other side, the Greeks inspired, clandestine, rising from the hoary sea. For them, before the Trojan host o'erborne, he saw with grief, and deeply wroth with Jove. Equal the rank of both, their birth the same, but Jove, in wisdom as in years, the first. Nor ventured Neptune openly to aid the cause of Greece, but clothed in mortal form, in secret the army's courage roused. This way and that they tugged, a furious war and balanced strife, where many a warrior fell, the straining rope, which none might break or loose. Then, though his hair was grizzled o'er with age, calling the Greeks to aid, Idomeneus, inspiring terror, on the Trojans sprang, and slew Othryoneus, who but of late came from Cabesus on the alarm of war, and welcomed, as a guest in Priam's house, the fairest of his daughters sought to wed, no portion asked, Cassandra. Mighty deeds he promised from before the walls of Troy, in their despite to drive the sons of Greece. The aged Priam listened to his snit, and he, his promise trusting, fought for Troy. Him, marching with proud step, Idomeneus struck with his glittering spear, nor aught availed his brazen breastplate. Through the middle thrust, thundering, he fell. The victor, vaunting, cried, Othryoneus, above all mortal men, I hold thee in respect, if thou indeed will make thy words to aged Priam good, who promised thee his daughter in return. We too would offer thee a like reward, and give thee here to wed from Argos brought, Atrides' fairest daughter, if with us thou wilt o'erthrow the well-built walls of Troy. Come then on board our ocean-going ships, discuss the marriage contract, nor shall we be found illiberal of our bridal gifts. He said, and seizing by the foot the slain, dragged from the press. But to the rescue came Asius, himself on foot before his car. So close his charioteer the horses held, they breathed upon his shoulders. Eagerly he sought to reach Idomeneus, but he, preventing, through his gullet drove the spear, beneath the chin. Right through the weapon passed. He fell, as falls an oak, or poplar tall, or lofty pine, which on the mountain top for some proud ship the woodman's axe hath hewn. So he, before the car and horses stretched, his death cry uttering, clutched the blood-stained soil. Bewildered, helpless stood his charioteer, nor dared, escaping from the foeman's hands, to turn his horses. Him Antilochus beneath the waistband struck, nor aught availed his brazened breastplate. Through the middle thrust, he from the well-wrought chariot gasping, fell. Antilochus, the noble Nestor's son, his horses seized, and from the Trojan ranks drove to the Grecian camp. For Asius' death, deep grieved, Deiphobus, approaching, hurled against Idomeneus his glittering spear. The coming weapon he beheld, and shunned. Beneath the ample circle of his shield, with hides and brazen plates encircled round, and by 2 rods sustained, concealed he stood. Beneath he crouched, and o'er him flew the spear. Yet harsh it grated, glancing from the shield, nor bootless from that stalwart hand it flew, but through the midriff, close below the heart, Hypsenor, son of Hippasus, it struck, and straight relaxed his limbs. Then shouting loud, in boastful tone, Deiphobus exclaimed, "Not unavenged lies Asius. He, methinks, as I have found him fellowship, with joy through Hades' strongly guarded gates may pass." He said. The Greeks, indignant, heard his boast. Chief of Antilochus, the manly soul was stirred within him. Yet amid his grief, his comrade not forgetting, up he ran, and o'er him spread the cover of his shield. Meanwhile 2 trusty friends, Mecisteus, son of Echius, and Alastor, raised the slain, and deeply groaning, bore him to the ships. Nor did Idomeneus his noble rage abate, still burning o'er some Trojan soul to draw the gloomy veil of night and death, or having saved the Greeks, himself to fall. Then high-born Isuetes' son he slew, Alcathous, he Anchises' son-in-law, the eldest of his daughters had to wife, Hippodamia, by her parents both o'er all beloved, in beauty, skill, and mind, all her compeers surpassing, wife of one, the noblest man through all the breadth of Troy. Him Neptune, by Idomeneus subdued, sealed his quick eyes, his active limbs restrained, without the power to fly or shun the spear. Fixed as a pillar or a lofty tree he stood, while through his breast Idomeneus his weapon drove. The brazen mail it broke, which oft had turned aside the stroke of death. Harshly it grated, severed by the spear. He fell, the spear point quivering in his heart, which with convulsive throbbings shook the shaft. There Mars its course arrested. Then with shouts of triumph vaunting, thus Idomeneus: "How now, Deiphobus? Are 3 for 1 an equal balance? Where are now thy boasts? Come forth, my friend, thyself to me opposed, and learn if here unworthy my descent from Jove, my great progenitor, I stand. He Minos, guardian chief of Crete, begot. Noble Deucalion was to Minos born, I to Deucalion. Far extends my rule in widespread Crete, whom now our ships have brought, a bane to thee, thy sire, and Trojans all. he said, and doubtful stood Deiphobus, or to retreat and summon to his aid the Trojans, or alone the venture try. Thus, as he mused, the wiser course appeared to seek Aeneas. Him he found apart behind the crowd, for he was still at feud with godlike Priam, who, he thought, withheld the public honour to his valour due. To whom Deiphobus, approaching, thus: "Aeneas, sagest counsellor of Troy, behooves thee now, if reverence for the dead can move thy soul, thy sister's husband aid. Haste we to save Alcathous, who of old, when thou wast little, in thy father's house, nursed thee with tender care. For him, but now, the spear-renowned Idomeneus hath slain." He said. Aeneas' spirit was roused, and filled with martial rage he sought Idomeneus. Nor coward-like did he the encounter shun, but firmly stood, as stands a mountain boar, self-confident, that in some lonely spot awaits the clamorous chase. Bristles his back, his eyes with fire are flashing, and his tusks he whets on men and dogs prepared to rush. So stood the spear-renowned Idomeneus, the onset of Aeneas, swift in fight, awaiting. And the friends he saw around he summoned to his aid, Ascalaphus, Deipyrus, and brave Meriones, Antilochus, and Aphareus. To these tried warriors all he thus addressed his speech: "Aid me, my friends! Alone I stand, and dread the onset of Aeneas, swift of foot, mighty to slay in battle, and the bloom of youth is his, the crown of human strength. If, as our spirit, our years were but the same, great glory now should he or I obtain." He said, and, one in heart, their bucklers sloped upon their shoulders, all beside him stood. On the other side, Aeneas to his aid summoned his brother chiefs, Deiphobus, and Paris, and Agenor, following whom came on the general crowd, as flocks of sheep from pasture follow to their drinking place the lordly ram. Well pleased the shepherd sees, so pleased Aeneas saw the gathering crowd. Then o'er Alcathous hand to hand was waged the war of spears. Dire was the clash of brass upon the heroes' breasts, as mid the press each aimed at other. Proudly eminent stood forth two mighty warriors, terrible as Mars, Aeneas and Idomeneus, their sharp spears wielding each at other's life. First at Idomeneus Aeneas threw his spear. He saw, and shunned the brazen point, and vainly from his stalwart hand dismissed, Aeneas' spear stood quivering in the ground. Idomeneus in front, below the waist, Enomaus struck. The weighty spear broke through the hollow breastplate, and the intestines tore. Prone in the dust he fell, and clutched the ground. Forthwith Idomeneus from out the corpse the ponderous spear withdrew, yet could not strip his armour off, so thickly flew the spears. Nor did his feet retain their youthful force, his weapon to regain, or back to spring. Skilled in the standing fight his life to guard, he lacked the active power of swift retreat. At him retiring slow, Deiphobus, still filled with anger, threw his glittering spear. His aim he missed, but through the shoulder pierced Ascalaphus, a valiant son of Mars. Prone in the dust he fell, and clutched the ground, nor knew the loud-voiced mighty god of war that in the stubborn fight his son had fallen. On high Olympus, girt with golden clouds, he sat amid the immortals all, restrained by Jove's commands from mingling the war. How hand to hand around Ascalaphus raged the fierce conflict. First Deiphobus from off his head the glittering helmet tore, but terrible as Mars, Meriones sprang forth and pierced his arm, and from his hand with hollow sound the crested helmet fell. On like a vulture sprang Meriones, and from his arm the sturdy spear withdrew. Then backward leaped amid his comrades' ranks, while round his brother's waist Polites threw his arms, and led him from the battlefield to where, with charioteer and rich-wrought car, beyond the fight his flying coursers stood. Him, racked with pain and groaning, while the blood streamed down his wounded arm, to Troy they bore. The rest fought on, and loud the tumult rose. Aeneas, through the throat of Aphareus, Caletor's son, turned sideways toward him, drove his glittering spear, and down on the other side his shield and helmet following sank his head, and o'er his eyes were cast the shades of death. As Thoon turned, Antilochus, who watched the occasion, forward sprang, and with his spear ripped all the flesh that lay along the spine, up to the neck. He backward fell, with hands uplifted, calling for his comrades' aid. But forward sprang Antilochus, and tore his armour from his breast, while round he cast his watchful glances. For on every side, on his broad shield, the Trojans showered their blows, but touched him not. For Neptune, mid the throng of weapons, threw his guard o'er Nestor's son, but in their midst commingled, nor held motionless his spear, but ever threat'ning turned from side to side, prepared to hurl, or hand to hand engage. Him Adamas, the son of Asius, marked, as o'er the crowd he glanced, and springing forth, struck with his spear the centre of the shield, but dark-haired Neptune grudged the hero's life, and stayed the brazen point. Half in the shield, like a fire-hardened stake, remained infixed. The other half lay broken on the ground. Back to his comrades' sheltering ranks he sprang in hope of safety. But Meriones, quick following, plunged his weapon through his groin, where sharpest agony to wretched men attends on death. There planted he his spear, around the shaft he writhed, and gasping groaned, like to a mountain bull, which, bound with cords, the herdsmen drag along, with struggles vain resisting, so the wounded warrior groaned. But not for long, for fierce Meriones, approaching, from his body tore the spear, and the dark shades of death his eyes o'erspread. Then Helenus, a weighty Thracian sword wielding aloft across the temples, smote Deipyrus, and all his helmet crashed, which, as it rolled beneath their feet, some Greek seized mid the press. His eyes were closed in death. The valiant Menelaus, Atreus' son, with grief beheld, and royal Helenus, with threat'ning mien approaching, poised on high his glittering spear, while he the bowstring drew. Then simultaneous flew from either side the gleaming spear and arrow from the string. The shaft of Priam's son below the breast the hollow cuirass struck, and bounded off. As bound the dark-skinned beans or clattering peas from the broad fan upon the threshing floor, by the brisk breeze impelled, and winnower's force, from noble Menelaus' cuirass, so the stinging arrow, bounding, glanced afar. But valiant Menelaus, Atreus' son, transfixed the hand that held the polish'd bow. The brazen point passed through, and to the bow the hand was pinned. Back to his comrades' ranks he sprang, in hope of safety, hanging down the wounded limb that trailed the ashen spear. Agenor from the wound the spear withdrew, and from a twisted sling of woollen cloth, Agenor from the wound the spear withdrew, and with a twisted sling of woollen cloth, by an attendant brought, bound up the hand. To noble Menelaus stood opposed Pisander, to the confines dark of death, led by his evil fate, by thee to fall, great son of Atreus, in the deadly strife. When near they drew, Atrides missed his aim with erring spear divergent. Next his shield Pisander struck, but drove not through the spear, for the broad shield resisted, and the shaft was snapped in sunder. Menelaus saw, rejoicing, and with hope of triumph flush'd. Unsheathing then his silver-studded sword, rush'd on Pisander. He, beneath his shield, drew forth a ponderous brazen battle-axe, with handle long of polish'd olive wood. And both at once in deadly combat join'd. Then just below the plume Pisander struck the crested helmet's peak. But Atreus' son met him advancing, and across the brow smote him above the nose. Loud crashed the bone, and in the dust the gory eyeballs dropped before him. Doubled with the pain, he fell. The victor, planting on his chest his foot, stripped off his arms, and thus exulting cried, "Thus shall ye all, insatiate of the fight, proud Trojans, from before our ships depart, nor lack your share of insult and of wrong, such as on me, vile hounds, ye cast erewhile, nor feared the avenger of the slighted laws of hospitality, high thundering Jove, who soon your lofty city shall o'erthrow. Kindly received my virgin-wedded wife, with store of goods ye basely bore away, and now ye rage, infuriate, to destroy with fire our ocean-going ships, and slay our Grecian heroes. But the time shall come, when ye too fain would from the war escape. O Father Jove, 'tis said that thou excellest in wisdom, gods and men. All human things from thee proceed, and can it be that thou with favour seest these men of violence, these Trojans, with presumptuous courage filled, whose rage for the battle knows nor stint nor bound? Men are with all things sated, sleep and love, sweet sounds of music, and the joyous dance. Of these may some more gladly take their fill. But Trojans still for war insatiate thirst." Thus Menelaus, and the blood-stained arms stripped from the corpse, and to his comrades gave. Then joined again the foremost in the fray. There to the encounter forth Harpalion sprang, son of King Pylaemenes, who came, his father following, to the war of Troy, but back returned not to his native land. He, standing near, full in the centre struck Atrides' shield, but drove not through the spear. Back to his comrades' sheltering ranks he sprang in hopes of safety, glancing all around, his body to defend. But as he turned, in his right flank a brazen-pointed shaft, shot by Meriones, was buried deep. Beneath the bone it passed, and pierced him through. At once he fell, and gasping out his life amid his comrades, writhing on the ground, like a crushed worm, he lay, and from the wound the dark blood pouring drenched the thirsty soil. The valiant troops of Paphlagonia closed around him. On his car they placed the slain, and, deeply sorrowing, to the city bore. His father, weeping, walked beside the car, nor vengeance for his slaughtered son obtained. Paris with grief and anger saw him fall, for he in former days his guest had been in Paphlagonia. Then, with anger filled, a brass-tipped arrow from his bow he sent. A certain man there was, Euchenor named, who dwelt in Corinth, rich, of blameless life, the son of Polites, skilful seer. His fate well knowing, he embarked, for oft the good man had told him that his doom was, or at home, by sharp disease to die, or with the Greeks by Trojan hands to fall. Embarking, he escaped alike the fine by Greeks imposed, and pangs of sharp disease. Him Paris smote between the ear and jaw. Swift fled his spirit, and darkness closed his eyes. Thus raged, like blazing fire, the furious fight. But not as yet had Hector heard, nor knew how sorely, leftward of the ships, were pressed the Trojans by the Greeks, and now appeared in triumph sure. Such succour Neptune gave, their courage rousing and imparting strength. But there he kept, where first the serried ranks of Greeks he broke, and stormed the wall and gates. There, beached beside the hoary sea, the ships of Ajax and Protesilaus lay. There had the wall been lowest built, and there were gathered in defence the chiefest all, horses and men. The stout Boeotians there, joined to the Ionians with their flowing robes, Lyrians and Phthians and Epeans proud could scarce protect their ships, nor could repel the impetuous fire of godlike Hector's charge. There too the choicest troops of Athens fought, their chief Menestheus, Bataeus' son, with whom were Pheidas, Stachys, Bias in command. The Epeans, Mages, Phyleus' son, obeyed, and Dracius and Amphion. Medon next, with brave Podarces, led the Thyian host. Medon, the great Oileus' bastard son, brother of Ajax, he, in Phylace, far from his native land, was driven to dwell, since one to Arealpus near, akin. His sire, Oileus' wife, his hand had slain. Podarces from Iphiclus claimed his birth, the son of Phylacus. These two, in arms, the valiant Thyians, leading to the fight, joined the Boeotian troops to guard the ships. But from the side of Ajax Telamon stirred not a whit Oileus' active son, but as on fallow land, with one accord, 2 dark red oxen drag the well-wrought plough, streaming with sweat that gathers round their horns. They, by the polished yoke, together held, the stiff soil cleaving down the furrow strain. So, closely, side by side, those two advanced. But comrades, many and brave, on Telamon attended, who, whene'er with toil and sweat his limbs grew faint, upheld his weighty shield, while in the fray no Locrians followed. Theirs were not the hearts to brook the endurance of the standing fight, nor had they brass-bound helms with horsehair plume, nor ample shields they bore, nor ashen spear, but came to Troy in bows and twisted slings of woolen cloth confiding, and from these their bolts quick showering broke the Trojan ranks, while those in front in glittering arms opposed the men of Troy, by noble Hector led. These in the rear, unseen, their arrows shot, nor stood the Trojans, for amid their ranks the galling arrows dire confusion spread. Then had the Trojans from the ships and tents back to the breezy heights of Troy been driven in flight disastrous. But Polydamas drew near to Hector and addressed him thus: "Hector, I know thee, how unapt thou art to hearken to advice. Because the gods have given thee to excel in warlike might, thou deemest thyself in counsel too supreme. Yet every gift thou canst not so combine. To one the gods have granted warlike might, to one the dance, to one the lyre and song, while in another's breast all-seeing Jove hath placed the spirit of wisdom, and a mind discerning for the common good of all. By him are states preserved, and he himself best knows the value of the precious gift. Then hear what seems to me the wisest course. On every side the circling ring of war is blazing all around thee, and thou seest our valiant Trojans, since the wall they scaled, or stand aloof, or scattered mid the ships, outnumbered, with superior forces strive. Then, thou retiring, hither call the chiefs. Here we take counsel fully, if to fall upon their well-manned ships, should heaven vouchsafe the needful strength, or, scatheless yet, withdraw. For much I fear they soon will pay us back their debt of yesterday, since in their ranks one yet remains insatiate of the fight, and he, methinks, not long will stand aloof." Thus he. The prudent counsel Hector pleased. Down from his chariot with his arms he leaped, and to Polydamas his speech addressed. "Polydamas, detain thou here the chiefs. Thither will I, and meet the front of war, and, given my orders, quickly here return." He said, and like a snow-clad mountain high uprose, and loudly shouting, in hot haste, flew through the Trojan and Confederate host. At sound of Hector's voice, round Panthuus' son, Polydamas, were gathered all the chiefs. But mid the foremost combatants he sought if haply he might find Deiphobus, and royal Helenus, and Adamas, and gallant Asius, son of Hyrtacus. These found he, not unscathed by wounds or death, for some beside the ships of Greece had paid, by Grecian hands, the forfeit of their lives, while others wounded lay within the wall. But to the leftward of the bloody fray, the godlike Paris, fair-haired Helen's lord, cheering his comrades to the fight, he found, and with reproachful words addressed him thus: "Thou wretched Paris, fair in outward form, thou slave of woman, manhood's counterfeit, where is Deiphobus, and where the might of royal Helenus? Where Adamas, the son of Asius? Where too Asius, son of Hyrtacus? And where Othryoneus? Now from its summit totters to the fall our lofty Ilium. Now thy doom is sure." To whom the godlike Paris thus replied: "Hector, since blameless I incur thy blame, ne'er have I less withdrawn me from the fight, and me not wholly vile my mother bore. For since thou gav'st command to attack the ships, we here against the Greeks unflinching war have waged. Our comrades, whom thou seek'st, are slain. Only Deiphobus hath left the field, and Helenus, both wounded by the spear, both through the hand. But Jove their life hath spared. But thou, where'er thy courage bids, lead on. We shall be prompt to follow. To our power thou shalt in us no lack of valour find. Beyond his power the bravest cannot fight. Wrought on his brother's mind the hero's words. Together both they bent their steps where raged the fiercest conflict. There Cebriones, Phauces, Orpheus, brave Polydamas, Palmus, and godlike Polyphetes might, and Morris and Ascanius fought. These two Hippotion's sons, from rich Ascanius' plains, they as reliefs but yestermorn had come. Impelled by Jove, they sought the battlefield. Onward they dashed, impetuous as the rush of the fierce whirlwind, which with lightning charged from Father Jove sweeps downward o'er the plain. As with loud roar it mingles with the sea, the many dashing ocean's billows boil, upheaving, foam white crested, wave on wave, so, rank on rank, the Trojans closely massed, in arms all glittering, with their chiefs advanced. Hector, the son of Priam, led them on, in combat terrible as blood-stained Mars. Before his breast his shield's broad orb he bore, of hides close joined, with brazen plates o'erlaid. A gleaming helmet nodded o'er his brow. He, with proud step, protected by his shield, on every side the hostile ranks surveyed, if signs of yielding he might trace. But they unshaken stood, and with like haughty mien Ajax at Hector thus defiance hurled. Draw nearer, mighty chief, why seek to scare our valiant Greeks? We boast ourselves of war, not wholly unskilled, though now the hand of Jove lies heavy on us with the scourge of heaven. Thou hop'st, forsooth, our vessels to destroy, but stalwart arms for their defence we boast. Long ere that day shall your proud city fall, taken and destroyed by our victorious hands. Not far the hour when thou thyself in flight to Jove and all the gods shall make thy prayer, that swifter than the falcon's wing thy steeds may bear thee o'er the dusty plain to Troy. Thus as he spoke, upon his right appeared an eagle, soaring high. The crowd of Greeks the fav'ring omen saw, and shouted loud. Then noble Hector thus: What words are these, Ajax, thou babbling braggart, vain of speech? For would to heaven I were as well assur'd I were the son of aegis-bearing Jove, born of imperial Juno, and myself in equal honour with Apollo held, or blue-eyed Pallas, as I am assured this day is fraught with ill to all the Greeks. Thou, mid the rest, shalt perish, if thou dare my spear encounter, which thy dainty skin shall rend, and, slain beside the ships, thy flesh shall glut the dogs and carrion birds of Troy." He said, and led them on. With eager cheers they followed, shouted loud the hindmost throng. On the other side the Greeks returned the shout. Of all the Trojans bravest, they, unmoved, the onset bore. Their mingled clamours rose to heaven, and reached the glorious light of Jove. Book 14. Argument. Juno deceives Jupiter by the girdle of Venus. Nestor, sitting at the table with Machaon, is alarmed with the increasing clamour of the war, and hastens to Agamemnon. On his way he meets that prince, with Diomed and Ulysses, whom he informs of the extremity of the danger. Agamemnon proposes to make their escape by night, which Ulysses withstands, to which Diomed adds his advice, that, wounded as they are, they should go forth and encourage the army with their presence, which advice is pursued. Juno, seeing the partiality of Jupiter to the Trojans, forms a design to overreach him. She sets off her charms with the utmost care, and, the more surely to enchant him, obtains the magic girdle of Venus. She then applies herself to the god of sleep, and with some difficulty persuades him to seal the eyes of Jupiter. This done, she goes to Mount Ida, where the god at first sight is ravished with her beauty, sinks in her embraces. Neptune takes advantage of his slumber, and succours the Greeks. Hector is struck to the ground with a prodigious stone by Ajax, and carried off from the battle. Several actions succeed, till the Trojans, much distressed, are obliged to give way. The lesser Ajax signalizes himself in a particular manner. Nor did the battle din not reach the ears of Nestor. O'er the wine-cup and his speech he thus addressed to Aesculapius' son. "Say, good Machaon, what these sounds may mean, for louder swells the tumult round the ships. But sit thou here, and drink the ruddy wine, till fair-haired Hecamedes shall prepare the gentle bath, and wash thy gory wounds, while I go forth and all around survey." He said, and from the wall a buckler took, well wrought, with brass resplendent, which his son, brave Thrasymedes, in the tent had left, while with his father's shield himself was girt. A sturdy spear, too, tipped with brass, he took. Without the tent he stood, and there his eyes a woeful sight beheld. The Greeks in flight, the haughty Trojans pressing on their rout, confused, the Greeks' protecting wall o'erthrown. As heaves the darkling sea with silent swell, expectant of the boisterous gale's approach, nor onward either way is poured its flood, until it feel the impelling blast from heaven, so stood the old man, his mind perplexed with doubt, to mingle in the throng, or counsel seek of mighty Agamemnon, Atreus' son. Thus, as he mused, the better course appeared to seek Atrides. Fiercely fought the rest with mutual slaughter, Loud their armour rang with thrusts of swords and double-pointed spears. There Nestor met, advancing from the ships, the heaven-born kings Ulysses, Diomed, and Agamemnon, son of Atreus, all by wounds disabled, for the ships were beached upon the shore beside the hoary sea, far from the battle. Higher toward the plain, the foremost had been drawn, and with a wall their sterns surrounded, for the spacious beach could not contain them, and in narrow bounds were pent their multitudes. So high on land they drew, and ranged them side by side, and filled within the headlands all the wide-mouthed bay. Thus they, their steps supporting on their spears, together came, spectators of the fight. Deep sorrow filled their breasts. Them Nestor met, the fear increasing, which their souls possessed. To whom the monarch Agamemnon thus: "O Nestor, son of Neleus, pride of Greece, why com'st thou here, and leav'st the battlefield? Greatly I fear that noble Hector now his menace will fulfill, who made his boast before the assembled Trojans, that to Troy he never would return, until our ships the flames had master'd, and ourselves the sword. Such was his threat, and now he makes it good. Heaven, can it be that I, of other Greeks, as of Achilles, have incurred the wrath, who thence refuse to battle for the ships?" To whom Gerenian Nestor thus replied: "Such are indeed our prospects. Jove on high could to our fortunes give no different turn. The wall is raised, whereon our trust was placed, to guard, impregnable, ourselves and ships. And now around the ships their war they wage, unceasing, unabated. None might tell, by closest scrutiny, which way are driven the routed Greeks, so intermixed they fall, promiscuous, and the cry ascends to heaven. But come, discuss we what may best be done, if judgment aught may profit us. Ourselves to mingle in the fray I counsel not. It were not well for wounded men to fight." Whom answered Agamemnon, king of men: "Nestor, since to the ships the war is brought, nor hath the wall availed to stay their course, nor yet the deep-dug trench, on which we Greeks much toil bestowed, and which we vainly hoped might guard, impregnable, ourselves and ships. Seems it the will of Saturn's mighty son, that, far from Argos, from our native land, we all should here in nameless graves be laid. I knew when once he loved to aid the Greeks, but now I see that to the blessed gods our foes he equals, and our strength confounds. Hear then my counsel. Let us all agree, the ships that nearest to the sea are beach'd, to launch upon the main, till nightfall there to ride at anchor. If that e'en by night the Trojans may suspend their fierce assault, then may we launch in safety all the fleet. No shame it is to fly, although by night, impending evil Better so to fly than by the threatened danger be o'erta'en. To whom with scornful glance Ulysses sage: "What words have pass'd the barrier of thy lips, thou son of Atreus, counsellor of ill? Would thou hadst been of some ignoble band the leader, not the chief of such a host as ours, on whom from youth to latest age Jove hath the gift bestow'd to bear the brunt of hardy war till every man be slain. And think'st thou so to leave the lofty walls of Troy, the object of our painful toil? Be silent, that no other Greek may hear words which no man might trust his tongue to speak, who nobler counsels understand, and wields a royal sceptre, and the allegiance claims of numbers, such as those that own thy sway. Thy counsels all I utterly condemn, who, mid the close and clamour of the fight, wouldst have us launch our ships, and give the foe, already too triumphant, cause renew'd for boasting. Then were death our certain lot. For if the ships be launched, not long will Greeks sustain the war, but with reverted eyes shrink from the fight. To such pernicious end would lead thy baneful counsels, mighty chief." Whom answer'd Agamemnon, king of men: "Ulysses, thy rebuke hath wrung my soul. Yet never meant I that against their will the sons of Greece should launch their well-found ships. But if there be who better counsel knows, or young or old, his words would please me well." Then rose the valiant Diomed, and said: "The man is near at hand, nor far to seek, if ye will hear, nor take offence, that I, the youngest of you all, presume to speak. Yet of a noble sire I boast me sprung, Tydeus, who sleeps beneath the Theban soil. To Portheus 3 brave sons were born, who dwelt in Pleuron, and in lofty Calydon, Agrius and Melas. Bravest of them all, my father's father, Œneus, was the third. He there remained. My father, wandering long, to Argos came, such was the will of Jove, and of the immortals all. He there espoused Adrastus' daughter, owned a wealthy house, with fertile cornlands round, and orchards stored with goodly fruit trees. Numerous flocks he had, and all the Greeks in feats of arms excelled. Hear ye the words I speak, for they are true, and if my speech be wise, despise it not, as one of worthless or ignobly born. Though wounded, to the battle I advise, that we perforce repair, yet not ourselves to join the combat, or confront the spears, lest wounds to wounds be added, but to rouse the spirits of some, who, zealous heretofore, now stand aloof, nor mingle in the fray." He said, and they, his words approving, went, by Agamemnon led, the king of men. Nor careless was the watch by Neptune kept. With them, in likeness of an aged man, he went, and Agamemnon, Atreus' son, by the right hand he took, and thus addressed: O son of Atreus, great is now the joy which with Achilles' savage breast is filled, who sees the slaughter and the rout of Greeks. But naught he has of heart, no, not a whit, but perish he, accursed of the gods. Nor deem thou that to thee the blessed gods are wholly hostile. Yet again the chiefs and counsellors of Troy shall scour in flight the dusty plain, and from the ships and tents thine eyes shall see them to the city fly." He said, and loudly shouting, onward rush'd, as of 9,000 or 10,000 men in deadly combat meeting is the shout. Such was the sound which from his ample chest the earth-shaker sent, and every Greek inspired with stern resolve to wage unflinching war. Standing on high Olympus' topmost peak, the golden-throned Juno downward looked, and, busied in the glory-giving strife, her husband's brother and her own she saw and rejoiced. Next, seated on the crest of spring-abounding Ida, Jove she saw, sight hateful in her eyes. Then pondered deep the stag-eyed queen, how best she might beguile the wakeful mind of aegis-bearing Jove. And, musing, this appeared the readiest mode, herself with art adorning, to repair to Ida, there with fondest blandishment and female charm, her husband to enfold in love's embrace, and gentle, careless sleep around his eyelids and his senses pour. Her chamber straight she sought, by Vulcan built, her son, by whom were to the doorposts hung close-fitting doors with secret keys secured, that, save herself, no god might enter in. There entered she, and closed the shining doors, and with ambrosia first her lovely skin she purified, with fragrant oil anointing, ambrosial, breathing forth such odours sweet, that waved above the brazen floor of Jove all earth and heaven were with the fragrance filled. O'er her fair skin this precious oil she spread, combed out her flowing locks, and with her hand wreathed the thick masses of the glossy hair, immortal, bright, that crowned the imperial head. A robe ambrosial then, by Pallas wrought, she donned, in many a curious pattern traced, with golden brooch beneath her breast confined. Her zone, from which 100 tassels hung, she girt about her, and in 3 bright drops her glittering gems suspended from her ears, and all around her grace and beauty shone. Then o'er her head the imperial goddess threw a beauteous veil, new wrought, as sunlight white, and on her well-turned feet her sandals bound. Her dress completed, from her chamber forth she issued, and, from the other gods apart, she called to Venus, and addressed her thus: "Say, wilt thou grant, dear child, the boon I ask? Or wilt thou say me nay, in wrath, that I espouse the Greek, as thou the Trojan cause?" To whom the laughter-loving Venus thus: Daughter of Saturn, Juno, mighty queen, tell me thy wish, to grant it if my power may aught avail. Thy pleasure shall be done. To whom great Juno thus, with artful speech: Give me the loveliness and power to charm, whereby thou reign'st o'er gods and men supreme. For to the bounteous earth's extremest bounds I go, to visit old Oceanus, the sire of gods, and Tethys, who of yore from Rhea took me, when all-seeing Jove hurl'd Saturn down below the earth and seas, and nursed me in their home with tenderest care. I go to visit them, and reconcile a lengthen'd feud, for since some cause of wrath has come between them, they from rites of love and from the marriage bed have long abstained. Could I unite them by persuasive words, and to their former intercourse restore, their love and reverence were for ever mine. Whom answer'd thus the laughter-loving queen: I ought not, and I cannot say thee nay, who liest encircled by the arms of Jove. Thus Venus spoke, and from her bosom loosed the broidered cestus, wrought with every charm to win the heart. There love, there young desire, there fond discourse, and there persuasion dwelt, which oft enthralls the mind of wisest men. This in her hand she placed, as thus she spoke: Take thou from me, and in thy bosom hide this broidered cestus, and whate'er thy wish, thou shalt not here ungratified return. Thus Venus. Smiled the stag-eyed Queen of Heaven, and smiling in her bosom hid the gift. Then Venus to her father's house return'd, but Juno down from high Olympus sped, o'er sweet Amathia and Pieria's range, o'er snowy mountains of horse-breeding Thrace, their topmost heights she soar'd, nor touch'd the earth. From Athos then she cross'd the swelling sea, until to Lemnos, godlike Tausus' seat, she came. There met she Sleep, twin-born with Death, whom, as his hand she clasp'd, she thus address'd: Sleep, universal king of gods and men, if ever thou hast listen'd to my voice, grant me the boon which now I ask, and win my ceaseless favour in all time to come. When Jove thou seest in my embraces lock'd, do thou his piercing eyes in slumber seal. Rich guerdon shall be thine, a gorgeous throne, immortal, golden, which my skilful son Vulcan shall deftly frame, beneath a stool whereon at feasts thy feet may softly rest. Whom answer'd thus the gentle god of sleep: Daughter of Saturn, Juno, mighty queen, on any other of the immortal gods I can with ease exert my slumberous power, even to the stream of old Oceanus, prime origin of all. But Saturn's son, imperial Jove, I dare not so approach, nor sink in sleep, save by his own desire. Already once, obeying thy command, a fearful warning I received, that day when from the capture and the sack of Troy that mighty warrior, son of Jove, set sail. For, circumfused around, with sweet constraint I bound the sense of aegis-bearing Jove, while thou, with ill design, rousing the force of winds tempestuous o'er the stormy sea, didst cast him forth on Coos' thriving isle, far from his friends. Then Jove, awaking, pour'd his wrath promiscuous on the assembled gods. Me chief his anger sought, and from on high had hurl'd me, plunged beneath the unfathom'd sea. But Night, the vanquisher of gods and men, her fugitive received me. He his wrath repress'd, unwilling to invade the claims of holy night. And now thou fain wouldst urge that I another reckless deed essay? Whom answer'd thus the stag-eyed Queen of Heaven: Why sleep? With thoughts like these perplex thy mind. Think'st thou that Jove as ardently desires to aid the men of Troy, as fiercely burn'd his anger on his valiant son's behalf? Grant my request, and of the Graces one, the youngest and the fairest, have to wife, Pasithea, whom thy love hath long pursued. Thus promised Juno. Sleep, rejoicing, heard, and answer'd thus: Swear then the awful oath, inviolable, by the stream of Styx, thy one hand laid upon the fruitful earth, the other resting on the sparkling sea, that all the gods who in the nether realms with Saturn dwell may of our solemn bond be witnesses, that of the Graces one, the youngest, fairest, I shall have to wife, Pasithea, whom my love hath long pursued. He said, nor did the white-arm'd queen refuse. She took the oath required, and called by name on all the Titans, sub-Tatarian gods. Then, sworn and ratified the oath, they passed from Lemnos and from Imbrus, veil'd in cloud, skimming their airy way. On Lectum first, in spring abounding Ida, nurse of beasts, the sea they left, and journeyed o'er the land where waved beneath their feet the lofty woods. There sleep, ere yet he met the eye of Jove, remained, and, mounted on a lofty pine, the tallest growth of Ida, that on high flung through the desert air its boughs to heaven, amid the pine's close branches lay ensconced, like to a mountain bird of shrillest note, whom gods the Calchas, men the nighthawk call. Juno meanwhile to Ida's summit sped, to Gargarus. The cloud compeller saw. He saw, and sudden passion fired his soul, as when their parents' eyes eluding first, they tasted of the secret joys of love. He rose to meet her, and addressed her thus: From high Olympus, Juno, whither bound? And how to Ida hast thou come in haste? For horses here, nor chariot hast thou none. To whom thus Juno with deceitful speech replied: To fertile earth's extremest bounds I go, to visit old Oceanus, the sire of gods, and Tethys, who of yore received and nurtured me with tenderest care. I go to visit them, and reconcile a lengthened feud. For since some cause of wrath has come between them, they from rites of love and from the marriage bed have long abstained. Meanwhile, at spring abounding Ida's foot, my horses wait me, that o'er the land and sea alike my chariot bear. On thine account from high Olympus hither have I come, lest it displease thee, if to thee unknown I sought the ocean's deeply flowing stream. To whom the Cloud Compeller thus replied: Juno, thy visit yet a while defer, and let us now in love's delights indulge. For never yet did such a flood of love for goddess or for mortal fill my soul. Not for Ixion's beauteous wife, who bore Pirithous, sage in council as the gods, nor the neat-footed maiden Danae, Acrisius' daughter, her who Perseus bore, the observed of all, nor noble Phoenix' child, who bore me Minos, and the godlike might of Rhadamanthus, nor for Semele, nor for Alcmena fair, of whom was born in Thebes the mighty warrior Hercules, as Bacchus, joy of men of Semele. No, nor for Ceres, golden-tressed queen, nor for Latona bright, nor for thyself, as now with fond desire for thee I burn. To whom thus Juno with deceitful speech: What words, dread son of Saturn, dost thou speak? If here, on Ida, in the face of day, we celebrate the mystic rites of love, how, if some other of the immortal gods should find us sleeping, and mid all the gods should spread the tale abroad, I could not then straight to thy house for very shame return. But if indeed such passion fill thy soul, thou hast thy secret chamber, built for thee by Vulcan, with close-fitting doors secured. Thither, if such thy pleasure, go we now. To whom the Cloud Compeller thus replied: Juno, nor fear the eye of God or man, for all around us I will throw such veil of golden cloud, that not the sun himself with sharpest beam of light may pierce it through. Thus saying, in his arms he clasp'd his wife. The teeming earth beneath them caused to spring the tender grass, and lotus dew besprent crocus and hyacinth, a fragrant couch profuse and soft, upspringing from the earth. There lay they, all around them spread a veil of golden cloud, whence heavenly dews distilled. There, on the topmost height of Gargarus, by sleep and love subdued, the immortal sire, clasp'd in his arms his wife, reposed in peace. Then sleep arose, and to the Grecian ships in haste repairing, to the earth-shaking king his tidings bore, and standing at his side, thus to the god his winged words addressed: Now, Neptune, to the Greeks thy ready aid afford, that short-liv'd triumph they may gain, while slumber holds the eyes of Jove. For I, in sweet unconsciousness, have drown'd his sense, beguiled by Juno, in whose arms he lies." He said, and vanish'd mid the tribes of men. But, fired with keener zeal to aid the Greeks, Neptune sprang forth in front, and called aloud, "Again, ye Greeks, shall our remissness yield the victory to Hector, Priam's son, to seize our ships, and endless glory gain? Such is his boast and menace, since in wrath Achilles still beside his ships remains. Yet him we scarce should miss, if we, the rest, but firmly stood for mutual defence. Hear then my counsel, let us all agree, girt with our best and broadest shields, our heads with flashing helmets guarded, in our hands grasping our longest spears, to dare the fight. Myself will lead you on, and Priam's son, though bold he be, with fear with me to cope. And if among our bravest any bear too small a buckler, with some meaner man let him exchange, and don the larger shield." He said, and they assenting heard his speech. The kings themselves, Ulysses, Diomed, and mighty Agamemnon, Atreus' son, though sorely wounded, yet the troops arrayed. Throughout the ranks they passed, and changed the arms. The bravest donned the best, the worse the worst. When, with their dazzling armour all were girt, forward they moved. The earth-shaker led them on. In his broad hand an awful sword he bore, long-bladed, vivid as the lightning's flash. Yet in the deadly strife he might not join, but kindled terror in the minds of men. Hector, meantime, the Trojan troops arrayed. Then fiercer grew and more intense the strain of furious fight, when Ocean's dark-haired king and Priam's noble son were met in arms, and aided, this the Trojans, that the Greeks. High toward the tents uprose the surging sea, as with loud clamour met the opposing hosts. Less loud the roar of ocean's wave, that driven by stormy Boreas breaks upon the beach. Less loud the crackling of the flames that rage in the deep forest of some mountain glen. Less loud the wind, to wildest fury roused, howls in the branches of the lofty oaks. Then rose the cry of Trojans and of Greeks, as each with furious shout encountered each. At Ajax first, who straight before him stood, great Hector threw his spear, nor missed his aim, where the two belts, the one which bore his shield, his silver-studded sword the other, met across his breast. These two his life preserved. Hector was wroth, that from his stalwart hand the spear had flown in vain, and back he sprang for safety to his comrades' sheltering ranks. But mighty Ajax Telamon upheaved a ponderous stone, of many, all around that scattered lay, beneath the warriors' feet, and served to prop the ships. With one of these, as Hector backward stepped, Above the shield he smote him on the breast, below the throat, with whirling motion, circling as it flew, the mass he hurled. As by the bolt of heaven, uprooted, prostrate lies some forest oak, the sulphurous vapour taints the air. Appalled, bereft of strength, the near beholder stands, and, awe-struck, hears the thunder peal of Jove. So in the dust the might of Hector lay. Dropped from his hand the spear, the shield and helm fell with him. Loud his polish'd armour rang. On rush'd with joyous shout the sons of Greece, in hope to seize the spoil. Thick flew the spears, yet none might reach or wound the fallen chief. For gather'd close around the bravest all, valiant Aeneas and Polydamas, godlike Agenor, and the Lycian chief Sarpedon, and the noble Glaucus stood. Nor did the rest not aid. Their shields' broad orbs before him still they held, while in their arms his comrades bore him from the battlefield, to where, with charioteer and well-wrought car, beyond the fight his flying coursers stood, which bore him, deeply groaning, toward the town. But when the ford was reached of Xanthus' stream, broad-flowing, eddying, by immortal Jove begotten, on the ground they laid him down, and dash'd the cooling water on his brow. Revived, he lifted up awhile his eyes, then on his knees, half rising, he disgorged the clotted blood. But backward to the earth, still by the blow subdued, again he fell, and darkling shades of night his eyes o'erspread. Onward with zeal redoubled press'd the Greeks, when Hector from the field they saw withdrawn. Foremost of all, Oileus' active son, with sudden spring assailing, Satnius slew. Him a fair Naiad nymph to Enops bore, who by the banks of Satnois kept his herds. Him then approaching near, Oileus' son thrust through the flank. He fell, and o'er his corpse Trojans and Greeks in stubborn fight engaged. But Panthous' son, a swift avenger, came, Polydamas, with brandish'd spear, and struck through the right shoulder Prothoenor, son of Eurylochus. Right through was driven the sturdy spear. He, rolling in the dust, clutched with his palms the ground. Then, shouting loud, thus with triumphant boast Polydamas: "From the strong hand of Panthous' noble son, methinks that not in vain the spear has flown. A Greek now bears it off, and he, perchance, may use it as a staff to Pluto's realm." Thus he. The Greeks with pain his vaunting heard, but chief it roused the spirit within the breast of Ajax Telamon, whom close beside the dead had fallen. He at Polydamas, retreating, hurled in haste his glittering spear, but springing sideways, 'scaped the stroke of fate. But young Archilochus, Antenor's son, received the spear, for heaven had willed his death. The spine it struck, the topmost joint, where met the head and neck, and both the tendons broke. Forward he fell, and ere or knee or leg, his head and mouth and nostrils struck the ground. Then Ajax, in his turn exulting, thus: "Say now, Polydamas, and tell me true, may this be deemed, for Prothoenor's death, a full equivalent? No common man he seems, and born of no ignoble race. Valiant Antenor's brother, or perchance his son? The likeness speaks him near akin." Thus he, though well he knew. Then bitter grief possessed the Trojans' souls. But Acamas, guarding his brother's body, with his spear slew the Boeotian Procamus, who fain would by the feet have drawn away the dead. Then Acamas, exulting, cried aloud: "Ye wretched Greeks, in boasting measureless! Not ours alone the labour and the loss of battle. Ye too have your share of death. Behold where lies your Procamus, subdued beneath my spear, not long unpaid the debt due for my brother's blood. 'Tis well for him who leaves a brother to avenge his fate." Thus he. The Greeks with pain his vaunting heard, but chief it roused the spirit within the breast of Peneleus. On Acamas he sprang, who waited not the encounter. Next he slew Ilioneus, the son of Phorbas, lord of numerous flocks, of all the Trojans most beloved of Hermes, who his wealth increased. To him Ilioneus, an only son, his mother bore, who now beneath the brow and through the socket of the eye was struck, thrusting the eyeball out. For through the eye, and backward through the head, the spear was driven. With hands extended, down to earth he sank. But Peneleus his weighty sword let fall full on his neck. The sever'd head and helm together fell, remaining still infixed the sturdy spear. Then he the gory head uplifting, to the Trojans vaunting cried: "Go now, ye Trojans! Bid that in the house of brave Ilioneus his parents raise the voice of wailing for their gallant son, as neither shall the wife of Procamus, the son of Elegenor, with glad smile her husband's coming hail, when home from Troy we, sons of Greece, with victory crown'd, return." Thus as he spoke, pale fear possessed them all, each looking round to seek escape from death. "Say now, ye nine, who on Olympus dwell, who, when the Earth-shaker turned the tide of war, first bore away his foeman's bloody spoils?" Great Ajax Telamon first Hyrtius smote, the son of Gertius, who to battle led the warlike Mysians. Next Antilochus from Mermerus and Phalces stripped their arms. Meriones Hippotion gave to death, and Morus. Teucer Periphetes slew, and Prothoon. Menelaus through the flank smote Hyperinor, as the grinding spear drained all his vitals. Through the gaping wound his spirit escaped, and darkness closed his eyes. But chiefest slaughter of the Trojans wrought Oileus' active son. Of all the Greeks no foot so swift as his, when Jove had filled their souls with fear to chase the flying foe. Book 15. Argument. The fifth battle at the ships, and the acts of Ajax. Jupiter, awaking, sees the Trojans repulsed from the trenches, Hector in a swoon, and Neptune at the head of the Greeks. He is highly incensed at the artifice of Juno, who appeases him by her submissions. She is then sent to Iris and Apollo. Juno, repairing to the assembly of the gods, attempts with extraordinary address to incense them against Jupiter. In particular, she touches Mars with a violent resentment. He is ready to take arms, but is prevented by Minerva. Iris and Apollo obey the orders of Jupiter. Iris commands Neptune to leave the battle, to which, after much reluctance and passion, he consents. Apollo re-inspires Hector with vigor, brings him back to the battle, marches before him with his aegis, and turns the fortune of the fight. He breaks down the first part of the Grecian wall. The Trojans rush in and attempt to fire the first line of the fleet, but are yet repelled by the greater Ajax with a prodigious slaughter. Now when the Trojans had recrossed the trench and palisades, and in their headlong flight many had fallen by Grecian swords, the rest, routed and pale with fear, made head awhile beside their cars. Then Jove, on Ida's height, at golden-throned Juno's side, awoke. Rising, he saw the Trojans and the Greeks, those in confusion, while behind them pressed the Greeks, triumphant, Neptune in their midst. He saw too Hector stretched upon the plain, his comrades standing round. Senseless he lay, drawing short breath, blood gushing from his mouth, for by no feeble hand the blow was dealt. Pitying, the sire of gods and men beheld, and thus with sternest glance to Juno spoke. "This, Juno, is thy work. Thy wicked wiles have Hector quelled, and Trojans driven to flight. Nor know I, but thyself mayst reap the fruit, by shameful scourging, of thy vile deceit. Hast thou forgotten how in former times I hung thee from on high, and to thy feet attached two ponderous anvils, and thy hands with golden fetters bound, which none might break? There didst thou hang amid the clouds of heaven. Through all Olympus' breadth the gods were wroth, yet dared not one approach to set thee free. If any so had ventur'd, him had I hurled from heaven's threshold, till to earth he fell, with little left of life. Yet was not quench'd my wrath on godlike Hercules' account, whom thou, with Boreas, o'er the watery waste, with fell intent didst send, and tempest-tossed, cast him ashore on Coos' fruitful isle. I rescued him from thence, and brought him back, after long toil, to Argos' grassy plains. This to thy mind I bring, that thou mayst learn to cease thy treacherous wiles, nor hope to gain by all thy lavish'd blandishments of love, wherewith thou hast deceived me and betrayed." He said, and terror seized the stag-eyed queen, who thus with winged words addressed her lord: "By earth I swear, and yon broad heaven above, and Stygian stream beneath, the weightiest oath of solemn power to bind the blessed gods, by thine own sacred head, our nuptial bed, whose holy tie I never could forswear, that not by my suggestion and advice earth-shaking Neptune on the Trojan host, and Hector, pours his wrath and aids the Greeks. In this he but obeys his own desire, who looks with pity on the Grecian host, besides their ships o'erborne. And could my words prevail, my counsel were to shape his course, O cloud-girt king, obedient to thy will." She said. The sire of gods and men, well pleased, her answer heard, and thus with gracious smile: "If, stag-eyed queen, in synod of the gods thy counsels shall indeed with mine agree, Neptune, how strong soe'er his wish, must change his course, obedient to thy will and mine. And if in all sincerity thou speak, go to the assembled gods, and hither send Iris, and Phoebus of the silver bow, that she may to the Grecian camp repair, and bid that Neptune from the battlefield withdraw, and to his own domain retire, while Phoebus Hector to the fight restores, inspiring new-born vigour, and allaying the mortal pains which bow his spirit down. Then, heartless fear infusing in the Greeks, put them to flight, that flying they may fall beside Achilles' ships. His comrade then, Patroclus, he shall send to battle forth, to be by Hector slain in front of Troy, yet not to fall till many valiant youths have felt his prowess, and amid the rest my son Sarpedon, by his comrade's death enraged, Achilles Hector shall subdue. Thenceforth my counsel is, that from the ships the Trojan force shall still be backward driven, until at length by Pallas' deep designs the Greeks possess the lofty walls of Troy. Yet will not I my anger intermit, nor suffer of the immortal gods to aid the Greeks, till Peleus' son behold his wish accomplish'd, and the boon obtained I promised once, and with a nod confirm'd, that day when sea-born Thetis clasp'd my knees, and prayed me to avenge her warrior son." Thus he. The white-arm'd Queen of Heaven, submiss, his mandate heard, and from the Idaean mount with rapid flight to high Olympus sped. Swift as the mind of man, who many a land hath travell'd o'er, and with reflective thought recalls, "Here was I such a day, or hear, and in a moment many a scene surveys, so Juno sped o'er intervening space. Olympus' heights she reached, and in the house of Jove appeared amid the assembled gods. They at her coming rose, with golden cups greeting their queen's approach. The rest she passed, and from the hand of fair-faced Themis took the proffered cup, who first had run to meet, and thus with winged words addressed the queen. Juno, why com'st thou hither, and with looks of one distraught with fear? Hath Saturn's son, thy mighty lord, thus sore affrighted thee? To whom the white-arm'd goddess Juno thus: Forbear thy questions, Themis. Well thou know'st how haughty and imperious is his mind. Thou for the gods in haste prepare the feast, then shalt thou learn, amid the immortals all, what evil he designs, nor all, I ween, his counsels will approve, or men or gods, though now in blissful ignorance they feast. She said, and sat. The gods, oppressed with care, her farther speech awaited. On her lips there dwelt, indeed, a smile, but not a ray passed o'er her darkening brow, as thus her wrath amid the assembled gods found vent in words. Fools are we all, who madly strive with Jove, or hope, by access to his throne, to sway, by word or deed, his course. From all apart, he all our counsels heeds not, but derides, and boasts o'er all the immortal gods to reign in unapproach'd preeminence of power. Prepare then each his several woe to bear. On Mars e'en now, methinks, the blow hath fallen, since in the fight the man he loves the best, and boasts his son, Ascalaphus, is slain. She said, and Mars, enraged, his brawny thigh smote with his hands, and thus lamenting spoke. Blame not, ye gods, who on Olympus dwell, that to the Grecian ships I haste, to avenge my slaughter'd son. Though blasted by heaven's fire, 'twere mine, mid corpses, blood, and dust, to lie. He said, and gave command to fear and flight, to yoke his car, and donned his glittering arms. Then from the throne of Jove had heavier wrath and deeper vengeance on the immortals fallen. But Pallas, in alarm for all the gods, quitting in haste the throne whereon she sat, sprang past the vestibule, and from his head the helmet lifted, from his arm the shield, took from his sturdy hand, and reared upright the brazen spear. Then, with reproachful words, she thus assailed the impetuous god of war. Frantic and passion-maddened, thou art lost. Hast thou no ears to hear? Or are thy mind and sense of reverence utterly destroyed? Or heardst thou not what white-arm'd Juno spoke, fresh from the presence of Olympian Jove? Wouldst thou, thine evil destiny fulfilled, by hard constraint, despite thy grief, be driven back to Olympus, and to all the rest confusion and disaster with thee bring? At once from valiant Trojans and from Greeks his thoughts would be diverted, and his wrath embroil Olympus, and on all alike, guilty or not, his anger would be poured. Wave then thy vengeance for thy gallant son. Others, as brave of heart, as strong of arm, have fallen, and yet must fall, and vain the attempt to watch at once o'er all the race of men. Thus saying, to his seat again she forced the impetuous Mars. Meanwhile, without the house, Juno, by Jove's command, Apollo called, and Iris, messenger from God to God, and thus to both her winged words addressed. Jove bids you with all speed to Ida haste, and when arrived, before his face ye stand. Whate'er he orders, that observe and do. Thus Juno spoke, and to her throne returned, while they to spring abounding Ida's heights, wild nurse of forest beasts, pursued their way. The all-seeing son of Saturn there they found, upon the topmost crag of Gargarus, an incense-breathing cloud around him spread. Before the face of cloud-compelling Jove they stood. Well pleased he witnessed their approach, in swift obedience to his consort's words, and thus to Iris first his speech addressed. Haste thee, swift Iris, and to Ocean's king my message bear, nor misreporting aught, nor aught omitting. From the battlefield bid him retire, and join the assembled gods, or to his own domain of sea withdraw. If my commands he heed not, nor obey, let him consider in his inmost soul, if, mighty though he be, he dare await my hostile coming, mightier far than him, his elder born. Nor may his spirit aspire to rival me, whom all regard with awe. He said. Swift-footed Iris at the word from Ida's heights to sacred Ilium sped. Swift as the snowflakes from the clouds descend, or wintry hail before the driving blast of Boreas, ether-born, so swift to earth descended Iris. By his side she stood, and with these words the earth-shaking God addressed. A message, dark-haired circler of the earth, to thee I bring from aegis-bearing Jove. He bids thee straightway from the battlefield retire, and either join the assembled gods, or to thine own domain of sea withdraw. If his commands thou heed not, nor obey, hither he menaces himself to come and fight against thee. But he warns thee first, beware his arm, as mightier far than thee, thine elder born. Nor may thy spirit aspire to rival him, whom all regard with awe. To whom in towering wrath the earth-shaking God: "By heaven, though great he be, he yet presumes somewhat too far, if me, his equal born, he seeks by force to baffle of my will. We were 3 brethren, all of Rhea born to Saturn, Jove, and I, and Pluto 3rd, who o'er the nether regions holds his sway. 3fold was our partition, each obtained his meed of honour due. The hoary sea, by lot, my habitation was assigned. The realms of darkness fell to Pluto's share, broad heaven, amid the sky and clouds, to Jove. But earth and high Olympus are to all a common heritage. Nor will I walk to please the will of Jove, though great he be. With his own 3rd contented, let him rest, nor let him think that I, as wholly vile, shall quail before his arm. His lofty words were better to his daughters and his sons, addressed, his own begotten, who perforce must listen to his mandates and obey." To whom swift-footed Iris thus replied: "Is this, then, dark-haired circler of the earth, the message, stern and haughty, which to Jove thou bidst me bear? Perchance thine angry mood may bend to better counsels. Noblest minds are easiest bent, and o'er superior age thou know'st the avenging Furies ever watch." To whom earth-shaking Neptune thus replied: "Immortal Iris, weighty are thy words, and in good season spoken; and 'tis well when envoys are by sound discretion led. Yet are my heart and mind with grief oppress'd, when me, his equal, both by birth and fate, he seeks with haughty words to overbear. I yield, but with indignant sense of wrong. This too I say, nor shall my threat be vain: let him remember, if in my despite 'gainst Pallas', Juno's, Hermes', Vulcan's will, he spare to overthrow proud Ilium's towers, and crown with victory the Grecian arms, the feud between us never can be healed." The Earth-shaker said, and from the field withdrew beneath the ocean wave, the warrior Greeks his loss deploring. To Apollo then the cloud compeller thus with speech addressed: "Go straight to Hector of the brazen helm, good Phoebus, for beneath the ocean wave the Earth-shaker hath withdrawn, escaping thus my high displeasure. Had he dared resist, the tumult of our strife had reach'd the gods, who in the nether realms with Saturn dwell. Yet thus 'tis better, both for me and him, that, though indignant, to my will he yields, for to compel him were no easy task. Take thou and wave on high thy tasselled shield, the Grecian warriors daunting. Thou thyself, far-darting king, thy special care bestow on noble Hector. So restore his strength and vigour, that in panic to their ships and the broad Hellespont the Greeks be driven. Then will I so by word and deed contrive, that they may gain fresh respite from their toil." He said, nor did Apollo not obey his sire's commands. From Ida's heights he flew, like to a falcon swooping on a dove, swiftest of birds. Then Priam's son he found, the godlike Hector, stretched at length no more, but sitting, now to consciousness restored, with recognition looking on his friends. The cold sweat dried, nor gasping now for breath, since by the will of aegis-bearing Jove to life new wakened. Close beside him stood the far destroyer, and addressed him thus: "Hector, thou son of Priam, why apart from all thy comrades art thou sitting here, feeble and faint? What trouble weighs thee down?" To whom thus Hector of the glancing helm, with faltering voice: "Who art thou, prince of gods, who thus enquirest of me? Know'st thou not how a huge stone by mighty Ajax hurl'd, as on his comrades by the Grecian ships I dealt destruction, struck me on the breast, dash'd to the earth, and all my vigour quell'd? I deem'd, in sooth, this day my soul, expired, should see the dead, and Pluto's shadowy realm." To whom again the far-destroying king: "Be of good cheer, from Saturn's son I come, from Ida's height, to be thy guide and guard. Phoebus Apollo, of the golden sword, I, who of old have thy protector been, thee and thy city guarding. Rise then straight, summon thy numerous horsemen, bid them drive their flying cars to assail the Grecian ships. I go before, and will thy horses' way make plain and smooth, and daunt the warrior Greeks." His words fresh vigour in the chief infused, as some proud steed, at well-filled manger fed, his halter broken, neighing, scours the plain, and revels in the widely flowing stream to bathe his sides, then tossing high his head, while o'er his shoulders streams his ample mane, light borne on active limbs, in conscious pride, to the wide pastures of the mares he flies. So vigorous Hector plied his active limbs, his horsemen summoning at heaven's command. As when a rustic crowd of men and dogs have chased an antlered stag or mountain goat, that mid the crags and thick o'ershadowing wood hath refuge found, and baffles their pursuit. If by the tumult roused a lion stand, with bristling mane, before them back they turn, check'd in their mid-career, even so the Greeks, who late in eager throngs were pressing on, thrusting with swords and double-pointed spears, when Hector moving through the ranks they saw, recoiled, and to their feet their courage fell. To whom thus Tausus spoke, Andrymon's son, Aetolia's bravest warrior, skilled to throw the javelin, dauntless in the stubborn fight, by few surpassed in speech, when in debate in full assembly Grecian youths contend. He thus with prudent speech began, and said, "Great is the marvel which our eyes behold, that Hector, see again, to life restored, escaped the death we hoped him to have met, beneath the hands of Ajax Telamon. Some God hath been his guard, and Hector saved, whose arm hath slacked the knees of many a Greek. So will he now, for not without the aid of Jove, the Lord of thunder, doth he stand so boldly forth, so eager for the fight. Hear then, and all by my advice be ruled. Back to the ships dismiss the general crowd, while of our army we, the foremost men, stand fast, and meeting him with levelled spears, hold him in check, and he, though brave, may fear to throw himself amid our serried ranks." He said. They heard, and all obeyed his words. The mighty Ajax, and Idomeneus the king, and Teucer, and Meriones, and Meges bold as Mars, with all their best, their steadfast battle ranged, to wait the assault of Hector and his Trojans, while behind the unwarlike many to the ships retired. The Trojan mass came on, by Hector led with haughty stride. Before him Phoebus went, his shoulders veil'd in cloud. His arm sustained the awful aegis, dread to look on, hung with shaggy tassels round and dazzling bright, which Vulcan, skilful workman, gave to Jove to scatter terror mid the souls of men. This on his arm the Trojan troops he led. Firm stood the mass of Greeks. From either side shrill clamours rose, and fast from many a string the arrows flew, and many a javelin hurled by vigorous arms, some buried in the flesh of stalwart youths, and many, ere they reached their living mark, fell midway on the plain, fixed in the ground, in vain athirst for blood. While Phoebus motionless his aegis held, thick flew the shafts, and fast the people fell on either side. But when he turned its flash full in the faces of the astonished Greeks, and shouted loud, their spirits within them quailed, their fiery courage borne in mind no more. As when two beasts of prey at dead of night, with sudden onset, scatter wide a herd of oxen, or a numerous flock of sheep, their keepers absent, so, unnerved by fear, the Greeks dispersed, such panic mid their ranks, that victory so might crown the Trojan arms, Apollo sent, and as the masses broke, each Trojan slew his man. By Hector's hand fell Stichius and Arcesilas, the one the leader of Boeotia's brass-clad host, the other brave Menestheus' trusted friend. Aeneas Medon slew, and Iasus, Medon the great Oileus' bastard son, brother of Ajax. He, in Phylace, far from his native home, was driven to dwell, since one to Areopis near akin, his sire, Oileus' wife, his hand had slain. And Iasus, the Athenian chief, was deemed the son of Sphelus, son of Bucalus. Polydamas, amid the foremost ranks, Mecistes slew, Polites Echius, Agenor Olynius, while from Paris' hand an arrow, mid the crowd of fugitives, shot from behind, beneath the shoulder struck Deiochus, and through his chest was driven. These, while the Trojans of their arms despoiled, through ditch and palisades, promiscuous, dashed the flying Greeks, and gained, hard-pressed, the wall, while loudly Hector to the Trojans called to assail the ships, and leave the bloody spoils. Whom I elsewhere, and from the ships aloof, shall find, my hand shall doom him on the spot. For him no funeral pyre his kin shall light, or male or female, but before the wall our city's dogs his mangled flesh shall tear." He said, and on his horse's shoulder point let fall the lash, and loudly through the ranks called on the Trojans. They, with answering shout and noise unspeakable, urged on with him their harnessed steeds. Apollo in the van trod down with ease the embankment of the ditch, and filled it in, and o'er it bridged a way, level and wide, far as a javelin's flight, hurled by an arm that proves its utmost strength. O'er this their columns passed. Apollo bore his aegis o'er them, and cast down the wall. Easy, as when a child upon the beach in wanton play with hands and feet o'erthrows the mound of sand which late in play he raised, so, Phoebus, thou, the Grecian toil and pains confounding, sentest panic through their souls. Thus hemm'd beside the ships they made their stand, while each exhorted each, and all, with hands outstretched, to every god addressed their prayer. And chief Gerenian Nestor, prop of Greece, with hands uplifted toward the starry heaven: "O Father Jove, if any ere to thee, on cord-clad plains of Argos, burned the fat of bulls and sheeps, and offered up his prayer for safe return, and thine assenting nod confirmed thy promise, oh, remember now his prayer. Stave off the pitiless day of doom, nor let the Greeks to Trojan arms succumb." Thus Nestor prayed. Loud thunder'd from on high the Lord of counsel, as he heard the prayer of Neleus' aged son. With double zeal the Trojans, as the mind of Jove they knew, pressed on the Greeks, with warlike ardour fir'd. As o'er the bulwarks of a ship pour'd down the mighty billows of the wide-pathed sea, driven by the blast that tosses high the waves, so down the wall with shouts the Trojans pour'd. The cars admitted, by the ships they fought with double-pointed spears, and hand to hand. These on their chariots, on the lofty decks of their dark vessels, those with ponderous spars, which on the ship were stored for naval war, compact and strong, their heads encased in brass. While yet beyond the ships, about the wall, the Greeks and Trojans fought, Patroclus, still within the tent of brave Eurypylus, remaining, with his converse soothed the chief, and healing unguents to his wound applied, of power to charm away the bitter pains. But when the Trojans, pouring o'er the wall, and routed Greeks, in panic flight he saw, deeply he groaned, and smiting on his thigh with either palm, in anguish thus he spoke: "Eurypylus, how great soe'er thy need, I can no longer stay, so fierce the storm of battle rages. But the attendant care will all thy wants supply, while I in haste Achilles seek, and urge him to the war. Who knows but Heaven may grant me to succeed, for great is oft a friend's persuasive power." He said, and quickly on his errand sped. Meanwhile the Greeks, in firm array, endured the onset of the Trojans, nor could these, the assailants, though in numbers less, repel, nor those again the Grecian masses break, and force their passage through the ships and tents, as by a rule in cunning workman's hand, who all his art by Pallas' aid has learnt. A vessel's plank is smooth and even laid, so level lay the balance of the fight. Others round other ships maintained the war, but Hector that of Ajax sought alone. For that one ship they two unwearied toiled, nor Hector Ajax from his post could move, and burned the ship with fire, nor he repel the foe who came protected by a god. Then noble Ajax with his javelin smote Caletor, son of Clytius, through the breast, as toward the ship a blazing torch he bore. Thundering he fell, and dropped his hand the torch. But Hector, when his eyes his kinsman saw by the dark vessel, prostrate in the dust, on Trojans and on Lycians called aloud: "Trojans and Lycians, and ye Dardans fam'd in close encounter, in this press of war slack not your efforts. Haste to save the son of Clytius, nor let Greeks his arms possess, who, mid their throng of ships, has nobly fallen." At Ajax, as he spoke, his gleaming spear he threw, but missed his aim. Yet Lycophron, his comrade of Cythera, Mastor's son, who, flying from Cythera's lovely isle, with guilt of bloodshed near to Ajax dwelt, standing beside the chief, above the ear he struck, and pierced the brain. From the tall prow backwards he fell, his limbs relaxed in death. Then Ajax, shuddering, on his brother called: "Good Teucer, we have lost a faithful friend, the son of Mastor, our Cytheran guest, whom as a father all revered, who now lies slain by noble Hector. Where are then thine arrows, swift-winged messengers of fate? And where thy trusty bow, Apollo's gift?" Thus Ajax Teucer heard, and ran in haste, and stood beside him with his bended bow and well-stored quiver. On the Trojans fast he pour'd his shafts, and struck Pisenor's son, Clytus, the comrade of Polydamas, the noble son of Panthous. He the reins held in his hand, and all his care bestow'd to guide his horses. For where'er the throng was thickest, there in Hector's cause and Troy's he still was found. But o'er him hung the doom which none might turn aside. For from behind the fateful arrow struck him through the neck. Down from the car he fell. Swerving aside, the startled horses whirled the empty car. Them first the king Polydamas beheld, and stay'd their course. To Protiaon's son Astynous then he gave them, with command to keep good watch, and still be near at hand. Then mid the foremost join'd again the fray. Again at Hector of the brazen helm an arrow Teucer aim'd, and had the shaft the life of Hector quench'd in mid-career. Not long the fight had raged around the ships. But Jove's all-seeing eye beheld, who watch'd o'er Hector's life, and Teucer's hopes deceived. The bow's well-twisted string he snapped in twain, as Teucer drew. The brass-tipped arrow flew wide of the mark, and dropped his hand the bow. Then to his brother, all aghast, he cried, "O heaven! Some God our best laid schemes of war confounds, who from my hand hath wrench'd the bow, and snapped the newly twisted string, which I but late attach'd, my swift-winged shafts to bear." Whom answer'd thus great Ajax Telamon: "O friend, leave there thine arrows and thy bow, marr'd by some God who grudges our renown. But take in hand thy ponderous spear, and cast thy shield about thy shoulders, and thyself stand forth, and urge the rest to face the foe. Let us not tamely yield, if yield we must, our well-built ships, but nobly dare the fight." Thus Ajax spoke, and Teucer in the tent bestow'd his bow, and o'er his shoulders threw his fourfold shield, and on his firm-set head a helm he placed, well wrought, with horsehair plume, that nodded fearful o'er his brow. His hand grasp'd the firm spear, with sharpened point of brass, then ran and swiftly stood by Ajax' side. Hector, meanwhile, who saw the weapon marr'd, to Trojans and to Lycians call'd aloud: "Trojans and Lycians, and ye Dardans fam'd in close encounter, quit ye now like men. Against the ships your wonted valour show. E'en now before our eyes hath Jove destroy'd a chieftain's weapon. Easy 'tis to trace o'er human wars the o'erruling hand of Jove, to whom he gives the prize of victory, and whom, withholding aid, he minishes, as now the Greeks, while we his favour gain. Pour then your force united on the ships, and if there be among you who this day shall meet his doom, by sword or arrow slain, e'en let him die. A glorious death is his who for his country falls, and, dying, leaves, preserved from danger, children, wife, and home, his heritage uninjured, when the Greeks, embarking, hence shall take their homeward way." His words fresh courage roused in every breast. Ajax, on the other side, addressed the Greeks. "Shame on ye, Greeks! This very hour decides if we must perish or be saved and ward destruction from our ships. And can ye hope that each, if Hector of the glancing helm shall burn our ships, on foot can reach his home? Or hear ye not how, burning to destroy our vessels, Hector cheers his forces on? Not to the dance, but to the fight he calls. Nor better counsel can for us be found than in close fight, with heart and hand to join. 'Twere better far at once to die than live hemm'd in and straitened thus, in dire distress, close to our ships, by meaner men beset." His words fresh courage roused in every breast. Then Hector Schedius, Perimedes' son, the Thracian leader, slew. On the other side, Ajax, the captain of the foot, o'ercame Laodamas, Antenor's noble son, while of his arms Polydamas despoiled Cyllenian Otus, friend of Phyleus' son, the proud Epeans' leader. Meges saw and rushed upon him, but Polydamas, stooping, the blow evaded. Him he missed, for Phoebus willed not Panthous' son should fall in the front rank contending. But the spear smote Chrysemus through the breast, thundering he fell, and from his corpse the victor stripped his arms. Him Dolops, son of Lampus, spearman skilled, well trained in every point of war, assailed. The son of Lampus he, the prince of men, son of Laomedon. From close at hand forward he sprang, and thrust at Meges' shield. But him the solid corslet which he wore, with breast and back piece fitted, saved from harm. The corslet Phyleus brought from Ephyra, by Celis' stream. Euphetes, king of men, bestowed it as a friendly gift, to wear in battle for a guard from hostile spears, which from destruction now preserved his son. Next Meges struck, with keen-edged spear, the crown of Dolops' brass-bound, horsehair-crested helm, severing the horsehair plume, which, brilliant late with crimson dye, now lay defiled in dust. Yet fought he on, and still for victory hoped. But warlike Menelaus to the aid of Meges came. Of Dolops unobserved he stood, and from behind his shoulder pierced. The point, its course pursuing, through his breast was driven, and headlong on his face he fell. Forthwith advanced the two to seize the spoils, but loudly Hector on his kinsmen called, on all, but chief on Acidion's son, the valiant Melanippus. He, erewhile in far Percote, ere the foes appeared, pastured his herds, but when the ships of Greece approached the shore, to Ilium back he came. There, mid the Trojans eminent, he dwelt in Priam's house, beloved as Priam's son. Him Hector called by name, and thus addressed: "Why, Melanippus, stand we idly thus? Doth not thy slaughter'd kinsman touch thy heart? See how they rush on Dolops' arms to seize. Then on! No distant war must now be waged, but hand to hand, till or the Greeks be slain, or lofty Troy with all her children fall." He said, and led the way. Him followed straight the godlike chief. Great Ajax Telamon, meanwhile, the Greeks encouraged to the fight, and cried, "Brave comrades, quit ye now like men, bear a stout heart, and in the stubborn fight let each to other mutual succour give. By mutual succour more are saved than fall. In timid flight nor fame nor safety lies." He said, and pondering well his words, they stood firm in defence, as with a wall of brass the ships they guarded, though against them Jove led on the Trojans. Menelaus then with stirring words Antilochus addressed. "Antilochus, then thou, of all the Greeks is none more active, or more light of foot? None stronger hurls the spear? Then from the crowd spring forth, and aim to reach some Trojan's life." Thus saying, he withdrew. Fired by his words, forth sprang the youth, and poised his glittering spear, glancing around him. Back the Trojans drew before his aim, nor flew the spear in vain, but through the breast it pierced, as on he came, brave Melanippus, Icetaon's son. Thundering he fell, and loud his armour rang. Forth sprang Antilochus, as springs a hound upon a fawn, which from its lair disturbed a hunter's shaft has struck, and quelled its powers. So Melanippus sprang to seize thy spoils, the stout Antilochus, but not unmarked of Hector's eye, who, hastening through the press, advanced to meet him. Waited not the attack, bold warrior as he was, Antilochus, but, trembling, fled, as when a beast of prey, conscious of evil deed, amid the herd the guardian dog or herdsman's self has slain, and flies, ere yet the avenging crowd collect. So fled the son of Nestor. Onward pressed, by Hector led, the Trojans. Loud their shouts, as on the Greeks their murderous shafts they pour'd. Yet turn'd he, when his comrades' ranks he reach'd. Then on the ships, as ravening lions, fell the Trojans. They but work'd the will of Jove, who still their courage raised, and quelled the Greeks. Of victory these debarr'd, and those inspir'd. For so he will'd, that Hector, Priam's son, should wrap in fire the beak'd ships of Greece, and Thetis to the uttermost obtain her overbold petition. Yet did Jove, the Lord of counsel, wait but to behold the flames ascending from the blazing ships. For from that hour the Trojans, backward driven, should to the Greeks the final triumph leave. With such design, to seize the ships, he fir'd the already burning zeal of Priam's son. Fiercely he raged, as terrible as Mars with brandish'd spear, or as a raging fire mid the dense thickets on the mountain side. The foam was on his lips, bright flashed his eyes beneath his awful brows, and terribly above his temples waved amid the fray the helm of Hector. Jove himself from heaven, his guardian hand extending, him alone with glory crowning mid the host of men. But short his term of glory, for the day was fast approaching when, with Pallas' aid, the might of Peleus' son should work his doom. Oft he essayed to break the ranks, where'er the densest and throng noblest arms he saw. But strenuous though his efforts, all were vain. They, massed in close array, his charge withstood. Firm as a craggy rock, upstanding high, close by the hoary sea, which meets unmoved the boisterous currents of the whistling winds, and the big waves that bellow round its base, so stood unmoved the Greeks, and undismayed. At length, all blazing in his arms, he sprang upon the mass, so plunging down, as when on some tall vessel from beneath the clouds a giant billow, tempest nursed, descends. The deck is drenched in foam, the stormy wind howls in the shrouds, the affrighted seamen quail in fear, but little way from death removed, so quailed the spirit in every Grecian breast. As when a ravening lion on a herd of heifers falls, which on some marshy mead feed numberless, beneath the care of one unskilled from beasts of prey to guard his charge, and while beside the front or rear he walks, the lion on the unguarded centre springs, seizes on one, and scatters all the rest. So Hector, led by Jove, in wild alarm scattered the Grecians all. But one alone, brave Periphetes of Mycenae, slew, the son of Copreus, whom Eurystheus sent, his envoy to the might of Hercules. Far nobler than the father was the son, in speed of foot, in warlike might, in mind, in all, among Mycenaeans foremost he, who now on Hector fresh renown conferred. For backward as he stepped, against the rim of the broad shield, which for defence he bore, down reaching to his feet, he tripped, and thus entangled backward fell. And as he fell, around his temples clattered loud his helm. Hector beheld, and o'er him stood in haste, and with his spear transfixed his breast, and slew before his comrades' eyes. Yet dared not one, though grieving for their comrades' loss, advance to rescue. Such of Hector was their awe. They fronted now the ships. The leading prows, which first were drawn on shore, still barred their way. The leading prows, which first were drawn on shore, still barred their way. Yet on they streamed, and from the foremost ships, now hardly pressed, the Greeks perforce retired. But closely massed before the tents they stood, not scattered o'er the camp, by shame restrained, and fear, and loudly each exhorted each. Gerenian Nestor, chief, the prop of Greece, thus by their fathers singly each adjured: "Quit ye like men, dear friends, and think it shame to forfeit now the praise of other men. Let each man now his children and his wife, his fortunes and his parents, bear in mind, and not the living only, but the dead. For them, the absent, I, your suppliant, pray, that firm ye stand, and scorn disgraceful flight." His words fresh courage roused in every breast, and from their eyeballs Pallas purged away the film of darkness, and on every side, both toward the ships and toward the level fight, clear light diffused. There Hector they discerned, and all his comrades, those who stood aloof, and those who near the ships maintained the war. Then was not Ajax's mighty soul content to stand where stood the other sons of Greece. Along the vessel's lofty decks he moved with haughty stride, a ponderous boarding pike, well polished, and with rivets well secured, of 22 cubits length, he bore, as one well skilled in feats of horsemanship, who from a troop of horses on the plain has parted four, and down the crowded road, while men and women all in wonder gaze, drives toward the city, and with force untired from one to other springs, as on they fly. O'er many a vessel's deck so Ajax passed, with lofty stride, and voice that reached to heaven, as loudly shouting, on the Greeks he called to save their ships and tents. Nor Hector stayed amid the closely buckler'd Trojan ranks, but, as upon a flock of birds that feed beside a river's bank, or geese, or cranes, or long-necked swans, a fiery eagle swoops, so on the dark prowed ship with furious rush swept Hector down. Him Jove with mighty hand sustained, and with him forward urged the crowd. Fierce round the ships again the battle raged. Well might ye deem no previous toil had worn their strength, who in that dread encounter met. With edge so keen and stubborn will they fought. But varying far their hopes and fears, the Greeks of safety and escape from death despaired, while high the hopes in every Trojan's breast to burn the ships and slay the warlike Greeks. So minded each, opposed in arms they stood. On a swift sailing vessel's stern that bore Protesilaus to the coast of Troy, but to his native country bore not thence, Hector had laid his hand. Around that ship Trojans and Greeks in mutual slaughter joined. The arrows or the javelin's distant flight they waited not, but fired with equal rage, fought hand to hand, with axe and hatchet keen, and mighty swords, and double-pointed spears. Many a fair-hilted blade, with iron bound, dropped from the hands, or from the severed arms, of warrior chiefs. The dark earth ran with blood. Yet loosed not Hector of the stern his hold, but grasped the poop, and on the Trojans called, "Bring fire, and all together loud and clear your war cry raise. This day will Jove repay our labours all, with capture of those ships which hither came against the will of heaven, and which on us unnumber'd ills have brought. by our own elders' fault, who me, desiring even at their vessels' sterns to urge the war, withheld, and to the town the troops confined. But Jove, all-seeing, if he then o'erruled our better mind, himself is now our aid." Thus he. They onward press'd with added zeal, nor Ajax yet endured, by hostile spears, now sorely galled, yet but a little space. Back to the helmsman's 7-foot board he moved, expecting death, and left the lofty deck, where long he stood on guard. But still his spear the Trojans kept aloof, whoe'er essayed amid the ships to launch th' unwearied flames. And loudly shouting to the Greeks he called, "Friends, Grecian heroes, ministers of Mars, quit ye like men. Dear friends, remember now your wonted valour. Think ye in your rear to find supporting forces, or some fort whose walls may give you refuge from your foe? No city is nigh, whose well-appointed towers, manned by a friendly race, may give us aid. But here, upon the well-arm'd Trojans' soil, and only resting on the sea, we lie far from our country. Not in faint retreat, but in our own good arms our safety lies." He said, and with his sharp-edged spear his words he followed up. If any Trojan dared, by Hector's call inspired, with fiery brand to assail the ships, him with his ponderous spear would Ajax meet. And thus before the ships 12 warriors, hand to hand, his prowess felt. Book 16. Argument. The 6th Battle. The Acts and Death of Patroclus. Patroclus, in pursuance of the request of Nestor in the 11th book, entreats Achilles to suffer him to go to the assistance of the Greeks with Achilles' troops and armour. He agrees to it, but at the same time charges him to content himself with rescuing the fleet without farther pursuit of the enemy. The armour, horses, soldiers, and officers of Achilles are described. Achilles offers a libation for the success of his friend, after which Patroclus leads the Myrmidons to battle. The Trojans, at the sight of Patroclus in Achilles' armour, taking him for that hero, are cast into the utmost consternation. He beats them off from the vessels. Hector himself flies. Sarpedon is killed, though Jupiter was averse to his fate. Several other particulars of the battle are described, in the heat of which Patroclus, neglecting the orders of Achilles, pursues the foe to the walls of Troy, where Apollo repulses and disarms him, Euphorbus wounds him, and Hector kills him, which concludes the book. Thus round the well-manned ship they waged the war. Meanwhile, by Peleus' son Patroclus stood, weeping hot tears, as some dark-water'd fount pours o'er a craggy rock its gloomy stream. Achilles, swift of foot, with pity saw, and to his friend these winged words addressed. "Why weeps Patroclus, like an infant girl that prays her mother, by whose side she runs, to take her up, and clinging to her gown impedes her way, and still with tearful eyes, looks in her face, until she take her up. Even as that girl, Patroclus, such art thou, shedding soft tears. Hast thou some tidings brought touching the general weal, or me alone? Or have some evil news from Phthia come, known but to thee? Menoetius, Actor's son, yet surely lives, and mid his Myrmidons lives aged Peleus, son of Iasus. Their deaths indeed might well demand our tears. Or weep'st thou for the Greeks, who round their ships by death their former insolence repay? Speak out, that I may know thy cause of grief. To whom with bitter groans Patroclus thus: O son of Peleus, noblest of the Greeks, Achilles, be not wroth. Such weight of woe the Grecian camp oppresses. In their ships they who were late their bravest and their best, sore wounded all, by spear or arrow, lie. The valiant son of Tydeus, Diomed, pierced by a shaft, Ulysses by a spear, and Agamemnon's self, Eurypylus, by a sharp arrow through the thigh transfixed. For these the large resources of their art the leeches ply, and on their wounds attend, while thou, Achilles, still remain'st unmoved. Oh, be it never mine to nurse such hate as thou retain'st, inflexibly severe, whoe'er may hope in future days by thee to profit, if thou now forbear to save the Greeks from shame and loss. Unfeeling man! Sure Peleus, horseman brave, was ne'er thy sire, nor Thetis bore thee from the cold grey sea, and craggy rocks thou hadst thy birth. So hard and stubborn is thy soul. But if the fear of evil prophesied thyself restrain, or message by thy goddess mother brought from Jove, yet send me forth, with all thy force of Myrmidons, to be the saving light of Greece, and let me to the battle bear thy glittering arms. If so, the men of Troy, scared by thy likeness, may forsake the field, and breathing time afford the sons of Greece toil worn, for little pause has yet been theirs. Fresh and unwearied we may drive with ease to their own city from our ships and tents, the Trojans, worn and battle-wearied men. Thus prayed he, all unwisely, for the prayer he uttered to himself was fraught with death. To whom, much grieved, Achilles, swift of foot: Heaven-born Patroclus, oh, what words are these? Of prophecy I reck not, though I know nor message hath my mother brought from Jove. But it afflicts my soul, when one I see that basely robs his equal of his prize, his lawful prize, by highest valour won. Such grief is mine, such wrong have I sustained, her, whom the sons of Greece on me bestowed, prize of my spear, the well-walled city stormed. The mighty Agamemnon, Atreus' son, hath borne by force away, as from the hands of some dishonour'd, houseless vagabond. But let the past be past. I never meant my wrath should have no end, yet had not thought my anger to abate, till my own ships should hear the war cry, and the battle bear. But go, and in my well-known armour clad, lead forth the valiant Myrmidons to war, since the dark cloud of Trojans circles round the ships in force, and on the shingly beach, pent up in narrow limits, lie the Greeks, and all the city hath pour'd its numbers forth, in hope undoubting, for they see no more my helm among them flashing. Else in flight their dead would choke the streams, if but to me great Agamemnon bore a kindly mind. But round the camp the battle now is waged. No more the hands of valiant Diomed, the Greeks protecting, hurl his fiery spear, nor hear I now, from his detested lips, the shout of Agamemnon. All around is heard the warrior-slayer Hector's voice, cheering his Trojans. With triumphant cries, they, from the vanquish'd Greeks, hold all the plain. Nathless, do thou, Patroclus, in defence, fall boldly on, lest they with blazing fire our ships destroy, and hinder our retreat. But hear, and ponder well, the end of all I have to say, and so for me obtain honour and glory in the eyes of Greece, and that the beauteous maiden to my arms they may restore, with costly gifts to boot, the ships relieved, return forthwith, and, though the Thunderer, Juno's lord, should crown thine arms with triumph, be not rash, apart from me, in combat with the warlike sons of Troy. So should my name in less repute be held, nor in the keen excitement of the fight and slaughter of the Trojans lead thy troops on toward the city, lest thou find thyself by some one of the immortal gods opposed, for the far-darting Phoebus loves them well. But when in safety thou hast placed the ships, delay not to return, and leave the rest to battle on the plain. For would to Jove, to Pallas and Apollo, that not one, or Greek or Trojan, might escape from death, save only thou and I, that so we two alone might raise the sacred towers of Troy. Such converse held they, while by hostile spears, hard press'd, no longer Ajax might endure, at once by Jove's high will and Trojan foes o'ermaster'd. Loud beneath repeated blows clatter'd around his brow the glittering helm, as on the well-wrought crest the weapons fell, and his left arm grew faint, that long had borne the burthen of his shield, yet not avail'd the press of spears to drive him from his post. Labouring, he drew his breath, his every limb with sweat was reeking, breathing space was none, blow followed blow, and ills were heaped on ill. Say now, ye nine, who on Olympus dwell, how first the fire assailed the Grecian ships. Hector approach'd, and on the ashen spear of Ajax, close behind the head, let fall his mighty sword. Right through he clove the wood, and in his hand the son of Telamon the headless shaft held bootless. Far away, loud ringing, fell to earth the brazen point. Ajax, dismayed, perceived the hand of heaven, and knew that Jove the Thunderer had decreed to thwart his hopes, and victory give to Troy. Slow he retired, and to the vessel they the blazing torch applied. High rose the flame unquenchable, and wrapped the poop in fire. The son of Peleus saw, and with his palm smote on his thigh, and to Patroclus called, "Up, up, nobly born Patroclus, car-born chief! Up, for I see above the ships ascend the hostile fires, and lest they seize the ships and hinder our retreat, do thou in haste thine armour don, while I arouse the troops." He said. His dazzling arms Patroclus donned. First on his legs the well-wrought greaves he fixed, fastened with silver clasps. His ample chest the breastplate of Achilles, swift of foot, star-spangled, richly wrought, defended well. Around his shoulders slung, his sword he bore, brass-bladed, silver-studded. Next his shield, weighty and strong, and on his firm-set head a helm he wore, well wrought, with horsehair plume that nodded, fearful, o'er his brow. His hand grasped 2 stout spears, familiar to his hold. One spear Achilles had, long, ponderous, tough, but this he touched not. None of all the Greeks, none, save Achilles' self, that spear could poise. The far-famed Pelian ash, which to his sire on Pelion's summit felled, to be the bane of mightiest chiefs, the centaur Chiron gave. Then to Automedon he gave command to yoke the horses. Him he honour'd most, next to Achilles' self, the trustiest he in battle to await his chief's behest. The flying steeds he harnessed to the car, Sancthus and Balius, fleeter than the winds, whom, grazing the marsh by ocean's stream, Podarge, swift of foot, to Zephyr bore. And by their side the matchless Pedasus, who from the capture of Aetion's town Achilles bore away, a mortal horse, but with immortal coursers meet to vie. Meantime Achilles through their several tents summoned to arms the warlike Myrmidons. They all, like ravening wolves of courage high, that on the mountain side have hunted down an antlered stag, and battened on his flesh. Their chaps all dyed with blood, in troops they go, with their lean tongues from some black-water'd fount, to lap the surface of the dark cool wave, their jaws with blood yet reeking, unsubdued their courage, and their bellies gorged with flesh. So round Pelides' valiant follower thronged the chiefs and rulers of the Myrmidons. Achilles in the midst, to charioteers and buckler'd warriors issued his commands. 50 swift ships Achilles, dear to Jove, led to the coast of Troy, and ranged in each 50 brave comrades manned the rowers' seats. O'er these 5 chiefs, on whom he most relied, he placed, himself the sovereign lord of all. One band Menestheus led, with glancing mail, son of Sperchius, heaven-descended stream. Him Peleus' daughter, Polydora, fair, a mortal in a god's embrace compress'd, to stout Sperchius bore, but by repute to Boras, Pereires' son, who her in public and with ample dower espoused. The brave Eudorus led the second band, whom Phylas' daughter, Polymele fair, to Hermes bore. The maid he saw and loved amid the virgins, mingling in the dance of golden-shafted Dian, Hundress queen. He to her chamber access found, and gained, by stealth, her bed. A valiant son she bore, Eudorus, swift of foot, in battle strong. But when her infant, by Lucina's aid, was brought to light, and saw the face of day, her to his home, with ample dower enrich'd, Echecles, son of Actor, bore away. With him the aged Phylas kept, and nursed with tender care, and cherish'd as his own. The brave Pisander, son of Memulus, the third commanded. Of the Myrmidons, next to Pelides' friend, the noblest spear. The fourth the aged warrior Phoenix led. The fifth Alcimedon, Laerces' son. These in their order due Achilles first array'd, and next with stirring words address'd. Ye Myrmidons, forget not now the vaunts, which, while my wrath endur'd, ye largely pour'd upon the Trojans. Me ye freely blam'd. Ill-omened son of Peleus, sure in wrath thou wast conceiv'd, implacable, who here in idleness enforced thy comrades keep'st. 'Twere better far our homeward way to take, if such pernicious rancour fill thy soul. Thus ye reproach'd me oft. Lo, now ye have the great occasion which your souls desir'd. Then on, and with brave hearts the Trojans meet. His words fresh courage roused in every breast, and more compact beneath their monarch's eye their ranks were form'd, as when the builder lays the closely fitting stones to form the wall of some great house, and brave the winds of heaven. So close were fitted helm and bossy shield, buckler on buckler press'd, and helm on helm, and man on man. The horsehair plumes above, that nodded, fearful, from the warriors' brows, each other touch'd, so closely massed they stood. Before them all stood prominent in arms two chiefs, Patroclus and Automedon, both with one thought possess'd, to lead the fight in the forefront of all the Myrmidons. Achilles then within his tent withdrew, and of a gorgeous coffer raised the lid, well wrought, by silver-footed Thetis placed on board his ship, and filled with rich attire, with store of wind-proof cloaks and carpets soft. There lay a goblet, richly chased, whence none but he alone might drink the ready wine. Nor might libations thence to other gods be made, save only Jove. This brought he forth, and first with sulphur purified, and next wash'd with pure water. Then his hands he wash'd, and drew the ready wine. Then standing forth, made in the centre of the court his prayer, and as he poured the wine, looked up to heaven, not unbeheld of Jove, the lightning's lord. Great King, Dodana's lord, Pelagian Jove, who dwell'st on high, and rul'st with sovereign sway Dodana's wintry heights, where dwell around thy Selene priests, men of unwash'd feet, that on the bare ground sleep. Thou once before hast heard my prayer, and me with honour crown'd, and on the Greeks inflicted all thy plagues. Hear yet again, and this my boon accord. I mid the throng of ships myself remain, but with a numerous force of Myrmidons I send my comrade in my stead to fight. On him, all-seeing Jove, thy favour pour, strengthen his heart, that Hector's self may learn if e'en alone my follower knows to fight, or only then resistless power displays, when I myself the toil of battle share. And from our vessels, when the foe is driven, grant that with all his arms and comrades true, he may in safety to the ships return. Thus prayed he. Jove, the Lord of counsel, heard, and half his prayer he granted, half denied. For from the ships the battle to repel he granted, but denied his safe return. His prayers and offerings ended, to the tent Achilles turned again, and in the chest replaced the cup. Then, issuing forth, he stood before the tent, for much he longed to see the Greeks and Trojans join in battle strife. They, who in arms round brave Patroclus stood, their line of battle form'd, with courage high, to dash upon the Trojans, and, as wasps, that have their nest beside the public road, which boys delight to vex and irritate in wanton play, but to the general harm, them if some passing traveller unawares disturbed, with angry courage forth they rush in one continuous swarm to guard the rest. E'en with such courage pour'd the Myrmidons forth from the ships. Then uproar wild arose, and loud Patroclus on his comrades called, Ye valiant Myrmidons, who boast yourselves Achilles' comrades, quit ye now like men, your ancient valour prove, to Peleus' son, of all the Greeks the noblest, so shall we, his faithful followers, highest honour give, and Agamemnon's haughty self shall mourn the slight on Grecia's bravest warrior cast. His words fresh courage roused in every breast. Thick on the Trojan host their masses fell, while loud the fleet re-echoed to the sound of Grecian cheers. But when the Trojans saw, blazing in arms, Menoetius' godlike son, himself and follower, quailed the spirits of all. Their firm-set ranks were shaken, for they deemed Achilles had beside the ships exchanged his wrath for friendship. And each several man looked round to find his own escape from death. Then first Patroclus aimed his glittering spear amid the crowd, where thickest round the ships of brave Protesilaus raged the war, and struck Pyraechmes, who from Amydon, from the wide-flowing stream of Axius, led the horsehair-crested peons. Him he struck through the right shoulder, backwards in the dust groaning he fell. Around him quailed with fear his peons all. Such terror in their ranks Patroclus threw, their bravest leader slain, the foremost in the fight. The crowd he drove far from the ships, and quenched the blazing fire. There lay the half-burnt ship. With shouts confused the Trojans fled, and from amid the ships forth poured the Greeks, and loud the clamour rose. As when around a lofty mountain's top the lightning's lord dispels a mass of cloud, and every crag and every jutting peak is plainly seen, and every forest glade, and the deep vault of heaven is opened wide, so, when the Greeks had cleared the ships of fire, they breathed a while. Yet ceased not so the strife, for not in headlong panic from the ships the Trojans by the valiant Greeks were driven, but, though perforce retiring, still made head. Then of the chiefs, as wider spread the fight, each singled each. Menoetius' noble son first threw his pointed spear, and on the thigh struck Areolochus, in act to turn. Right through the point was driven, the weighty spear shattered the bone, and prone to earth he fell. The warlike Menelaus aimed his spear where Tausus' breast, unguarded by his shield, was left exposed, and slacked his limbs in death. Phyleus' brave son, as rushed Amphiclus on, stood firm with eye observant. Then the attack preventing, through his thigh, high up, where lie the strongest muscles, smote. The weapon's point severed the tendons. Darkness closed his eyes. Of Nestor's sons, Antilochus the first, Atimneus wounded, driving through his flank the brazen spear. Prone on his face he fell. Then, burning to avenge his brother's death, stood Maris o'er the corpse, and hand to hand engaged Antilochus. But ere a blow was struck, the godlike Thrasymedes drove through his right shoulder, with unerring aim, his glittering spear. The point his upper arm tore from the muscles, shattering all the bone. Thundering he fell, and darkness closed his eyes. So to the shades, by those two brethren's hands, subdued, Sarpedon's comrades brave were sent, the sons of Amisodorus, who reared the dread Chimera, bane of mortal men. On Cleobulus, wounded in the press, Ajax, Oileus, sprang, and captive took alive, but sudden on his neck let fall his hilted sword, and quenched the fire of life. The hot blood dyed the sword, the darkling shades of death and rigorous fate his eyes o'erspread. Then Peneleus and Lycon, hand to hand, engaged in combat. Both had missed their aim, and bootless hurled their weapons. Then with swords they met. First Lycon on the crested helm dealt a fierce blow, but in his hand the blade up to the hilt was shivered. Then the sword of Peneleus his neck below the ear dissevered. Deeply in his throat the blade was plunged, and by the skin alone was stayed. Down drooped his head, his limbs relaxed in death. Meriones by speed of foot o'ertook, and, as his car he mounted, Acarnas through the right shoulder pierced. Down from the car he fell, the shades of death his eyes o'erspread. Full on the mouth of Erymas was thrust the weapon of Idomeneus, right through the white bones, crashing, past the brazen spear below the brain. His teeth were shattered all, with blood, which with convulsive sobs he blew from mouth and nostril. Both his eyes were filled, and death's dark cloud encompassed him around. Thus slew the Grecian leaders each his man, as ravening wolves that lambs or kids assail, strayed from their dames, by careless shepherds left upon the mountain scattered. These they see, and tear at once their unresisting prey. So on the Trojans fell the Greeks. In rout disastrous they, unmanned by terror, fled. Great Ajax, still unwearied, longed to hurl his spear at Hector of the brazen helm. But he, well skilled in war, his shoulders broad, protected by his shield of tough bull's hide, watched for the whizzing shafts and javelins whir. Full well he knew the tide of battle turned, yet held his ground, his trusty friends to save. As from Olympus o'er the clear blue sky pour the dark clouds, when Jove the vault of heaven o'erspreads with storm and tempest, from the ships so poured with panic cries the flying host, and in disordered rout recrossed the trench. Then Hector's flying coursers bore him safe far from the struggling masses, whom the ditch detained perforce. There many a royal car with broken pole the unharnessed horses left. On, shouting to the Greeks, Patroclus pressed the flying Trojans. They, with panic cries dispersed, the roads encumbered. High uprose the storms of dust, as from the tents and ships back to the city stretched the flying steeds, and everywhere the densest throng appeared, with furious threats Patroclus urged his course. His glowing axle traced by prostrate men, hurled from their cars, and chariots overthrown, flew o'er the deep-sunk trench the immortal steeds. The noble prize the gods to Peleus gave, still onward straining, for he longed to reach and hurl his spear at Hector. Him, meanwhile, his flying steeds in safety bore away. As in the autumnal season, when the earth with weight of rain is saturate, when Jove pours down his fiercest storms in wrath to men, who in their courts unrighteous judgments pass, and justice yields to lawless violence, the wrath of heaven despising. Every stream is brimming o'er, the hills in gullies deep are by the torrents seamed, which, rushing down from the high mountains to the dark blue sea, with groans and tumult urge their headlong course, wasting the works of man, so urged their flight. So, as they fled, the Trojan horses groaned. The foremost ranks cut off. Back toward the ships Patroclus drove them. The foremost ranks cut off. Back toward the ships Patroclus drove them, baffling their attempts to gain the city. And in middle space between the ships, the stream, and lofty wall, dealt slaughter round him, and of many a chief the bitter penalty of death required. Then Pronous with his glittering spear he struck, where by the shield his breast was left exposed, and slacked his limbs in death. Thundering he fell. Next Thestor, son of Enops, he assailed, his mind by fear disordered. From his hands the reins had dropped. Him thrusting with the spear through the right cheek and through the teeth he smote, then dragged him by the weapon o'er the rail, as when an angler on a prominent rock drags from the sea to shore with hook and line a weighty fish. So him Patroclus dragged, gaping, from off the car, and dashed him down upon his face, and life forsook his limbs. Next Orelus, eager for the fray, on the mid-forehead with a mighty stone he struck. Beneath the ponderous helmet's weight the skull was split in twain. Prostrate he fell, by life-consuming death encompassed round. Forthwith Amphoterus and Eremus, Epaltes, Echius, and Tlepolemus, son of Damastor, Pyrrhus, Ipheus brave, Euippus, Polymelus, Arginus' son, in quick succession to the ground he brought. Sarpedon his ungirdled forces saw, promiscuous fall before Menoetius' son, and to the Lycians called in loud reproof, "Shame, Lycians! Whither fly ye? Why this haste? I will myself this chief confront, and learn who this may be of bearing proud and high, who on the Trojans grievous harm hath wrought, and many a warrior's limbs relaxed in death." He said, and from his car accoutred sprang. Patroclus saw, and he too leaped to earth. As on a lofty rock, with angry screams, hook-beaked, with talons curved, two vultures fight, so with loud shouts these two to battle rushed. The son of Saturn, pitying, saw, and thus to Juno spoke, his sister and his wife. "Woe, woe, that fate decrees my best beloved Sarpedon by Patroclus' hand to fall! E'en now conflicting thoughts my soul divide, to bear him from the fatal strife unhurt, and set him down on Lycia's fertile plains, or leave him by Patroclus' hand to fall." Whom answered thus the stag-eyed Queen of Heaven, "What words, dread son of Saturn, dost thou speak? Wouldst thou, a mortal man from death withdraw, long since by fate decreed? Do what thou wilt, yet cannot we, the rest, applaud thine act? This too I say, and turn it in thy mind. If to his home Sarpedon thou restore alive, bethink ye, will not other gods their sons too from the stubborn fight withdraw? For in the field around the walls of Troy are many sons of gods, in all of whom this act of thine will angry feelings rouse. But if thou love him, and thy soul deplore his coming doom, yet in the stubborn fight leave him beneath Patroclus' hand to fall. Then, when his spirit hath fled, the charge assign to death and gentle sleep, that in their arms they bear him safe to Lycia's wide-spread plains. There shall his brethren and his friends perform his funeral rites, and mound and column raise, a fitting tribute to the mighty dead. Thus she, the sire of gods and men, complied. But to the ground some drops of blood let fall, in honour of his son, whom fate decreed, far from his country, on the fertile plains of Troy, to perish by Patroclus' hand. As near the champions drew, Patroclus first his weapon hurl'd, and Thrasymedes brave, the faithful follower of Sarpedon, struck below the waist, and slacked his limbs in death. Thrown in his turn, Sarpedon's glittering spear flew wide, and Pedasus, the gallant horse, through the right shoulder wounded. With a scream he fell, and in the dust breathed forth his life, as, shrieking loud, his noble spirit fled. This way and that his two companions swerved, creaked the strong yoke, and tangled were the reins, as in the dust the prostrate courser lay. Automedon the means of safety saw, and drawing from beside his brawny thigh his keen-edged sword, with no uncertain blow cut loose the fallen horse. Again set straight, the two extended stretched the tightened rein. Again in mortal strife the warriors closed. Once more Sarpedon hurled his glittering spear. In vain. Above Patroclus' shoulder flew the point, innocuous. From his hand in turn, the spear not vainly thrown, Sarpedon struck, where lies the diaphragm, below the heart. He fell, as falls an oak, or poplar tall, or lofty pine, which on the mountain top, or some proud ship, the woodman's axe hath hewn. So he, with death cry sharp, before his car extended lay, and clutched the blood-stained soil. As when a lion on the herd has sprung, and mid the heifers seized, the lordly bull lies bellowing, crushed between the lion's jaws, so, by Patroclus slain, the Lycian chief, undaunted still, his faithful comrade called. Good Glaucus, warrior tried, behooves thee now thy spearmanship to prove, and warlike might. Welcome the fray. Put forth thine utmost speed. Call on the Lycian chiefs on every side to press around, and for Sarpedon fight. Thou too thine arms for my protection wield, for I to thee through all thy future days shall be a ceaseless scandal, and reproach, if me thus slain before the Grecian ships, the Greeks be suffer'd of my arms to spoil. But stand thou fast, and others' courage raise." Thus as he spoke, the shades of death o'erspread his eyes and nostrils. Them with foot firm set upon his chest, Patroclus from the corpse drew by main force the fast adhering spear, the life forth issuing from the weapon's point. Loosed from the royal car, the snorting steeds, eager for flight, the Myrmidons detained. Deep grieving Glaucus heard his voice, and chafed his spirit within him, that he lacked the power to aid his comrade. With his hand he grasped his wounded arm, in torture from the shaft by Teucer's shot, to save the Greeks from death, as on he pressed to scale the lofty wall. Then to Apollo thus addressed his prayer: "Hear me, great King, who, as on Lycia's plains, art here in Troy, and hear'st in every place their voice, who suffer, as I suffer now. A grievous wound I bear, and sharpest pangs my arm assail, nor may the blood be staunched. The pain weighs down my shoulder, and my hand hath lost its power to fight, or grasp my spear. Sarpedon, bravest of the brave, is slain, the son of Jove. Yet Jove preserved him not. But thou, O King, this grievous wound relieve, assuage the pain, and give me strength to urge my Lycian comrades to maintain the war, and fight myself to guard the noble dead." Thus as he prayed, his prayer Apollo heard, assuaged his pains, and from the grievous wound staunched the dark blood, and filled his soul with strength. Glaucus within himself perceived, and knew, rejoicing, that the God had heard his prayer. The Lycian leaders first on every side he urged to hasten for their king to fight. Then mid the Trojans went with lofty steps, and first to Panthous' son, Polydamas, to brave Agenor and Aeneas next. Then Hector of the brazen helm himself, approaching thus, with winged words addressed: "Hector, forgett'st thou quite thy brave allies, who freely in thy cause pour forth their lives, far from their home and friends? But they from thee no aid receive. Sarpedon lies in death, the leader of the buckler'd Lycian bands, whose justice and whose power were Lycia's shield. Him by Patroclus' hand hath Mars subdued. But friends, stand by me now, with just revenge inspired, determined that the Myrmidons shall not, how grieved soe'er for all the Greeks, who by our spears beside the ships have fallen, our dead dishonour, and his arms obtain." He said, and through the Trojans thrilled the sense of grief intolerable, unrestrained. For he, though stranger born, was of the state a mighty pillar, and his followers a numerous host, and he himself in fight among the foremost. So against the Greeks with fiery zeal they rush'd, by Hector led, grieved for Sarpedon's loss. On the other side, Patroclus' manly heart the Greeks aroused, and to the Ajaces first, themselves inflamed with warlike zeal, he thus addressed his speech: "Ye sons of Ajax, now is come the time your former fame to rival, or surpass. A man hath fallen, who first o'erleap'd our wall, Sarpedon. Now remains, that, having slain, we should his corpse dishonour, and his arms strip off. And should some comrade dare attempt his rescue, him too with our spears subdue." He said, and they, with martial ardour fir'd, rush'd to the conflict. When on either side the reinforced battalions were arrayed, Trojans and Lycians, Myrmidons and Greeks, around the dead in sternest combat met, with fearful shouts, and loud their armour rang. Then to enhance the horror of the strife around his son, with darkness Jove o'erspread the stubborn fight. The Trojans first drove back the keen-eyed Greeks, for first a warrior fell, not of the meanest mid the Myrmidons, Epygeus, son of valiant Agacles, who in Budeum's thriving state bore rule erewhile, but flying for a kinsman slain, to Peleus and the silver-footed queen he came, a suppliant. With Achilles thence to Ilium sent, to join the war of Troy. Him, as he stretch'd his hand to seize the dead, full on the forehead with a massive stone great Hector smote. Within the ponderous helm the skull was split in twain. Prone on the corpse he fell, by life-destroying death subdued. Grieved was Patroclus for his comrade slain. Forward he darted, as a swift-winged hawk that swoops amid the starlings and the daws, so swift didst thou, Patroclus, car-borne chief, upon the Trojans and the Lycians spring, thy soul with anger for thy comrade filled. A ponderous stone he hurled at Sthenelus, son of Ithaemenes. The mighty mass fell on his neck, and all the muscles crushed. Back drew great Hector and the chiefs of Troy. Far, as a javelin's flight in sportive strife, or in the deadly battle, hurled by one his utmost strength exerting. Back so far the Trojans drew, so far the Greeks pursued. Glaucus, the leader of the Lycian spears, first turning, slew the mighty Bathycles, the son of Calchon. He in Hellas dwelt, in wealth surpassing all the Myrmidons. Him, as he gained upon him in pursuit, quick turning, Glaucus through the breast transfixed. Thundering he fell. Deep grief possessed the Greeks at loss of one so valiant. Fiercely joyed the Trojans, and around him crowded thick, nor of their wonted valour were the Greeks oblivious, but still onward held their course. Then slew Meriones, a crested chief, the bold Laogonus, Onetor's son. Onetor, of Idaean Jove the priest, and by the people as a god revered. Below the ear he struck him, from his limbs the spirit fled, and darkness veiled his eyes. Then at Meriones Aeneas threw his brazen spear, in hopes beneath his shield to find a spot unguarded. He beheld, and downward stooping shunned the brazen death. Behind him far, deep in the soil infixed, the weapon stood. There Mars its impulse stayed. So bootless hurled, though by no feeble hand, Aeneas' spear stood quivering in the ground. Then thus in wrath he cried, Meriones, had it but struck thee, nimble as thou art, my spear had brought thy dancing to a close. To whom the spearman skilled Meriones, brave as thou art, Aeneas, 'tis too much for thee to hope the might of all to quell who dare confront thee. Thou art mortal too? And if my aim be true, and should my spear but strike thee fair, all valiant as thou art, and confident, yet me thy fall shall crown with triumph, and thy soul to Hades send. He said, and him Menoetius' noble son addressed with grave rebuke. Meriones, brave warrior, why thus waste the time in words? Trust me, good friend, 'tis not by vaunting speech, unseconded by deeds, that we may hope to scare away the Trojans from the slain. Hands are for battle, words for counsel meet. Boots it not now to wrangle, but to fight. He said, and led the way. Him followed straight the godlike chief. Forthwith, as loudly rings amid the mountain forest's deep recess the woodman's axe, and far is heard the sound, so from the wide-spread earth their clamours rose, as brazen arms and shields and tough bull's hide encountered swords and double-pointed spears. Nor might the sharpest sight Sarpedon know, from head to foot with wounds and blood and dust disfigured. Thickly round the dead they swarmed, as when at springtide in the cattle sheds around the milk cans swarm the buzzing flies, while the warm milk is frothing in the pail, so swarmed they round the dead. Nor Jove, the while, turned from the stubborn fight his piercing glance, but still looked down with gaze intent, and mused upon Patroclus' coming fate, in doubt if he too there beside Sarpedon slain should perish by illustrious Hector's hand, spoiled of his arms, or yet be spared a while to swell the labours of the battlefield. He judged it best, at length, that once again the gallant follower of Peleus' son should toward the town with fearful slaughter drive the Trojans and their brazen-helmed chief. First, Hector's soul with panic fear he filled. Mounting his car, he fled, and urged to flight the Trojans, for he saw the scales of Jove. Then nor the valiant Lycians held their ground. All fled in terror, as they saw their king pierced through the heart amid a pile of dead. For o'er his body many a warrior fell, when Saturn's son the conflict fierce inflamed. Then from Sarpedon's breast they stripped his arms of brass refulgent. These Menoetius' son sent by his comrades to the ships of Greece. To Phoebus then the cloud compeller thus: "Hie thee, good Phoebus, from amid the spears withdraw Sarpedon, and from all his wounds cleanse the dark gore. Then bear him far away, and lave his body in the flowing stream. Then with divine ambrosia all his limbs anointing, clothe him in immortal robes. To 2 swift bearers give him then in charge, to Sleep and Death, twin brothers, in their arms to bear him safe to Lycia's wide-spread plains. There shall his brethren and his friends perform his funeral rites, and mound and column raise, the fitting tribute to the mighty dead." He said. Obedient to his father's words, down to the battlefield Apollo sped from Ida's height, and from amid the spears withdrawn, he bore Sarpedon far away, and laved his body in the flowing stream. Then with divine ambrosia all his limbs anointing, clothed him in immortal robes. To 2 swift bearers gave him then in charge, to Sleep and Death, twin brothers. In their arms they bore him safe to Lycia's wide-spread plains. Then to Automedon Patroclus gave his orders, and the flying foe pursued. O much deceived, insensate! Had he now but borne in mind the words of Peleus' son, he might have 'scaped the bitter doom of death. But still Jove's will, the will of man o'errules, who strikes with panic, and of victory robs the bravest, and anon excites to war. Who now Patroclus' breast with fury filled? Whom then, Patroclus, first? Whom slewest thou last, when summoned by the gods to meet thy doom? Adrastus, and Autonous, Perimus, the son of Meges, and Echeclus next, Epistor, Melanippus, Elysus, and Mulius, and Pylartes, these he slew. The others all in flight their safety found. Then had the Greeks the lofty-gated town of Priam captured by Patroclus' hand, so forward and so fierce he bore his spear. But on the well-built tower Apollo stood, on his destruction bent, and Troy's defence, the jutting angle of the lofty wall, Patroclus thrice assailed. His onset thrice Apollo, with his own immortal hands repelling, backward thrust his glittering shield. But when again, with more than mortal force, he made his fourth attempt, with awful mien and threatening voice the far destroyer spoke. "Back, back, heaven-born chief, Patroclus! Not to thee hath fate decreed the triumph to destroy the warlike Trojans' city. nor yet to great Achilles, mightier far than thou." Thus as he spoke, Patroclus backward stepped, shrinking before the far destroyer's wrath. Still Hector kept before the Scaean gates his coursers, doubtful if again to dare the battle throng, or summon all the host to seek the friendly shelter of the wall. Thus as he mused, beside him Phoebus stood, in likeness of a warrior stout and brave, brother of Hecuba, the uncle thence of noble Hector, Asius, Dymas' son, who dwelt in Phrygia by Sagarius' stream. His form assuming, thus Apollo spoke: "Hector, why shrink'st thou from the battle thus? It ill beseems thee. Would to heaven that I, so far thy greater, were, as thou art mine, then sorely shouldst thou rue this abstinence. But forward thou, against Patroclus urge thy fiery steeds, so haply by his death Apollo thee with endless fame may crown." This said, the god rejoined the strife of men, and noble Hector bade Cebriones drive mid the fight his car. Before him moved Apollo, scattering terror mid the Greeks, and lustre adding to the arms of Troy. All others Hector passed unnoticed, nor stayed to slay. Patroclus was the mark, at which his coursers' clattering hoofs he drove. On the other side, Patroclus from his car leaped to the ground. His left hand held his spear, and in the right a ponderous mass he bore of rugged stone that filled his ample grasp. The stone he hurled. Not far it missed its mark, nor bootless flew, but Hector's charioteer it struck, Cebriones, a bastard son of royal Priam, as the reins he held. Full on his temples fell the jagged mass, drove both his eyebrows in, and crushed the bone. Before him in the dust his eyeballs fell, and like a diver from the well-wrought car headlong he plunged, and life forsook his limbs. O'er whom Patroclus thus with bitter jest: "Heaven, what agility! How deftly thrown that somersault! If only in the sea such feats he wrought, with him might few compete, diving for oysters. If with such a plunge he left his boat, how rough soe'er the waves, as from his car he plunges to the ground, Troy can, it seems, accomplish'd tumblers boast." Thus saying, on Cebriones he sprang, as springs a lion, through the breast transfixed, in act the sheepfold to despoil, and dies the victim of his courage. So didst thou upon Cebriones, Patroclus, spring. Down from his car too Hector leaped to earth. So o'er Cebriones opposed they stood, as on the mountain o'er a slaughter'd stag, both hunger-pinch'd, two lions fiercely fight. So o'er Cebriones two mighty chiefs, Menoetius' son and noble Hector, strove, each in the other bent to plunge his spear. The head with grasp unyielding Hector held, Patroclus seized the foot, and crowding round Trojans and Greeks, in stubborn conflict closed. As when encountering in some mountain glen, Eurus and Notus shake the forest deep of oak or ash or slender cornel tree, whose tapering branches are together thrown with fearful din and the crash of broken boughs, so mixed confusedly Greeks and Trojans fought, no thought of flight by either entertained. Thick o'er Cebriones the javelins flew, and feather'd arrows, bounding from the string, and ponderous stones that on the bucklers rang, as round the dead they fought, amid the dust that eddying rose, his art forgotten all, a mighty warrior, mightily he lay. While in mid-heaven the sun pursues his course, thick flew the shafts, and fast the people fell on either side. But when declining day brought on the hour that seized the loosened steers, the Greeks were stronger far, and from the darts and Trojan battle cry, Cebriones they drew, and from his breast his armour stripped. Fiercely Patroclus on the Trojans fell. Thrice he assailed them, terrible as Mars, with fearful shouts, and thrice 9 foes he slew. But when again, with more than mortal force, his 4th assault he made, thy term of life, Patroclus, then approach'd its final close. For Phoebus' awful self encounter'd thee amid the battle throng, of thee unseen, for thickest darkness shrouded all his form. He stood behind, and with extended palm dealt on Patroclus' neck and shoulders broad a mighty buffet. Dizzy swam his eyes, and from his head Apollo snatch'd the helm, clank'd as it rolled beneath the horse's feet, the visor'd helm, the horsehair plume with blood and dust polluted. Never till that day was that proud helmet so with dust defiled, that wont to deck a godlike chief, and guard Achilles' noble head and graceful brow, now by the will of Jove to Hector given. Now death was near at hand, and in his grasp his spear was shiver'd, ponderous, long, and tough, brass-pointed. With its belt the ample shield fell from his shoulders, and Apollo's hand, the royal son of Jove, his corslet loosed. Then was his mind bewildered, and his limbs gave way beneath him. All aghast he stood. Him from behind a Dardan, Panthous' son, Euphorbus, peerless mid the Trojan youth, to hurl the spear, to run, to drive the car, approaching close beneath the shoulders stabb'd. He, train'd to warfare, from his car, ere this, a score of Greeks had from their chariots hurl'd. Such was the man who thee, Patroclus, first wounded, but not subdued. The ashen spear he, all in haste, withdrew, nor dared confront Patroclus, though disarm'd, in deadly strife. Back to his comrades' sheltering ranks retir'd from certain death, Patroclus, by the stroke of Phoebus vanquish'd, and Euphorbus' spear. But Hector, when Patroclus from the fight he saw retreating, wounded, through the ranks, advancing, smote him through the flank. Right through the brazen spear was driven. Thundering he fell, and deeply mourned his fall the Grecian host. As when a lion hath in fight o'erborne a tusked boar, and on the mountain top they two have met, in all their pride of strength, both parched with thirst, around a scanty spring, and, vanquished by the lion's force, the boar hath yielded, gasping. So Menoetius' son, great deeds achieved, at length, beneath the spear of noble Hector, yielded up his life. Who o'er the vanquish'd thus exulting spoke: "Patroclus, but of late thou mad'st thy boast to raise our city walls, and in your ships to bear away to your far distant land their days of freedom lost, our Trojan dames. Fool that thou wast, nor knewest in their defence that Hector's flying coursers scour'd the plain. From them, the bravest of the Trojans, I avert the day of doom, while on our shores thy flesh shall glut the carrion birds of Troy. Poor wretch! Though brave he be, yet Peleus' son avail'd thee not, when, hanging back himself, with sage advice he sent thee forth to fight. Come not to me, Patroclus, car-borne chief, nor to the ships return, until thou bear the warrior-slayer Hector's bloody spoils, torn from his body. Such were, I suppose, his counsels. Thou, poor fool, becam'st his dupe." To whom Patroclus thus in accents faint: "Hector, thou boastest loudly now that Jove, with Phoebus join'd, hath thee with victory crown'd. They wrought my death who stripp'd me of my arms. Had I to deal with 20 such as thee, they all should perish, vanquish'd by my spear. Me fate hath slain, and Phoebus, and of men Euphorbus. Thou wast but the third to strike. This too I say, and bear it in thy mind: not long shalt thou survive me. Death e'en now, and final doom hangs o'er thee, by the hand of great Achilles, Peleus' matchless son." Thus as he spoke, the gloom of death his eyes o'erspread, and to the shades his spirit fled. Mourning his fate, his youth and strength cut off. To whom, though dead, the noble Hector thus: "Patroclus, why predict my coming fate? Or who can say, but fair-hair'd Thetis' son, Achilles, by my spear may first be slain?" He said, and planting firm his foot, withdrew the brazen spear, and backward drove the dead from off the weapon's point. Then, spear in hand, intent to slay, Automedon pursued, the godlike follower of Aeacides. But him in safety bore the immortal steeds, the noble prize the gods to Peleus gave. End of Book 16. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Your reader, Michael Armenta.